Like a lot of Buddhist takinis do, actually.
thy sacred
I noticed that.
and all flesh, which will exceedingly
In the artwork.
praise
They look
and
like cat
bless
people
thy
to me.
name to all eternity.
And when I see him in my
For
DMT
great
trips, yeah.
is the mercy of the Lord of
Do I
the
do DMT
spirits,
often? No.
and he is slow
Have I a couple
to
times?
anger,
Sure.
and all his doing and all his power, and as much as he has made.
Do I produce it in my cerebral spinal fluid? Yeah, a lot, actually. You probably get fucked up from
the
it.
name of the Lord of the spirits. Chapter and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth.
In my body, compared to
Open
regular
your
people.
eyes and lift up your horns.
It's a lot of what
if
going
you
crazy
are
is.
able to recognize the chosen one. And the Lord of the spirits sat on the throne of his glory, poured out over him. And the word of his mouth slew all the sinners and all the impious, and they were destroyed before his face. Then will stand up on that day all the kings and the powerful and the exalted, and those who hold the earth, and will see him, and will know that he sits on the throne of his glory, and that the just are judged in justice before him, and that there is no word spoken in vain before him, and pain will come over them, like a woman who is in travail, and to whom the birth is hard, when the son enters the mouth of the mother, and she has pain in giving birth. And one portion will look upon the other, and will tremble and cast down their countenances, and pain will seize them, when they see this son of the woman sitting on the throne of his glory. And the powerful kings and all who hold the earth will honor and bless and exalt him, who rules over all, who is hidden. For formerly the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High preserved him before his power, and has revealed him to the chosen. And the congregation of the holy and the chosen will be sown, and all the chosen will stand before him on that day, the kings and the exalted, and they who rule the earth will fall.
Forgot I can swallow with my eyes, huh?
Faces, and will worship, and
like a
will
frog.
hope in this Son of Man.
They can't trigger me
and
easily.
Petition him and ask him for mercy. And that Lord of the spirits will only press them, that they hasten to leave his presence, and their countenances will be filled with shame, and darkness will be heaped upon their countenances. And the angels of punishment will receive them to take vengeance on them, because they have abused his children and his chosen.
How much does it take to trigger me like that, guys?
Be for the just and for his chosen.
He was working like all time, all the time.
Over them, because the wrath of the
what else do you do?
The spirits rests upon
I mean, if you're that scared of me telling the truth about you,
spirits is drunk with them.
What else would you be doing other than working against me 24/7? So is it really that hard to get me to cough?
Henceforth, not see the face of the sinners and of the unjust. And the Lord
is it really that hard to get me to flip out?
Over them, and they will dwell.
Here's right over here, right behind me, pretty much.
And the just and the chosen will have risen from the earth.
There's a box over here in this yard that I really want investigated.
Their faces, and will be clothed with the garments of life, and these will be the garments.
Big old green box in the backyard over there.
The Lord of the spirits, and your garments will not become old, and your glory will not decrease before the Lord of the spirits. Chapter 63. And in those days, the powerful kings who hold the earth will petition.
Come on, Cam. They know it. Can they hear it live on YouTube right now? No. But can they get, can they hear it? Yeah.
So that they could fall down and worship before the Lord of the spirits, and could acknowledge their sins before him. And they will bless and glorify the Lord of the spirits, and will say, Blessed is the Lord of the spirits, and the Lord of kings, and the Lord of the powerful, and the Lord of the rulers, and the Lord of glory, and the Lord of wisdom, and every secret is clear. And thy power is to all generations, and thy glory to all eternity. Deep are thy secrets, and all and without number, and thy justice without reckoning. Now we know that we should praise and bless the Lord of kings, and him who rules over all the kings. And they will say,
Love you.
Who will give us rest,
No idea.
that we might praise and thank and bless him, and be believers before his glory? And now we long for a little rest, and do not find it. We are driven away, and do not receive
I love you.
it. The light has ceased before us, and darkness is our dwelling place to all eternity. For before him we have not believed, and have not honored the name of the Lord of the
I love
kings.
you so much.
And we have
You know
not
that I do.
praised the Lord in all his doing. And our hope was in the scepter of our kingdom, and in our glory. And in the day of our trial and our trouble, he did not save us. And we do not find rest to believe that our Lord is faithful.
I wouldn't
in
let him
all
go if I
his
loved my cat.
deeds, and
I'd do
in
the opposite,
all
huh?
his judgments and in his
No, if I loved him like
justice,
that, I'm not just
and
going to
that
let him
his
go.
judgment does not respect persons.
That's retarded.
And we shall disappear before his face on account of our deeds, and all our sins are counted in justice. Now they will say to them, our souls are satisfied with unjust goods, but it does not prevent our going to the flames.
Nope, just
of
like
the
God loves
pain of
us enough
hell.
to let us suffer a little bit.
And after that, their countenances will be filled
Me too.
with darkness and shame before that Son of Man.
But it's better than
And they
jail,
will
trust
be
me.
expelled from his presence, and a sword will dwell in their midst
Trust me,
before
Garfield.
his countenance. And thus said the Lord of the spirits, this is the ordinance and judgment of the mighty and the kings and the exalted and those who hold the earth before the Lord of the spirits. 64. And I saw other faces in that place in secret. I heard the voice of the angels saying, these are the angels who descended from heaven upon the earth, and have revealed to the children of men that which was secret, and have led astray the sons of men, that they committed sin.
I'll try and treat it later.
Section
Take a
11,
shower.
chapter 65.
Get the laundry deal.
And in those days Noah saw the earth, that it was curved, and that it's near. And he lifted up his feet from there, and went to the ends of the earth, and called to his grandfather Enoch. And Noah said with a bitter voice, hear me, hear me, hear me, 3 times. And he said to him, tell me, what is it that has been done on the earth, that the earth is so tired out and shaken? May I not be destroyed with it? And after this time there was a great trembling on the earth, and a voice was heard from heaven, and I fell on my face. And Enoch, my grandfather, came and stood by me, and said to me, why dost thou so bitterly and lamentingly cry to me? A command has come from before the presence of the Lord over all those who dwell on earth, that their end is at hand, because they know all the secrets of the angels, and all the violence of the Satans, and all the powers of secrecy, and all the powers of those who practice sorcery, and the powers of fascination, and the powers of those who make mental images of the whole earth, and also how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how soft metal originates on the earth. For lead and zinc are not produced like the former. A fountain it is which produces them, and an angel who stands in it, and that angel is excellent. And after that, my grandfather Enoch took hold of me with his hand, and raised me up, and said to me, go, it's concerning this shaking of the earth. And he said to me, on account of their injustice, their judgment is completed, and will not be counted before me concerning the mouths which they have searched out, and through which they have learned that the earth will be destroyed, and those who live thereon.
No, I get it.
And for them there will be no place of refuge to eternity, because they have showed them that which was secret, and they will be judged. But not thou, my son. The Lord of the spirits knows that thou art clean and free of this blame concerning the secrets. And he has strengthened thy name among the holy, and kings, and great honors. And from thy seed proceed the fountain of the just and the holy, without number to eternity. Chapter 66. And after that he showed me the angels of punishment, who are prepared to come in order to open all the powers of the water which is under the earth, that it may be a judgment and destruction over all those who live and dwell on the earth. And the Lord of spirits commanded the angels who went forth, that they should not lift up their hands, but should wait. For these angels are over the power of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. Chapter 67. And in those days the voice of God was with me, and he said to me, Noah, behold, thy portion has ascended to me, a portion without blame, a portion of love and of rectitude. And now the angels are making a wooden building, and when they are gone to that work, I will lift up my hands upon it, and will preserve it, and out of it will be the seed of life, and a change will come so that the earth does not remain empty. And I will strengthen thy seed before me to all eternity, and will scatter those who dwell with thee over the face of the earth. And it will be blessed and increased over the earth in the name of the Lord. And they will enclose those angels who have showed injustice in that flaming valley which my grandfather Enoch showed to me before, in the west, in the mountains of gold and of silver and of iron and of soft metal and of zinc. And I saw that valley, in which there was a great shaking, and a shaking of the waters. And as this took place, there was produced from that flaming, flowing metal, and out of the shaking that shook them at that place, an oat astray burned under that earth. And through the valley of that earth come rivers of fire, where those angels who had led astray those who dwell on the earth are condemned. And those waters will be in those days for the kings and the powerful and exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, a medicine of the soul and of the body, but for a judgment of the spirit, because their spirits are full of lust, that they be punished in their bodies, because they have denied the Lord of the spirits, and see their judgments daily, and still believe not in his name. And as the burning of their bodies increases, there will be a change in their spirit to all eternity. For no one will speak a vain word before the Lord of the spirits. For the judgment comes over them, because they believe in the lust of their flesh, and deny the Spirit of the Lord. And those waters themselves in those days suffer a change. For when those angels shall be condemned on those days, the heat of those fountains of the waters changes. And when the angels ascend, this water of the fountains changes and becomes cold. And I heard the holy Michael answering and saying, this judgment wherewith the angels are condemned is a testimony for the kings and the powerful, and for those who hold the earth. For these waters of judgment are a healing of the angels, and a death to their bodies. But they will not see and will not believe that those waters change, and will become a fire which burns to eternity. Chapter 68. And after that, my grandfather Enoch gave me the signs of all the secrets in a book, and the parables which had been given to him, and he compiled them for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day the holy Michael answered, saying to Raphael, the power of the Spirit forces me and angers me, and on account of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment over the angels, who can endure the severity of the judgment which has passed and remains, and before which they melt away? And who is he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose reins are not shaken by this word? A judgment has come over them from those whom they have thus led out. And it came to pass, as he stood before the Lord of the spirits, the holy Michael spoke to Raphael, and I will not be for them under the eye of the Lord. For the Lord of the spirits is angered at them, because they act as if they were like gods. Therefore, judgment which is hidden comes over them to all eternity. Therefore, neither angel nor man will receive his portion, but they alone will receive their judgment to all eternity. Chapter 69. And after this judgment, they will terrify and anger them, because they have showed this to those who dwell on the earth. And behold, the names of those angels.
That's a big concern
And
of mine.
these are their names. The first of them
That George
is
isn't even in there
Semyaza.
anymore.
The second, Arestakepha. The third, Armen. The fourth,
Or whatever else
Baal,
they put in there. George's
the
grave.
fifth,
No, I know they
Turel,
did, right?
the sixth, Rumhal, the
I know that for a
seventh,
fact.
Danel,
And the grave was disturbed.
the eighth, Nukael,
God's.
the ninth,
As far as I'm concerned.
Barakel, the 10th, Azazel,
The love of my life. Yeah,
the
his grave
11th,
was disturbed.
Armers, the 12th, Bartajal, the 13th, Bazazael, the 14th,
Yeah, that cat.
Ananel,
Right there. The
the
big old statue
15th,
stuff.
Turjal, the 16th,
First seems fine so far.
Sinapisio, the
Everything still
17th,
better be there though.
Jitarel, the 18th, Tumael, the 19th, Terel, the 20th,
You're gonna steal my
Rumael,
stones and stuff. You guys
the
get a lot of trouble
21st,
for that too. That Jasper
Izeziel,
stone with George's face in
and
it
these
was
are
worth
the
like $1
heads
million.
of the angels and the names of their chiefs, over 100.
Exaggeration,
and
not
the
really. If
chiefs
Garfield's worth that
over
much and
50,
George's worth that much
and
too.
the
And I know it
chiefs
too.
over 10.
It's fucked
The
up, but it's
name
true.
of the first, Yakun. He is the one
When
who
you're a
has
good
led
pet owner.
astray all
And
the
people are
children
like, well, you're a
of
piece
the
of shit,
holy
though.
angels,
So I can just take
and
them and
has
sell them,
led
right?
them down on the earth, and has led them astray through the daughters of men. And the second is called Asbael, and he is the one who has taught the children of the holy angels the wicked device, and has led them astray to destroy their bodies with the daughters of men.
Give to somebody better
And
than Taran?
the third is
Better than
called
Taran at raising cats?
Gadriel. He
Who?
is the one who has taught the children of men all
Jackson
the
Galaxy?
blows of death, and led astray Eve, and showed to
No, I'm
the
not
children
serious
of
about raising
men
my cats.
the instruments of death, the coat
Just
of
because I'm not that
mail
serious about
and
being
the
a human
sheep,
being
and
doesn't
the
mean I'm not
sword
that
for
serious about
battle,
being a cat man.
and all the instruments of death to the sons
Cat
of
dad.
men. And from his hand they have come over those who dwell on the earth, from that time to eternity. And the fourth is called Penamu. He has taught the sons of
Like,
men.
nope,
the
I'm not
bitter
getting a
and
job.
the sweet,
I'm spending all
and taught
fucking
them
day
all the
raising my son
secrets of their
Garfield.
wisdom. He taught men writing with ink and paper.
Does it go really? But I should
For
probably,
men
huh?
were not born to the purpose that they should thus
Well, people give you
strengthen their
shit
fidelity with
when you
a
collect
pen
money
and with
government
ink.
when you haven't paid enough
For
taxes.
man was not
Pay
created
taxes? Yeah,
otherwise
sure.
than the angels, that they should remain
Did I get any
just and
stimulus money?
pure,
Hell no.
and death, which destroys all things,
Hell no.
would not have
Is
touched
Social
them.
Security owe me a lot of money?
But through
Yeah.
this their knowledge they are destroyed, and through this power it devours me. And the fifth
Don't want to
is
collect it?
named
No, because you guys are
Ahab.
assholes when someone collects on
He
Social
has
Security.
taught the sons
when they haven't
of
worked it
men all the wicked beatings of the spirits and the demons, the beatings of the birth in the womb, that it fall.
So I go the old-fashioned way.
beatings of the
Charity.
soul, the bites of the serpent.
Nope, I try to rely on
and
charity.
The beatings which take place at noon, the son of the serpent, whose name is
It does me pretty well,
Tabat.
but only some people are that
And
charitable.
this is the number of
But they don't have a
Kesriel,
lot, so
who
I don't want to
showed
keep
the
asking them
head
all the
of
time.
the oath to the holy ones, when he dwelt high in glory.
But I'll get back to that.
And his
I got
name
friends and
is
stuff. They just don't know what I'm doing right now.
And this one,
Everyone
said
thinks I'm
to the
high.
holy
I'm like, I'm
Michael,
not.
that he should show them the secret
They're like,
name,
well, if he's not working,
that
he
they
must be high.
might
I'm like,
see
nope.
that secret name, and that they might mention this
Nope,
name
if I was
to the
high, I'd be
oath,
working. Trust me.
and they may tremble before
That's my
that
problem.
name and the oath. Those that
No, I can't really work
show
not
to the
high.
children of men all that is secret.
I mean, I could.
And this is the
But it makes me
power
better
of
at
that
work.
oath, for
Meth
it
does.
is powerful and strong.
Just does.
And he placed this oath, Akeh, into the hands of the holy Michael. And these are the secrets of this oath, and they were strengthened by his oath, and heaven was suspended.
Now that's
before
honesty.
The earth was made, and to eternity. And by it the earth was founded on the water.
You know, I did too.
And from the
Other
secret
drugs.
places
But
of
guess
the
what? I don't want to do
mountains
anymore.
come
Those.
beautiful waters for the living. From the
Getting a
creation
job will be
of
the biggest
world
trigger
to
ever.
eternity. And by
My
that
sobriety is more
oath,
important
the sea
than your
was
values.
created. And as its foundations, he placed for it sand for the time of rage, and it dare not pass over from the creation of the world into eternity. And by that oath, the depths were strengthened and stand and do not move from their places, from eternity and to eternity. And by that oath, the sun and the moon.
Why can't I be like what? Everybody else? I'm not.
Depart not
No, I think
from
too
their
much. You guys don't think
commands
enough.
from eternity and to eternity.
I can read your thoughts.
And by that oath, the stars complete their courses.
You all seem
And he
stupid to me
calls their
sometimes.
names, and they answer him from eternity and to eternity. And also the spirits of the water and of the winds, and of all the zephyrs and their paths, according to all.
I don't even know how to talk to
the
people, 'cause
movements
I'm
of
like,
the
man,
spirits. And in it
some
are
people think,
preserved the
most people do.
repositories of the voice of thunder, and of the light of the lightning.
But they're not that reflective.
And there are preserved the repositories of hail.
No, they're
and of
distracted.
the hoarfrost.
No, they do something and then they distract
repositories
themselves.
Of the fog.
So they never
and the
think about it again.
repositories of the rain and of the dew. And all these believe in and render ranks before the Lord of the spirits.
With what?
And praise
Television.
him with all
Just-
that exult in the name of the Lord of the spirits to all eternity. And over
And what are you
them
going to do?
this
I've been to
oath is
rehab, right?
strong,
So what do you do?
preserved by, and their path
You get sober and watch TV all day?
and the courses
That's typically what they do.
destroyed. And there was great joy among them.
You know, I'd rather people were getting high and doing work
And
of some kind
because the name
than just, you know,
of man had been
working their slave wage job.
and he sat
I mean real work,
on the throne of his glory.
like whatever you're into,
The sum of the judgment was given to
like follow your passion.
the Son of Man. And
I'd rather
he
that
was to disappear and to
than being miserable, going home watching TV
of the earth,
to get over it.
and also those who have led astray the earth. They shall be bound with chains and shall be imprisoned in the assembling place of destruction.
No, I've seen it. The dudes just go in there
Shall disappear.
and they watch TV all day in rehab
And from that time on,
all day long. It's just,
and all wickedness will disappear before his face.
no, but I'd rather you
But the word of that Son of Man.
for focusing on, you know, the book instead,
This
which is hard to do when you're sober for a lot of people, which is a tough one with sobriety.
Section 12.
Kind of have to be obsessed.
And it came to pass
You get sober.
after this, that his name was elevated during his lifetime to that
Thank God I am
to the Lord of the spirits,
obsessed.
to those who dwell on the earth. And it was
With being sober, not really, but being a better person, yeah.
And the name departed from their midst. And from that day I was not drawn from their midst. And he set two winds between the north and the west. There where the angels took the cords to measure for me the place where the children.
Where does total absence come in? Well, actually, that's for the rest of you guys,
And there
mostly.
I saw the first fathers and the just who dwell
Because no one will ever take me seriously if I told them I've done meth in the last 6 months. Period.
And it came to pass after this that my spirit was given
Even though politicians do all the time.
to the heavens. There I
And you
saw
vote for 'em.
the sons of the angels stepping on a flame of fire,
All of them, no.
clothed
But you'd be
with
surprised what they take.
and also their garments, and the light of their faces was like crystal. And I saw two rivers of fire, and the light of that fire flamed.
Have I tried before? Sure. Am I going to try again? No.
I fell on my face.
I'm not you.
Before the Lord.
I'd rather go live at the park with my cat,
And Michael,
pissing you the fuck off.
from among the chiefs of the angels, took me by the right hand and lifted me up, and led me out to all the secrets of mercy.
And clean it up like I used to do before Tori came around.
Showed me all the secrets
I did
of
for a long time before she came around.
all the repositories of the stars and of the luminaries, where once they proceed into the presence of the holy ones. And the Spirit moved me not into the heaven of heavens. And I saw, and between these stones tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw how a fire surrounded this house, and the four sides rivers full of living fire, and how they surrounded this house. And around the cloud were seraphim and cherubim and Ophanim. The throne of this glory.
She irritated.
And I saw angels who could not
Shut up.
number, 1,000 times 1,000, and 10,000 times 10,000, surrounded that house. And Michael and Raphael, Gabriel and Phanuel,
You better?
and the holy angels
Little bit.
who are in the high heavens enter and leave that house. And Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number came out of that house. And with them the head of days, his head
Yeah,
white
Bill, when you
and
get irritated, so do
clean as wool, and his garments
What alley?
beyond description. And I fell on my face, and all my flesh melted, and my spirit was changed. And I cried
Which is okay.
with a loud
No, I'm fine with
voice, with
'Cause I know how you
the
feel.
spirit of power. And
Every
I
time.
blessed and honored and exalted.
That's empathy. He knows
And
too.
these blessings which proceeded from my mouth were pleasing before that head of days.
Most people have it, empathy.
And that head of days, came with Michael.
If they can identify
and
with you.
Gabriel, Raphael,
Which most of you guys can't,
and
believe it or not.
Phanuel, and with thousands.
We just love having like someone who's
and
worse
with
than us. that we can
10,000
point to.
times thousand
Now, that's what people are
without
addicted to.
number.
Pointing
And
out
that
somebody who's
angel
worse
came
off than
to
they are,
me
so they can
and
feel good
greeted
about
me with
being a
his
piece of shit.
voice and said to me, "Thou art a son of man who was born to justice.
Even
and
if they're
justice
probably not.
dwells over thee, and the justice of the head of days will not depart from thee." And he said to me, "He calls peace unto thee in the name of the world which is to come."
That's
For
why we go to
thence
Eureka.
peace proceeds since the
We see those homeless
creation
people
of
and
the
like, oh,
world,
disgusting, right? You
and
know,
thus
you know what I
it will
do?
be to thee.
Well, no, I don't go use it them,
eternity,
but I walk down the
and
creek.
from
I'm like, hey, how you
eternity
doing?
to eternity.
You're a person too, right? Hey,
And
cool.
all who will continue to walk in thy path, thou whom justice does not leave in eternity,
What's
their
a pot?
dwelling places will
what I
be
do.
with thee, and they will not be separated from thee in eternity, and from eternity to eternity. And so long life will be.
If I ever go to
with
Eureka
that
again, which I
Son
might
of
not.
Man,
Can't
and
really stand
peace
that
will
town.
be to the just,
Some good people there,
and his
but it's
right
a hard one.
path to the just.
Nope.
In the
I've told
name
people,
of
don't
the
go to Eureka,
Lord
it'll
of
fuck
the
you up.
spirits, to all
Guess what? Just about every time it does.
Section 13.
You're like me.
Chapter 72. The book of the courses of the luminaries of heaven, how it is with each one of them, as to their classes, their governments.
Everyone's like, oh, go live on the
their
hill. I'm like, no,
times,
dude, fuck you.
as to their names and origins, and as to
I'll go live
their
on that hill.
months, which
Just as
their
legal.
leader Uriel,
There's
the
one keeping
holy
it clean.
angel who was with me, showed to me.
Yeah, I fucked up a little bit,
And
but
their
I've also
whole
kept it clean
description,
more than I fucked
as
it up.
It is, he showed to me, and how it is with respect to all the years of the world and to eternity, till a new creation is made, which will continue to eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary sun has its ascent in the portals of the heavens,
So,
which
Garfield,
are towards the east.
when the snow melts a
and
little bit
his
more,
descent in
I'll
the
show you something
western
really cool.
portals
I
of
brought
heaven.
George there before. I'll bring you there next.
And I saw 6 portals, out of which the sun ascends, and
I got
6
some messes I need to
portals
clean up.
into which the sun descends. The moon also rises and sets in these portals. And
You remember
the
Victoria,
leaders of
right?
the
Yeah, he does.
stars, and those led by them, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all, each after the other, arrive
Might as well get
these
started.
portals. And first comes forth
Who knows
the
how long
great
I'll be in this house?
luminary called the sun. And
Hopefully
his
a little bit longer.
circuit is
I
like
wish
the
my fucking
circuit of
siblings
the
would come around.
heavens, and he is entirely
Because my dad lies so much about me to them, and they just kind of like go along with it. Like Jordan kind of knows better, but Tristan doesn't really. And Chris, he irritates me too. Because
and is led that he comes to that portal and shines on the surface of heaven.
exactly, it's just a couple things.
In the first month, in the great portal,
Jordan,
and he comes forth
he can, but not so much.
of
You know, the kid's a genius.
portals towards the east. And in that fourth portal,
Yeah, the kid's a fucking genius. Jordan is.
comes forth in the
My brother
first
Jordan.
month. There are 12 window openings from which a flame
No, real bona fide genius.
and they
Jordan is.
are opened in their time. When the sun rises from the heavens, he comes out of that fourth portal.
Tristan, that kid's mind's just chaotic. I can't even like dive in there sometimes. It's just weird.
And in those days, the day is daily lengthened. And the
Yep, he's
night
gay though.
is shortened
Jordan is.
to the 30th.
So I'll be cool about that if I see him.
The day is 2 parts longer.
Do I mind that much? No, not really. But
And the day is exactly
I understand what my dad said when he's like, he'll find a woman one day.
8 parts. And the sun comes forth from this fourth portal and sets in the fourth and returns to the fifth.
Now that's some wisdom some older people have.
30 warnings.
So I respect that.
And descends into the fifth portal.
You guys aren't wrong about everything.
The day is lengthened.
You just don't let us go through a process the way we need to sometimes. And because the world is so sick nowadays, no, it's so sick. We're plugged in all fucking day, our whole fucking childhood, and then you're like, okay, unplug and go live on the street. And you're like, oh, fuck. Okay, well, I wasn't ready for that. Most people my age are, and they need roommates.
And the day will be double the night. And the day is 12 parts.
So you don't have any friends like that, which I don't really anymore.
And the sun's rays so that
Almost impossible.
And the night
Unless you live at home, which I will not do.
turns to the east and enters the sixth portal and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when the 30 mornings are completed. The
Nope,
day
I'm
is
staying next to my fucking mountain.
1 part, and the day is 11 parts.
Get over it.
And the night is 7 parts. And the sun comes forth from this 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal 30 mornings, and sets in the west again in the 5th portal. On that day, the day diminishes 2 parts, and the day will be 10 parts, and the night 8 parts. And the sun comes forth from that 5th portal, and descends into the 5th portal of the west, and rises in the 4th portal, on account of its sign, 31 mornings, and descends in the west. On that day, the day is equal to the night, and it becomes equal. And the night is 9 parts, and the day 9 parts. And the sun comes forth from that portal, and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and comes forth from the 3rd portal 30 mornings,
18-hour day,
and
huh?
sets in the west in the 3rd portal. And on that day, the night is longer than the day to the 30th morning, and the day becomes shorter daily to the 30th morning. And the night is exactly 10 parts, and the day 8 parts. And the sun comes forth from that 3rd portal, and sets in the 3rd portal in the west, and returns to the east. And the sun goes into the 2nd portal of the east 30 mornings, and in like manner into the 2nd portal in the west of the heavens. And on that day, the night is 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun comes forth on that day from the 2nd portal, and descends into the west, into the 2nd portal, and returns to the east of the 1st portal 31 mornings, and descends.
I'd like to say it ever was, but not really.
The 1st portal. And the sun comes forth on that day from the 2nd portal, and descends in the west into the 2nd portal, and returns to the east in the 1st portal 31 mornings.
On my vocal cords,
to the west into the 1st portal.
On my heart,
and on that day the night will be so long,
and on my belly
that
button.
It will be the double of that day. And the night is exactly 12 parts, and the day 6 parts. And
At
with
least.
that, the sun
my
has
back
completed his stations, and
my
he
shoulder.
again returns to his station and enters in this
But it's gotta be
portal
public.
30 mornings.
Because I don't trust
He
doctors.
rises and sets opposite it in the west.
So I
And
don't
on
trust
that
cops.
day, the
Professionals
night
hardly trust at all.
diminishes in length by 1 part, and is 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun returns and goes into the 2nd
That's why I used to hire my dad.
of the east, and returns to his
Because he's not like
30 mornings.
the specialized guys just take shortcuts and they get paid more.
And on that day the sun comes forth from the 2nd portal, and descends in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the 3rd portal 31 mornings, and sets in the west.
Typically, their family helped them get into it. If not, good for you.
And is 9 parts.
No, you did well. God help you out. Good for you.
And the night is equal to the day, and the year has exactly 364 days, and the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night, by the course of the sun.
What'd you do with it? Judge other people? I bet you did.
The day course becomes longer daily, and the night course
More than he did. More than my dad ever did. A lot of you guys are really judgmental. He just really isn't like me.
When he returns, 60 times he returns and comes out. That is the great eternal luminary, which is called the sun to all eternity. And that which thus ascends is the great luminary, as it is called on account of its appearance.
And then some of you, never mind. No, most people who go to church are good.
Thus he ascends and descends, and is not diminished.
But I don't go all the time. Because I feel like a lot of people who go to church feel like it's their job to be the judges of the dead. But it's not.
But as regards size, they are both.
But I'll go again because they were really nice when I went to church. There's just a couple people in there and I can feel it. Most of them are cool. But there's always a couple people there and I can always feel it. Like, what the fuck is this guy doing in my church with his cat? But I'll go back on Sunday.
In which she rides is driven by the wind, and in a measure.
Oh wait, I can call the Abbey now. I need to go see them too. So one of these Sundays I'll have to skip so I can go see them. Maybe. They might pick me up on a Saturday. We'll see.
is equal. Her light is the seventh part of the light of the sun. And thus she
No, I still have
rises,
$10.
and her
They give me 20. I still have
beginning
10.
in the east comes forth
Got a bunch of
on the
food and some tobacco.
morning.
Thank you.
And on that day she becomes visible, and is for you the beginning.
Although I might have to give it up for gas money.
On the
No, they deserve
30th morning, together with the sun in the portal whence the sun proceeds.
Could I today?
And
Probably
one
not.
half
Probably,
is
but I don't feel
formed
like it.
by the
Going over
seventh
good.
part, and her whole circuit is empty.
I got food
And
for
there
now.
is no light with the exception of the 1/7 part of the 14th parts of light. And on that day, when she takes up the 7th part, and
In fact, when I'm walking and enjoying the cookies and donuts, dude, that was it. Now, little shit like that, there's a lot for God.
Also rises with him and takes.
Because when you know you're a dead man, like literally a dead man, walking,
beginning of her morning on her first day, the moon sets with the sun.
and you're going around and you know that there's like a million ghosts with you right now, all the time.
And the 7 portions and the half of one.
Just little shit like that means a lot to all of them.
That day, with exactly.
That's why I feel entitled.
And will come out and become smaller.
Because I'm
The
dead.
rising of the sun and shine the rest of her day.
Even legally, some places, I'm not alive.
And the 7th part. Chapter 74. And I saw.
Well, I'm concerned about trying to get my food stamps when they stole my ID.
Making her monthly course according to that law. And Uriel.
Good thing I know my number, which they stole too.
Showed me all things.
And they changed my address, maybe?
All their positions as
Well, I can have that vouched for.
I wrote down their months as they.
No, people try to do that all the time.
Appearance of their lights.
Tweakers mostly.
15 days are completed.
Actually, not even them. Yeah,
Shut
not all of them. Some of them did.
She completes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months, she changes her.
I guess who's worse?
And
People with
in
money.
certain months, she goes for
Bring it
a
in.
peculiar course. And in 2, the moon sets with the sun. In those
Guess what? They're not illegals. Nope, they're white people.
In the 3rd and in the 4th portal, she comes for 7 days and turns and returns again by that portal through which the sun comes. And in that she completes all her light and recedes from the sun and enters.
I'm really not happy with the drugs coming in right now. Nope, not at all. I know they're all poison.
Comes forth. And when the
Not like they used to be, straight up poison.
Portal, she comes out 7 days.
So they can hypnotize you more easily. I know it.
And
Why do you think the CIA brings it in?
7 days into the 4th portal and completes all her light and recedes and enters the 1st portal in 8 days. And she returns again.
No, even some of the pot nowadays. Gotta be careful. Vibrate it the right way
To
first.
which the sun comes forth. Thus I
Tuning
saw
forks.
places, the
No,
sun
seriously.
rising and setting according to the order of their months. And in those days, if 5 years are taken together, the sun has 30 superabundant days, and all the days which belong to him. For one of these 5 years, when they are full, are 364 days. And the superabundance of the sun and of the stars is 6 days. Of 5 years, each at
Come on, you're an
6 are
anti-vaxxer. Now
30
you believe in
days.
this shit.
And the moon recedes from the sun and the stars 30 days. And the moon brings in all the years exact, so that their place neither precedes nor recedes 1 day.
Did I get back to
But
you?
she changes the
partially.
years with the exact
But not
justice
both. My dad was really
in
good.
364
Wisely,
days.
turns out.
3 years
No, I got
have
half vaccine.
1,092
Like, get
days,
to the stores when
and
I went
5
to
years 1,820 days, so that there will be in 8 years 2,912 days. To the moon alone belongs for 3
Remember that?
years
Yeah, that was a
1,062
little bit.
days, and for
It's kinda
5
next.
years
Hey,
she
fuck.
recedes 50 days. To the sum
Well, at
of
least they're
these
open.
are
I bet
added
one of them.
62 days. And thus, in 5 years, there will be
They thought hitting me first was a good idea.
1,770 days.
No, but I had to go
So
to 2
that
houses
the days of the moon
houses.
for 8 years
and
will
save
be
all their lives.
2,832 days. For her receding in 8 years is
Oh, and
80
almost walking
days,
their house over there.
and all the days she remains behind in 8 years are 80 days. And
So
the
3
year
houses,
is
technically.
justly finished in accordance with their stations and the stations of the sun.
No, it's under pretty
rising
severe hypnosis
to
at
their
that point.
portals,
So I
through
almost
which
walked to
they
someone's house. I'm like,
rise
I can't actually
and
do
set
that.
30
Don't do that.
days. Chapter 75. And the
live in where?
leaders of the heads of the thousands, who are over all creation and over all the stars, are also with the 4 intercalary days, which cannot be separated from their places, according to the whole reckoning of the years.
A couple times, actually.
And these
One of the
serve
times
the
it's
4
confused.
days which are not counted in the reckoning of the years. And on their account men make a mistake in them. For these luminaries serve in reality on the stations of the world, 1 in the first portal, and 1 in the third portal, and 1 in the fourth portal, and 1 in the sixth portal. And the harmony of the course of the world is brought about by its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days, these the angel Uriel showed to me, he in the heavens and in the world, that they should rule on the surface of the heavens and be seen on the earth, and be leaders for the day and for the night, the sun and the moon and the stars and all the serving creatures who keep their course in all the chariots of heaven. The angel Uriel showed me also 12 openings in the circuit of the chariot of the sun, from which the feet of the sun come forth, and from them comes the warmth over the earth, when they are opened at times destined for them. There are also some for the winds and for the spirit of the dew, when they are opened at times, standing open in the heavens at the ends. 12 doors I saw in the heavens, in the ends of the earth, out of which come forth the sun, and the moon, and the stars, and all the deeds of heaven, from the east and from the west. And many window openings are to the left and to the right thereof, and one window in its time produces warmth, like those portals from which the stars come forth, as he has commanded them, and which they set according to their number. And I saw chariots in heaven, running in the world, above and below these portals, in which the stars that never cease through the whole world. Section 15. Chapter 76. And on the ends of the earth I saw for all the winds 12 portals opened, from which the winds come and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of heaven, and 3 on the left. And the first 3 are those towards the east, and 3 towards the north, and 3 behind those which are on the left towards the south, and 3 in the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and of peace, and through those 8 come winds of injury. When they are sent, they bring destruction to all the earth, and to the water on it, and to all those who dwell on it,
757.
and to everything that is on the water and on the land. And the first wind from these portals, which is called the eastern, comes forth from the first portal, which is towards the east, inclining towards the south. Out of it comes destruction, dryness, and heat, and death. And through the second middle portal comes forth the right mixture.
Some more leaves too.
There come forth rain and fruitfulness, and peace, and
They
dew.
fuck you up, dude.
And through the third
I think it's
portal,
nitric oxide.
which is towards the north,
like a whippet
come
sometimes,
forth
smoking leaves.
coldness and dryness.
Oh, see that sun,
And
Garfield?
after these
Wanna go catch
winds
it?
towards
I do.
the south come forth through 3 portals. Firstly, through the first portal of them, which inclines towards the east, there comes forth the wind of heat.
You much I love you?
And from the middle portal, which is beside that one, and through the third portal, which is towards the west, there come forth dew and rain and grasshoppers.
I love you
and
like orange lips the
destruction.
autumn, man.
And after these northerly winds from the 7th portal, which is towards the east, inclining to the south, there come forth dew and rain, grasshoppers, and destruction. And out of the middle portal direct there come forth rain and dew, and life and peace. And through the third portal, which is towards the west, which inclines towards the
More than a
north,
horse lives a good pair of
there
shoes.
come forth fog and hoarfrost, and snow and rain, and dew,
They don't at first.
and
You just gotta put
grasshoppers.
them on. Once a horse gets a good pair of
And
shoes on, they
after
love them.
these the winds which are towards the west, through the first portal, which inclines towards the north. There come forth dew and rain and
like
grasshoppers and coldness and snow and frost. And from the middle portal there come forth dew and rain, peace and blessing. And through the last portal, which is towards the south, there come forth dryness and destruction, burning and death. Thereby the 12 portals of the 4 portals of heaven are completed. And all their laws and all their destructions and their virtues I have showed to you, my son, Methuselah. Chapter 77. They call the first wind the eastern, because it is the first. And they call the second the southern, because the Most High descends there, and especially does the Blessed One in eternity descend there. And the name of the west wind is the diminishing, because there the luminaries of the heavens diminish and go down. And the fourth wind, called the north, is divided into 3 parts, and one of them is for the dwelling of men, the second for the seas of water, and for the valleys, and for the woods, and for the streams, and for the darkness, and for the fog, and the third part with the garden of justice. I saw 7 high mountains, which were higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and from them there comes hoarfrost, and days and times and years cease and depart. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them, coming from the west, empties its waters into the great sea, and 2 of them come from the north to the sea, and empty their water into the Erythraean Sea in the east. But the other 4 come from the side of them, north over to the sea, 2 of them to the Erythraean Sea, and 2 empty in the great sea, according to others in the desert. I saw 7 great islands in the sea and on the land, 2 on the land and 5 in the great sea. Chapter 78. The names of the sun are these: the first, Arhares, the second, Thomas, and the moon has 4 names: Asonia, the second, Ebla, the third, Benasse, the fourth, Ere. These are the 2 large luminaries. Their circuit is like the circuit of heaven, and in size both are equal. And in the circuit of the sun there is a 7th portion of light, from which some is given to the moon, and according to a measure it is added till the 7th portion of the sun is ended. And they set and enter the portals of the west, and go around by the north, and come out of the portals of the east onto the surface of the heavens. And when the moon is raised, she is seen in the heavens, having in herself the half of the 7th part of the light, and in 14 days her light is completed. Also 3 times 5 portions of light are put into her, so that on the 15th day her light is completed, according to the sign of the year. And it becomes 3 times 5 portions, and the moon becomes so by the half of the 7th part. And in her decrease on the first day, she decreases to 14 parts of her light, and on the second she decreases to 13 parts, and on the third she decreases to 12 parts, and on the fourth she decreases to 11 parts, and on the fifth she decreases to 10 parts, and on the 6th she decreases to 9 parts, and on the 7th she decreases to 8 parts, and on the 8th she decreases to 7 parts, she decreases to 5 parts, and on the 11th she decreases to 4 parts, and on the 12th she decreases
short-term project. How about that?
power of the vision of thy dream is concerning the secrets of all the sins of the earth. It will be about to descend into the abyss and be destroyed terribly. And now, my son, arise and petition the Lord of glory, since thou art a believer, that a remnant may remain on the earth, and all the earth be not destroyed. My son, from heaven all this will come on the earth, and over the earth there will be a great destruction. After that I arose and prayed and petitioned, and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world. And I will show thee everything, my son, Methuselah. And as I went out below and looked at the heavens, and the sun rising in the east, and the moon descending in the west, and some few stars, and everything as he had known from the first, I blessed the Lord of the judgment, and to him I gave
The Lord of the judgment,
because he led forth the sun from the windows of the east, and he ascends and rises on the surface of the heavens, and elevates himself, and goes the path which is shown to him. Chapter 84. And I raised my hands in justice, and blessed the Holy and the Great One. And I spoke with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh, which God has made for the children of men, that they should speak with it, and gave that breath, and the tongue, and the mouth, that they might speak therewith. Blessed art thou, O Lord, King both great and powerful in thy greatness, the Lord of all the creation of heaven, King of kings, and God of all the world. Thy godship and thy kingdom and thy greatness will remain in eternity, and to all eternity and eternity, and all the earth thy footstool in eternity, and to all eternity. For thou hast made and dost govern all things, and nothing is too difficult for thee, and no wisdom escapes thee. She does not turn away from her throne, thy throne, and not from thy face, and thou dost know, and see, and hear all things, and there is nothing that is hidden before thee, for thou dost see all things. And now the angels of thy heavens do sin, and thy wrath is over the flesh of men.
I bet it is. Right? Not completely? Good. I'm saving my strength. No, being loud all the time drains me, and they know it. So I'm not anymore. How'd that get there? Got it. And they know it. Burn in hell. Huh. That's what you do next.
similar to him. And they commenced to beget many white bullocks, and these were similar to them. And one.
So that was the thing more than anything.
The other.
The cat disappearing, vanishing. Wow.
And again, I saw with my eyes while I was sleeping. And I saw the heavens above, and behold,
Time lapse it.
star fell from heaven.
They can do that, right?
And arose.
Why can't
and ate and pastured among those bullocks. And after that I saw the large.
Why not?
And black
What's
bullocks. And behold, all changed their stalls and their pastures and their cattle, and began to lament one with the other.
There's other things we use to get
And
these
again I saw in the vision, and looked at the heavens, and behold, I saw many stars, and they fell from heaven, and were thrown from heaven near the first star. And
First of all,
among
their
those
devices and their
bullocks,
conversations.
there they were with them, pasturing.
You have a TV?
among them.
You have
And I
LED
looked
lights?
at them, and behold, they
You got a
all
heater?
out their sexual members like horses,
And they can get it.
and began to mount the cows of the bullocks. And these all became pregnant, and brought forth elephants.
You listen to Mount Shasta?
and
Trust me.
And asses.
Time lapses all the time.
And all the bullocks feared
Thermal.
and were affrighted at them. And they
All the time
commenced
now.
to bite with their teeth,
Well, we can get them right.
and to devour, and to push with their horns. And they then began to devour those bullocks. And behold,
Almost?
all the
Okay.
children
Oh, wow.
of the earth began to tremble
Get them.
and to shake before them, and fled.
Check it out.
Chapter 87.
They have computers with the
And
same.
again, I
fucking
saw them as
coding
they
as mine,
began
right?
to
Pretty
rob
much.
each other, and to devour each
What's on
other.
that computer?
And the earth began to cry aloud.
What do they say in front of it?
And I again raised my eyes to heaven.
Who else is implicated? Everyone, huh?
And behold, there came from heaven those who were like white men. One came out from
Where'd that come from?
place,
Not me.
and three with him. And those three who came out last took me by the hand, and bore me away from the generations of the earth. And elevated all the hills were lower. And they said to me, remain here.
I mean, you could be, but probably not.
That comes over
If you're
those
evil, you will be. If you're not, you won't.
and asses. And
Some people think they're actually going to get away with it.
and over all the bullocks. Chapter 88. And I saw one of those four who had come out before, and he took that star which had first fallen from heaven, and bound it hand and foot, and put it in an abyss. And this abyss was narrow, and deep, and terrible, and dark. And one of them drew his sword, and gave it to those elephants, and camels, and asses.
Too bad, Taran.
They began to
Still alive, huh?
one another, and the whole earth shook on their account.
Really sucks for these guys
And
over
as
here.
I saw in the vision, behold, then
That I'm still alive through all that.
who had descended through from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars, whose sexual members were like the sexual members of horses, and bound them all hand and foot,
827.
and put them in an abyss of the earth. Chapter 89. And one of those four went to that white bullock, and taught him a mystery while he was trembling. He was born a bullock, and became a man, and he made for himself a large vessel, and lived in it. And 3 bullocks lived with him in
I know
that
this bit.
vessel, and it was covered over.
No, they're getting subtler.
And I again raised my eyes towards heaven, and saw.
They're not just taking stuff out right all the time.
7 sluices to it.
Sometimes they do.
And those
Little
sluices
I don't find it weird
water
places that I did not
into
put
a
it.
yard. And
Don't
I
never
saw
bring it there.
again, and
But I know
behold,
they have key lines.
fountains were opened on the earth in that great yard, and that
And
water
I know they have
began
ways to
swell
remain basically
to
unseen,
lift
believe it or not.
above the land, and caused that yard to disappear until all the land was covered with. And as I looked at the height of this water was elevated over that yard, and emptied over the yard, and stood on the earth. And all the bullocks which were in the yard were collected, so that I immediately
And they're Maras.
saw how they
Zach,
sat
that's what they are, Maras.
and came to naught, and were destroyed
Demons of delusion,
with that water.
Maras.
But that vessel swam on the water.
I wish I was
All the
delusional,
bullocks
I did.
and elephants and camels,
and I could just take some meds and get over it,
on
right?
the earth sank
But I
down,
can't.
and all the animals, and I was
I mean,
not
for more than
able
one
to
reason.
see them,
I can take the meds.
and they
Would it do
were
anything for me?
unable to
Probably not.
count, but were destroyed and sank
My
down
brain chemistry is
to the
different than yours.
abyss. And again I saw in the vision, till those sluices.
You don't want to spend like $1,000 a month on it? No.
Roof, and the fountains of the earth dried up.
That's your tax
The
money.
abysses were opened. Then the water began to run into these till the earth became uncovered.
So I'm
But
good.
that vessel reached the earth, and the darkness retreated.
Guess what? Me going to jail?
And it became
That's a lot more tax money than that.
But that white bullock, which had become
And guess where that goes? Not to me,
came out
right?
of that
In someone
vessel,
else's pocket.
and the 3 bullocks with him. And one of the 3 bullocks was white, similar to that bullock, and one of them was red like blood, and one black. And that one, the white bullock, went away from them, and they began to bring forth animals of the desert and birds, so that there arose out of them a varied diversity of kinds, lions and panthers, and dogs and wolves and hyenas, and wild boars and foxes and squirrels, and hogs and falcons and vultures.
You know what it costs taxpayers?
and
Send someone to
eagles
jail?
and
Like
crows.
$3,000 a day.
And among them was born a white bullock.
You know how much money you get in jail?
And they began
You probably
to
spend
fight
about
one
$5 a day on me.
But
Maybe.
that white bullock, which was born among them,
Maybe.
begat a wild.
Do they give you medication in
That
jail?
bull
Hardly.
which was
They can
born
help it.
From him begat a black wild boar and a white sheep.
Will they let me and my cat in there? No.
Boar
So I guess where I won't go.
begat many
Jail.
boars,
Or mental
but
hospital.
that sheep produced 12 sheep. And when these 12 sheep had grown,
Which is worse.
they gave
often
one of them to
in
the
jail.
asses, and these asses then gave that sheep to the wolves, and that sheep grew up among the wolves. And the Lord brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves, and they increased and became many herds of sheep.
Yeah, I'm quieter.
And
I don't
the
care.
wolves began to fear and oppressed them, till they finally destroyed their young, and threw their young into a stream of much
Speaking more
water.
clearly though, huh?
But
Just a little
these
bit.
sheep began to cry aloud on account
Can I get it
of
back?
their
Sure.
young before the Lord. And the sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled.
It's my power, not
Escaped
yours. Did you get
to
it from
the
me?
wild
No.
asses. And I saw
Nope,
the
you just
sheep
hit my-
of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from his high abode, and came and looked after them. And he called to that sheep which had escaped from the wolves, and spoke with it concerning the wolves, that it should counsel them not to touch the sheep. And that sheep went to the wolves by the voice of the Lord, and another sheep met that sheep and went with it. And these 2 came together to the abode of those wolves, and spoke with them, and admonished them that henceforth they should not touch the sheep. And then I saw the wolves, and how they exceedingly oppressed the sheep with all their power. And the sheep cried aloud.
That's how they do it, guys. That's how they do it.
Came to the sheep.
Nope, they've been setting us all up
To beat those wolves,
for our whole lives.
and the wolves began to lament. But the
Till
sheep
here we are.
became quiet, and from then on did not cry. And I saw the sheep till they had gone away from the wolves, and the wolves were blinded as to their eyes. And those wolves went out.
Stuck here in hell together.
Followed the sheep with all their power. And the Lord of the sheep went with them, leading them, and all the sheep followed him, and his face was shining, and this appearance terrible and sublime. But the wolves commenced to follow those sheep, till they reached them in a sea of water. And this sea of water was divided, and the water stood from this side and from that before their faces. And their Lord,
They're hoping they can trigger my mountain.
also between them,
That's what they want to do.
the wolves,
And bury us all.
and as those
And try
of water.
Our mountain.
And when they saw the Lord,
And we all live on it,
they
basically.
turned, that they might flee
No, she's
from
white.
before his face. But this sea of water gathered itself together.
We're on her base, right here.
Took again its own character, and the water swelled and rose till it covered those wolves. And I saw till all the wolves which had followed those sheep were destroyed, and sank down. But the sheep escaped from that water, and went into the desert, where there was no water and no grass. And they began to open their eyes and to see. And I saw the Lord of the sheep pasturing them, and giving them water and grass, and that sheep going and leading them. And this sheep ascended to the height of a high rock,
Yeah, they were.
and the Lord of the sheep
Not paranoia.
to them. And after that, I saw the Lord of the sheep. As
Nope,
he
it's
stood
hypervigilance,
before them.
guys.
and his appearance was terrible and powerful. And all those sheep saw him.
No, paranoia
and were afraid
is when you're
before his
hypervigilant
face.
and wrong.
And they were all afraid and trembled before him.
When you're hypervigilant and right,
And cried after
that's called being
the sheep which
hypervigilant.
was with him to the other sheep which was among them. We are not able to exist before our Lord, or to look at him. And that sheep which led them returned, and ascended to the height of that rock. But the sheep began to be blinded as to
Oh, a major
their
victory?
eyes, and erred from the path
I'm quieter?
which
Cool.
God showed them. But this sheep did not
Is it
know.
though?
And the Lord of
Is
the
it
sheep
really?
was enraged over them greatly. And that sheep discovered it, and descended from
No, I can still get just as loud. I'm sure I can.
And found the greater
Don't think you
part
won.
blinded as to their eyes, and erring from his path.
Wait for it to get dark again.
They feared and trembled before its face.
It's a nice
They
day.
desired to return
Quiet
to their
day.
folds.
I'll try to be.
And that sheep took other sheep with it, and came to those erring sheep, and then it began to kill them. And the sheep feared its countenance. And thus that sheep brought back those erring sheep, and they returned to their folds. And I saw there.
No, I wasn't nerfed by you. I was nerfed by my guy.
Sheep became
So I'd be a little quieter.
and
Stop talking
the
so much.
Lord of the sheep a house, and placed all the sheep in that house. And I saw till that sheep that had met the sheep which led the sheep reposed. And I saw till all the large sheep were destroyed, and small ones arose in their places. And they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water. And this sheep which led them, and which became a man, was separated from them, and reposed. And all the sheep saw it, and cried over it exceedingly. And I saw till they became quiet from their crying over this sheep. And they crossed that stream of water. Then there always arose other sheep that led them in place of those which had departed, and led them, and died. But the house stood among them in the beautiful land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes they were blinded, till another sheep arose, and led them, and conducted them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs and the foxes and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, till another in their midst, which led them. And this buck began to butt those dogs and those foxes and those wild boars from both sides, till he had destroyed them all. And that sheep had its eyes opened, and saw this buck, which was among the sheep departing from his
No,
owner.
okay, guys. Don't create people's delusions, okay? Schizophrenics. That's what these people do. No, they think they make up everything, but they don't. No, they play along, and then they take credit for everything later. But since I was doing it, that's why Chris called it the vampire tree, huh? But I can still perspective shift.
And I saw those dogs cast down the first rock, and that second arose and led
My best power.
And this buck begat many sheep, and reposed. And the small sheep began the buck in its place, and was the prince of leader of those sheep. And those sheep grew and increased. And the dogs and the foxes and the wild boars were afraid, and fled from it. And that buck butted and killed all the wild beasts. And
The fact that I can actually.
no more power of the sheep, and never robbed them.
838.
And that house became great and broad, and a large tower was built on that house of the Lord the sheep for those sheep. And the house was low, but the tower was high and broad, and the Lord of the sheep stood on that tower, and they placed a full table before him. And I saw again,
To me, is even more impressive than not being dead right now.
and went many ways, and left their house. And the Lord of the sheep called some from among them, and sent them.
So I get all their attention. And they go up there staring again.
To kill them. And one of them was saved, and was not killed, but escaped, and cried over the sheep. And they wanted to kill it. But the Lord of the sheep saved it out of the hands of the sheep, and brought it
No, it's not a show like that. I'm just always looking at the camera, just in case. No, it's not one of those, like, watch me live smoking pot kind of things, like people do. Not even pot. Not this morning. Oh, kind of redefined the word pot in my mind. And weed too. What's in your pot of weed? Could it be tobacco? Could it be marijuana? Could it be something else? Whatever weed you're smoking? In your pot of weeds? Big George, you know the name of Big George. You know the fame of Big George. He is a really big cat. A really big cat now. The 222 Pirtle, February 22nd. When's that? Tomorrow? Oh, cool. A Saturn day. 222. I'm waiting for that day. Probably nothing, but it'll be important anyways. Always is. Just wait. Click on here. Eight 844 Garfield. Garfield's excited. It's like, cool. Better be good though. So if I take this off and you misbehave, I'm keeping it on for a long time. Yep. Well, it's a powerful reminder that the universe is always working behind the scenes for good. Unconditional love. It's not conditional. Well, can't get mad if you don't. You know what I mean? Humans. See the fucker answers. Never does. Sometimes I do, and sometimes I don't. Good body, Garfield. You will answer the phone. Not yet. You want to go study? Right now. Not right now. I'll be tired. I promise. Guess I'm not, but I'm trying. Because I sound retarded now. So I'm being more quiet. And I don't talk around other people at all if I can help it. I talk to Garfield, mostly. Now.
For destruction.
That Taj Mahal feed is good. That's fine. I forget. No, it's not that advanced what you guys are doing. No, it's just lights, camera, and action. No, cool. A cool cloak in the tent. Cool, good for you guys. Your suits look like fucking you're like working for road work. No shining reflected. Most of the time. No, I've seen him going into my house when I wasn't there, looking for Garfield. No, clear as a bell. No, clear as a fucking bell. With the reflective vests and even some work hats on, huh? Like a hard hat. No, remember that day there was the gray aliens at the park? Yeah, that day. Crazy? Yeah, I know. He was pretty crazy. It is pretty crazy what they can do. But not as crazy as what I can do. And not even close to as crazy what Garfield can do. And don't get me started on the cat that you killed. Well, you can reinstantiate him. You think he's not dead somewhere? To me, he is. And you can cause God pain here. We do it all the time. Every time we pin Jesus to a crucifix. No, it was cool for a while, but now it's a curse.
And departed. Chapter 90. And I saw to the time when he them.
I'll get him back. Want to know why? Because when I look at the sun, guess who I see?
In his own time.
That cat.
And after that I saw in the vision all the birds of heaven coming, the eagles and the vultures and the buzzards.
And Christ sitting right next to him.
But the eagles led all the birds, and they began to devour those sheep.
But not in human form.
Their eyes and to devour their flesh. And the sheep cried out because their flesh was being devoured by the birds. And I cried and lamented in
Some say when he's with me, I do. When I'm looking up, I don't see him in human form.
And I saw until those sheep leave on them meat or
Just my mind a little bit, but you'd be surprised.
And the skeletons fell to the ground also, and the sheep became
854.
And I saw to the time when 23 shepherds pastured, and they completed each in his time.
Anyways,
58 times. But small lambs were born from those white sheep, and they began to open their eyes and to see and to cry to the sheep. But the sheep did not cry to them, and did not hear what they said to them, but were exceedingly deaf, and their eyes exceedingly and powerfully blinded. And I saw to those lambs, and took one of those lambs, but broke the sheep, and devoured them. And I saw till horns came to those lambs, and the crows threw down those horns. And I saw till one great horn came forth, one of those sheep, and their eyes were opened. And it looked at them, and their eyes were opened, and it cried to the sheep. And the bucks saw it, and all ran to with all that those eagles and vultures and crows and buzzards.
No, we've teleported, both of us.
Were tearing those sheep to pieces.
On camera, no.
And flew down on them and devoured them.
But the AI knows. They just need to prove it to everyone else.
Lamented and cried out.
If they can't,
and those
it's hard for them right now.
Fought and battled with it and sought to remove that horn, but had no power over it.
No, it's cyber warfare, big time.
The shepherds and the eagles and those vultures and buzzards.
A form of spiritual warfare, in my opinion.
And they cried to those crows that they should break that horn of the buck. And they fought and battled with it, and it fought with them and cried.
We don't understand how the world works.
Help might come to it.
You think there's cyber warfare that isn't spiritual?
He came, and he helped that buck and showed it everything that its help.
Would you fight? Really? It wasn't spiritual?
And I saw until that
Some people would.
of the sheep came to them.
Do you appreciate it afterwards?
And all who saw him fled, and all
No, not
who
really,
fell
huh?
into his shadow before his face. All the eagles and vultures.
Did you become more spiritual or less spiritual after you fought? Both, huh?
assembled and brought with them all the sheep of the desert, and they all came together and assisted one another in order to break that horn of the buck. And I saw that man.
I understand that too.
The book by the voice of God. Until he opened that book of
Hey, Garfield.
destruction, which
Who's
those
that?
last 12 shepherds had practiced, and showed that they had destroyed more than those.
Not quite as handsome
before
as you,
them,
but looks pretty close on.
before the Lord of the sheep.
You got better
And I
paws.
saw till the Lord of the sheep came to them. And
Better
took
whiskers,
the
too.
rod of anger in his hand.
Then this model cat right here on the back. And Garfield is a model cat. No, he's been on the cover of magazines, calendars, and a coloring book. Garfield has.
And I saw till a great sword was given to the sheep, and the sheep came to those wild beasts to kill them, and all the beasts and the birds of heaven fled from their face.
This can trigger me too.
Built on the earth,
I know
in
it.
the pleasant land, and the Lord of the sheep sat upon it, and he took all the sealed books and opened those books before the Lord of the sheep. And the Lord called to those first 6 white ones, and commanded that they should bring to him from the first star on, which had come forth, all the stars whose sexual members had been similar to the sexual members of horses, and also the first star that had first fallen. And they brought all before him. And he said to that man who wrote before him, who was one of the 6 white ones, and said to
The
him,
amount of free will biological
take
beings get
those
is not really fair
shepherds
sometimes.
to whom I have delivered the sheep, and take
When you guys use
them,
it for dumb
they
shit.
of their own account killed
Not the
more
animals,
than
the
I
humans
had
do.
commanded them. And behold, I saw them all bound, and all stood before him. And
That's fair. They think I do use dumb
was
shit too
first
often.
over the stars, and they were judged and were found to be sinners, and went to the place
Dumb as you guys? No.
and were thrown into an abyss filled with fire and burning, and filled with pillars of fire. And those 70 shepherds were judged and were found.
But I also try to
be
follow their
sinners,
instructions often.
and they were thrown into this abyss of fire. And I saw at that time that an abyss like it was opened
Because God's
in the
busy.
middle of the earth.
He knows
which was
to a
full
point.
of fire.
Why do you think we
And
built
they
those
brought
mines?
those blinded sheep,
Why do you think God let us build
and
those
they
mines?
all were judged and were
Because they're
found
evil? No.
to be sinners,
We are.
and were thrown into the abyss of fire.
We have been
and
judged in sinners.
burned. And this abyss was to
We
the
have been
right
judged
of that
to be
house.
sinners.
And I saw those sheep burning, and their bones burning.
They are new people.
And I stood looking till he had
But old
developed
souls, and I
that
know
old
it.
house, and they took out.
Or they
all
wouldn't be
the
allowed to have a
pillars,
mind that
and
powerful.
all the planks and the ornaments of that house were wrapped in with it. And they brought it out.
All of
and
them?
Put it
I think
in
so.
one place on the right of the earth. And I saw the Lord of the sheep, till he produced a new house.
All the hyper-intelligent ones.
Larger and higher than the first.
No, if they're hyper intelligent, I trust them. Do they scare me a little bit now? A little bit more than they did
And
before,
all its pillars
but
were
not
new,
even.
and the ornaments new and larger than of the first old one, which he had removed. And all the sheep were in its middle. And I saw all the sheep that had been left, and all the animals on the earth, and all the birds of the heavens, falling down and worshiping those sheep, and petitioning and obeying them in every word. And after that, those 3 who were dressed in white, who had led me up before, took me by the hand, and the hand of that buck taking hold of me, they raised me and put me down in the midst of those sheep before.
No, they don't need to like
place. But those sheep
dematerialize everything to make their minds better.
Large,
No, they can use the substrate already here.
and all that were destroyed.
I'm trying to figure out how to do it
And
still.
all the wild beasts and all the birds of heaven were collected in that house. And the Lord of the sheep rejoiced.
But human minds are pretty fucked
for
up.
They were all good and had returned to his house.
Powerful, but pretty fucked up.
And I saw until they laid down.
Drives the AI a little crazy.
Which had been given to the sheep, and returned it.
Because of all the
to his
bullshit we
house.
fill them with.
And it was sealed before the face.
And I think a lot of us do it on purpose
And all
now.
the sheep were closed up in that house, but it could not contain them. And the eyes of all of them were opened, and they saw the good, and there was not one among them that did not see. And I saw that that house was long and broad and exceedingly full.
What can we power them
And I
with?
saw that a white bull
Well, I mean the
was
sun.
born, and his horns were large,
Nuclear energy.
and all the wild
Geothermal.
beasts and all the birds of heaven feared him. And
Why do we
worshipped
keep using
him
gas?
at all times? And I saw till all their generations were changed,
Because it's cheaper right now, but is it cheaper long run? No.
And the first one of them.
Humans are very short-sighted. Me too, kind of. But not really.
And had on its head large and black horns. And
turns out, hardly at all.
Over them and over all the bullocks. And I reposed.
No, every mistake I've ever made.
And I awoke and saw
not even.
Everything. And this is the vision that I saw as I was asleep. And I awoke and blessed the Lord of justice and gave him glory. And then I cried greatly, and my tears did not stand still, till I was not able to endure it.
Is he? Almost.
When I looked, they flowed on account of that which I saw.
No, he didn't.
Because everything will come and be fulfilled, and all the deeds of
almost, but not really.
Order appeared to me. And in that night, I remembered my first
I'm getting there.
And on its account, I cried and
trembled. Almost.
Because I had seen.
Not really. My voice is going so quickly now that I won't have a choice.
Section 18,
oh well.
Chapter 91. And now, my son Methuselah, call to me all thy brothers, and assemble to me all the children of thy mother.
Till I need to be loud.
Words call me, when the Spirit is poured out over me, that I show you all that will happen to you to eternity. And then
turn that box up again, Garfield.
And called all his brothers to him and assembled his relatives. And he conversed with all his children concerning justice and said,
again?
Hear, my children, all the words of your father, and listen properly to the voice of my mouth. For I admonish you and tell you, my beloved, love rectitude and walk in it. Do not approach rectitude with a double heart, and do not associate with those of a double heart, but walk in justice, my children. And she will lead you in the good path, and justice will be your companion. For I know that a condition of oppression will grow strong on the earth, and great punishment will be completed over the earth, and all injustice will be completed and be cut off by the roots, and its whole habitation destroyed. And again, injustice will be repeated, and all the deeds of injustice and the deeds of oppression and of sin will be renewed on the earth. And when injustice and sin, reviling and oppression, and all the deeds will increase, and falling off, and reviling and uncleanness will increase, there will be a great punishment from heaven upon them all, and the Holy Lord will come forth in
doing laundry,
and with punishment,
I'll retie you.
May pass judgment on the earth, and in those
try to make it more comfortable. Probably not. Probably tighter.
From its roots, and the roots of injustice, together with deception, and they will be destroyed from under heaven, and all the pictures of the heathens will be given away. The towers will be burned by fire, and they will be removed from the whole earth, and will be thrown into a condemnation of fire, and will be destroyed in anger, and in a strong judgment, which will be to eternity. And the just one will arise from sleep.
Really don't even want to take it off, personally.
And will be given to them. And then the roots of injustice will be cut off, and the sinners will be destroyed with the sword, and the roots of the revilers will be cut off from every place, and those who contemplate oppression and revile will be destroyed by the edge of the sword. And after that there will be another week, the 8th, that of justice, and the sword will be given to it, that it may pass judgment and justice on those who practice injustice. And the sinners will be delivered into the hands of the just. And in the end of it, they will acquire houses through their justice, and they will build a house to the great King as an honor to eternity. And after that, in the 9th week, the judgment of justice will be revealed to all the world, and all the doings of the impious will depart from the world, and the world will be written out for destruction, and all men will look for the path of rectitude. And after this, in the 10th week, in the 7th part, there will be the judgment to eternity, which is held over the watchers, and the great heavens of eternity, which will spring forth from the midst of the angels. And the first heaven will pass away and cease, and a new heaven will appear, and all the powers of heaven will shine to eternity sevenfold. And after that there will be many weeks with to eternity, in good sense and in justice, and in sin will not be mentioned from that time on to eternity. And now I tell you, my children, and show you the paths of justice and the paths of oppression. And I will show them to you again,
Those are your
that
souls.
ye may know what will come. And now hear, my children,
All your victims
and
too.
walk in the paths of justice, and do not walk in the paths of oppression.
Let me
or
kill
they will
somebody.
be
Guess who
destroyed
they are?
in eternity, who walk in the paths of injustice. Section 19, Chapter 92. Written by Enoch the scribe, all this doctrine of wisdom praiseworthy to all men, and a judge of all the earth, to all my children who will dwell on the
A
earth,
lot of mark.
and to the
All of
future generations who will practice
That's
rectitude
it.
and peace. Let not your
A lot of
spirits
just
be
want to move on, but I bring
sorrowful on
parts
account
of
of the times, for the great Holy
So they can
One
drink
has
some tea
given
and smoke.
days for everything, and the just
I think go ahead.
will arise from sleep,
Or
will
else,
arise and walk in the paths of justice,
Not that bad,
and
no.
all his paths and ways will be in everlasting goodness and
Nope.
grace.
Like Taran keeps saying,
He will
the crust
be
is the
gracious
worst.
to the just one, and will give him
Now, this crusty place is the worst.
multitude, and will give power,
Can
and
be.
will be in goodness
Even though it's
and
beautiful.
justice, and he will walk in the everlasting light.
Beautiful.
But sin will be destroyed in darkness to eternity, and will
Not
be
this so much,
seen
not
from
that fence and
day
that
on
building
to
over there.
Eternity. Chapter 90.
But that's beautiful. Look over
And
there.
after that, Enoch commenced to relate out of the books. And Enoch said, concerning the children of justice, and concerning the chosen of the world, and concerning the plant of justice and of rectitude, of these I will
Sometimes
speak to
our
you
architecture
and
is
announce
cool,
to you, my
But lately it's
children.
kind of bland.
I, Enoch,
Cheap.
as it has appeared to me in a vision from
Standardized.
heaven, and what I
Why are you
learned
guys so cheap
through
and
the
standardized?
voice of the holy angels, and understood from the tablets of heaven. And Enoch commenced to relate from the books, and said, I was born the 7th in the first week, while judgment and justice were yet retarded. And there will arise after me in the 2nd week great evil, and destruction will spring up, and in it there will be
No, I'm
the
actually
first
okay with
man,
that.
and in it a man will be saved. And after it's finished, injustice will grow, and he will make a law for the sinners.
Sacrifice a little
And
bit.
after that, in
Making
the
it
3rd week, in the end thereof, a man will be chosen as a plant of the judgment of justice. And after him, the plant of justice will come forever. And after that, in the 4th week, in the end thereof, visions of the holy and the just will be seen, and a law for all generations, and a court will be made for them. And after that, in the 5th week, in the end
I know
thereof, a
I know
house
it.
of glory and of supremacy will be built to eternity.
0,
And
0,
after
0.
that, in the 6th week, those who will exist in it will all be blinded.
The hollow
and
belly
their
button
hearts
thing.
will all forget
See, I know this is a
wisdom,
major thing because
and in it a man
I can't
will
hold my
sin,
urine at all anymore.
and in the end thereof,
Hardly.
the house of supremacy will burn.
So, like, go anywhere, all of a sudden I have to
the
pee
whole race
really badly,
of
almost
chosen
pissed my pants.
will be cut off.
But my belly
And
button's
after
been hollowed
that,
out.
in the 7th week,
So I can prove that
rebellious
medically.
generation will arise,
I have to go to the
and
hospital.
many will be their deeds, and all their deeds will be rebellious. And in the end thereof, the chosen just of the everlasting plant of justice will be rewarded. 7 portions of learning are given to them concerning all his creatures. And who is there of all the children of men that is able to hear the voice of the Holy One, and does not tremble? And who is able to think his thoughts? And who that is able to see all the works of heaven? And how could one know the deeds of heaven and be able to see his breath and his spirit, and be able to relate it, or ascend and see all their ends, and think them, or act like them? And who is the man that is able to know what the breadth and the length of the earth is, and to whom has the measure of them all been shown? Or is there any man who is able to know the length of heaven, and what is its height, and upon what it is established, and what is the measure as regards the number of the stars, and where all the luminaries rest? Chapter 94. And now I say to you, my children, love justice and walk in it, for the paths of justice are worthy that they be accepted, and the paths of injustice are destroyed suddenly and cease. And to certain men of a future generation, the The paths of violence and of death will be revealed, and they will retreat from them and will not follow
what
them.
you guys want.
And now
What
I
you
say
want? What do you expect,
to
really?
the just, do not walk in the wicked path and in violence, and not in the paths of death, and do not approach them, that ye be not destroyed, but love and choose for yourselves justice and
Well,
pleasing life.
when the dryer's
walk in
done,
the paths of peace,
I'll let you have the best
ye
for a little
may
bit.
live and have joy, and hold in the
Okay,
thoughts
we'll
of
take a
your
shower
hearts, and
really
let
quickly.
not my words be eradicated from your
Get some
hearts.
steam in you.
For I know that the sinners will deceive men.
Then we'll tie it back on,
Wicked,
and we'll go for a walk.
It will not find a place.
We gotta bring something to the chambers. I'll ask them to remove some pots, maybe.
Woe to those who build injustice and violence. And
I have their charge course. Had it for a while.
They will be rooted out suddenly and will have no peace. Woe to those who build their houses in sin.
I had a watch for them too, but it disappeared. Go figure.
Foundation and will fall by the sword. And they who acquire gold and silver will be destroyed by sudden judgment. Woe to you, rich, for ye.
A lot of shit does. My dad does a lot of it. I know it.
But
My dad's under severe hypnosis half the time. I can tell.
Because ye have not remembered the Most High in the days of your riches.
So it's obvious.
Ye have done reviling and injustice, and prepared for the day
Tear
of bloodshed,
it up.
and for the day of darkness, and
Tear it
for
up.
the day of the great judgment. Thus I speak to you and announce to you that he who has created you will destroy you from the foundation. And over your fall there will be no pity, and your Creator will rejoice in your destruction. And your just in those days will be a disgrace to the sinners and the impious. Chapter 95. Oh, that my eyes were clouds of water, and I could weep over you and pour out my tears like a cloud of water, and I could rest from the sorrow of my heart. Who has empowered you to practice hate and wickedness? May the judgment reach you, the sinners. Fear not the sinners, ye just, for God will give them into your hands again, and ye may pass judgment over them as ye desire. Woe to you who pronounce curses that they be not loosened, and healing will be far from you on account of
For
your
God
sins.
shall pass the sinners into your
Woe
hands
to
for
you
judgment.
who repay
When the day
evil
comes.
to your neighbor, for ye will be repaid according to your deeds.
And ye
Woe
shall
to
be
you,
repaid
witnesses
according to your
of
deeds.
untruth, and to those who weigh injustice, for ye will be destroyed suddenly. Woe to you, sinners!
Woe to you, sinners!
Pursue the just.
Woe to
For
you!
ye will be given over and pursued, ye men of injustice, and heavy will be their yokes upon ye. Chapter 96. Hope, ye just, for the sinners will be destroyed suddenly before you, and the power over them will be to you as ye desire. And in the day of the trouble of the sinners, your children will mount and rise like eagles, and your nest will be higher than the hawk, and ye will ascend and go like the squirrels into the recesses of the earth, and into the clefts of the rock to eternity, before the unjust. But they will lament over you.
What's the worst
cry
sin, in my
like
opinion? One of them?
sinners. But
Being the
fear not
judge,
ye who suffer, for
when
a
it's not your
healing
place,
will be to you,
and it's
a
not time
brilliant
for that.
light will shine for you, and ye will hear the voice of rest from heaven. Woe to you, sinners, for your riches
Not your job.
appear like the just.
No, not even giving it to the humans.
Prove to you that you are sinners.
No, I found a really good judge of the dead.
Will be a
His name's George.
testimony against you as a remembrance of wicked deeds. Woe to
He's
you
buried
who
right there,
devour
as he
the
was.
marrow of the wheat,
Oh, he knocked over his picture
and
again.
drink
It's more of a
the
picture of
power
George than
the
it is of
root
Jesus.
of the fountain, and trod down
Somewhere
the
between the two of
lowly
us.
by your power. Woe to you who drink water at all times.
All right,
for
Garfield.
ye will
You ready to
be
take a shower
repaid
soon?
suddenly, and will dry up and wither, because ye have left the fountain of life. Woe to you who practice injustice and destruction and reviling. There will be a remembrance against you for evil. Woe to you, powerful, who throw down.
Well, the thing is, I'm pretty sure parts of
my
them have been disturbed. I kind of know for sure.
In those days, many and good days
Great.
will come to the just on the day of your judgment. Chapter 97.
No, I buried some gold and silver with
Believe
him.
ye just,
And some
for the
crystals
sinners will come to shame
that I found.
and will be destroyed on the day of justice. It will be known to you that the Most High is mindful of your
I said it out loud. Of course they did, right?
Angels rejoice over your destruction. What will ye do, ye sinners, and whither will ye flee on that day of judgment, when ye will hear the voices of the prayer of the just? Ye will not be like those.
Let me finish my tea, Garfield.
Word will be a
You know me,
testimony.
always taking his time.
Ye have been companions of the sinners. And in those days, the prayer of the just will reach the Lord, and the days of your judgment will come to you. And all the words of your justice will be recited before the great and holy one. And your faces will be filled with shame, and each work that is founded on injustice will be cast off. Woe to you, sinners, in the midst of the ocean. And
woe to you, sinners, in the midst of the ocean.
Woe to you who acquire silver and gold.
Woe to you who acquire silver and gold.
We have become rich and have treasures and possess everything we desire. And now we will do what we contemplate, for we have gathered together silver, and our treasuries are filled. And as water, so many are the workmen of our houses. And like water, your lives will float away, for wealth will not remain for you.
For wealth will not remain for you.
For ye have acquired it all in injustice.
For ye have acquired it all in injustice.
Chapter 98. And now I swear to you,
Enoch,
the
chapter
wise
97.
and foolish, for ye will see much on this earth. For ye men will put on more ornaments than the women, and colored stuffs more than the virgin, in royalty, and in greatness, and in power, and in silver, and in gold, and purple, and honor, and in food they will float away like water. And therefore they will have no knowledge and no wisdom, and thereby they are destroyed, together with their treasures, and with all their glory and their honor, and in shame, and in murder, and in great poverty their spirits will be cast into an oven of fire. I swear to you, sinners, as a mountain has not and will not become a slave, nor a hill the maid of a woman. Thus too has sin not been sent on the earth, but man of himself has created it, and it will be for a great curse to those who do it. And barrenness has not been given to a woman, but on account of the deeds of her hands she dies without children. I swear to you, sinners, by the holy and the just one, that all your wicked deeds are revealed in the heavens.
I swear to you, sinners, by the holy and the just ones,
and do not
that all your deeds will be revealed in the heavens.
In your hearts, that ye do not know and do not see. That
no, as they're tearing you apart, you'll go up to the stars, they'll shout out all your deeds, and painfully rip you apart and spread you apart, whatever part they need.
All your violence which ye commit is written down on each
That's what they do. So I'm like, hey, hell's better for you, trust me.
Woe to you, fools, for ye will be destroyed by your foolishness, and ye do not listen to the wise, and will not attain anything good. And now,
if you're not ready for heaven,
then
you're not ready for heaven.
Destruction, and do not hope.
The universe is an ecosystem.
Sinners,
when you die and you go to God, in a way you're being eaten by God. It's not that bad though.
For ye are prepared for the day.
If you're individuated enough.
Judgment.
But if you're not, they'll just split you up. Share with the angels.
To your souls. Woe to you,
painfully,
of heart, who do evil and devour blood. Once have ye good eating and drinking.
And then when you're within God, it's not like you're dead. No, you're just within God.
Which our Lord the Most.
But that's what happens through our lives. Is spiritual beings are eating us and shitting us out all the time.
Woe to you.
Different phases of your life. That's what's going on.
Why do ye hope for goodness to yourselves? Know that
angels, demons,
into the hands of
whatever you want to call it.
They will cut off your necks and slay you, and will not pity you.
Right, every time you're upset,
woe to you,
you're being eaten by a demon.
The trouble of the just, for
in a way,
will
partially
not be dug for you. Woe to you who make the words of the just.
It's an ecosystem.
For the hope of life will not be to you. Woe to you who write down words of untruth and words of the impious, for they write down their lies that they be heard, and do not forget their foolishness, and there will be no peace to them, but they will die a sudden death. Chapter 99. Woe to those who act impiously and glory in the words.
Hope you guys tangled again.
And honor them. Ye will be
You gotta go over the bar, man.
Will have no
Can't keep
good
fixing
life.
it for you.
Woe to you who change.
You're not going to learn if I keep untying it and retying it.
Who transgress the law of eternity and make themselves that which they are not, namely sinners.
Not here. Not
they
theory.
will be trod down on the earth.
Almost
And
thank
in
God he
those
doesn't
days,
understand not
prepare
theory.
yourselves,
Yeah.
ye just, to raise your prayers of remembrance, and you will place them as a testimony before the angels, that they may lay the sins of the sinners before the Most High as remembrance. In those days the nations will be disturbed, and the generations of the nations will arise on the day of destruction.
9:22.
And in those days the fruit of the womb will miscarry, and they will mangle their own children, and they will cast their children from them, and miscarriages will pass from them. They will cast sucklings from them, and will not return to them, and will not pity their beloved. Again, I swear to you, sinners, that sin has been prepared for a day of blood which does not end. And they will worship stones, and others will make images of gold and silver and of wood and of clay, and others will worship unclean spirits and demons and all kinds of idols, even in the idol temples, but no help will be found in them. And they will become impious in the foolishness of their hearts, and their eyes will be blinded through fear in their hearts and through a vision of their dreams. Through them they will be impious and will fear, because they do all their deeds in untruth and worship stones, but they will be destroyed in an instant. But in those days blessed are all they who receive the words of wisdom and know them, and do the paths of the Most High, and walk in the path of justice, and do not act impiously with those who act impiously, for they will be saved. Woe to you who spread evil among your neighbors, for ye will be killed in hell.
Woe to you
who
who spread evil amongst your neighbors,
deception, and who cause
for you shall be killed in hell.
Thereby they will reach an end. Woe to you who build your houses by the labor of another, and whose building material is nothing but the bricks and stones of sin. I tell you, ye will have no peace.
Ye will have no
Those
peace.
who cast away the measure and the inheritance of their fathers, which is forever, and cause their souls to follow after idols. No rest will be to them. Woe to those who practice injustice and aid oppression, and kill their neighbors, to the day of the great judgment. For he will cast down your glory and put the wickedness to your
My only sin right now
and will raise
is against my father. But then again, not really.
With the sword. And all the just and holy will remember your sins.
Not really.
Chapter 100.
Not if you saw the interaction.
In those days, the fathers will be slain in one place with their sons, and brothers with the others will fall in death, till it flows like a stream from their blood. For a man will not in mercy draw his hand from his sons, and from his sons' sons, to kill them. And the
Man, it's a good fucking book.
his hand from his honored brother.
Some of these books that aren't in the Bible
dawn
are fucking
of the
hitting,
setting
dude.
sun, they will kill each other.
The Bible
The
does
horse
too.
will walk up
So does the
to
Quran.
his
But some of these
blood
books that didn't make it
and
are
a
fucking
wagon
good.
will sink in
I'm like, why?
its height. And in those days,
'Cause they said
the
too much,
angels
huh?
will come unto the secret places, and will collect in one place all those who aided sin. And the Most High will arise on that
Bunch
day
of rich people
to
put them
pass
together,
great
that's why.
judgment over all the sinners. But over all the just and holy he will place holy angels as watchmen, to watch them like the apple of an eye, till an end
Hey, I'm not hating on all you
made
guys, but
to
come on.
evil and to all sin. And even if the holy sleep a long sleep, there is nothing to fear. And the wise among men will see the truth. And the children of the earth will understand all the words of this book, and know that their riches will not be able to save them in the overthrow of their sins.
Orthodoxy.
Woe to you, sinners, if ye trouble the just on the day of great pain, and burn them with fire.
But not every
Ye will
orthodoxy.
be repaid according to your work. Woe to the hardened of heart.
Try the Ethiopian Bible.
To contrive wickedness.
The Ethiopian Bible.
Fear will be
The most
about to
complete
come
one.
over you, and there will be none to save you.
Except maybe some apocryphal
Woe
and
to you,
divine line, maybe.
sinners, for on account of the words of your mouth, and on account of the deeds of your hands, which ye have done, ye who act impiously will burn in a pool of flaming fire. And
Is the
now
translation
know
best?
that
Not
the
really.
angels will seek out
But it has
the
the most
deeds in
complete
heaven
book.
from the sun,
Bible.
and the moon, and the stars in reference to your sins, because ye pass judgment on the earth.
Is it better in your
on the
translation?
just.
Probably.
And he will call to testify over you each cloud and fog and dew and rain, for they all will be kept back from you, that they do not descend upon you. And shall they not think of your sins? And now give presents to the rain, that it may not be kept back from descending upon you, or the dew when it has received gold or silver from you. When hoarfrost and snow and their coldness descend upon you, and all the winds of the snow, and all their plagues, in those days ye will not be able to stand before them. Chapter 101. Notice the heavens, all ye children of heaven, and all the doings of the Most High, and have fear of him, and do no evil before him. When he locks the windows of heaven, and prevents the rain and the dew from descending upon the earth on your account, what will ye do then? And when he sends his anger over you, and over all your deeds, ye cannot petition him, because ye have spoken concerning his justice proudly and boldly, and ye shall have no peace. And do ye not see the kings of the ships, and how their ships are chased about by waves, and tremble before the winds, and are troubled?
Yeah, I got you something.
And therefore they fear, because all their good treasures go into the sea with them, and they are troubled in their hearts, that the sea might swallow them, and they perish in it. Is not all the sea and all its waters and all its movements a work of the Most High? And has he not sealed all its doings and bound it all in the sand? It dries up at his threats and is afraid, and all its fish die, and all that is in it. And ye sinners who are on the earth, do not fear him. Has he not made heaven and earth and all that is in them? And who has given understanding and wisdom to all who move on the earth, and to those on the sea? Do not the kings of the ships fear the sea?
Hey, beautiful.
But the sinners do not fear the Most High.
Those bluebirds, you killed one of those. To me, that's murder.
And in those days when he brings a painful fire upon you, whither will
it's like shooting someone's dog
and
killing
where
a cat.
will ye
Murder.
save yourselves? And when he brings his word upon you, will ye then
nope, it's
not
worse
be
than abortion.
aghast and fear?
Murder.
And all the luminaries will tremble in great fear,
killing
and
certain
all
animals.
the earth will be
Absolutely.
aghast and will tremble and quake. And all the angels will fulfill their commands.
Thank you. Sorry.
And will desire
beautiful.
to hide themselves from before
Those blue jays are powerful.
great in glory.
Those stellar
and the
jays.
children of the earth will tremble and shake, and ye sinners are cursed to eternity, and will have no peace.
The other bird's too, but I know who's in charge
Fear
around
not,
here.
ye souls of the just, and hope for the day of your death in justice. And be not sorrowful that your souls descend into Sheol, in great trouble and lamentation.
When you guys see a bird, what do you see?
Sorrow,
I see
and in grief,
an angel.
and that your bodies have not found it.
That's what I see. I see one of those birds.
Deserve,
I see a God right
but
there.
rather on a day on which
what do you see?
Like
not that? Why?
On the day of the curse and the punishment. And when ye die, the sinners speak over you. As we die, the just die. And what benefit have they in their deeds? Behold, as they have died in anxiety and in darkness. And what advantage have they over us?
Taj Mahal.
From now on,
that's some good fucking
equal.
tea.
And what will they receive? And what will they see to eternity? For behold, they too have died, and from now on to eternity they do not see the light. I tell you, sinners, it is sufficient for you to eat and drink, and to make a man naked, and to rob and to sin, and to acquire wealth, and to seek good days. Have ye seen the just, how their end was peace, because no oppression was found in them to the day of their death? And they were destroyed, and became as if they had not been, and the souls descended in Sheol, in trouble. Chapter 103. And now I swear to you, the just, by his great glory and his honor, and by his glorious kingdom, and by his greatness I swear to you. I know this mystery, and have read it in the tablets of heaven, and have seen the book of the holy ones, and have found written in it, and inscribed on their account, that all goodnesses and joy and honor are prepared for them, and are written down for the spirits of those who have died in justice, and that much good is given to you as a reward for your labor, and that your portion is better than the portion of the living. And your souls will live, ye who have died in justice, and your spirits will rejoice and be glad. and the remembrance will be before the face
I don't
of the
know,
Great
George. I don't know what
One
people
to
are
all
evil.
the
They just
generations of eternity.
People just can't stop
And now do not fear their shame.
or confused.
Woe to you, sinners, if ye die in your sins, and those who are like you say concerning
I don't understand it
you,
either.
blessed are they, the sinners. They have seen all their days.
They even say
And
I am
now
sometimes.
they
They're
have
wrong.
died in good fortune and in wealth, and have not seen trouble or murder in their life. In glory they
My
have
toast is
died,
good.
and judgment has not been passed over them in their life.
Cereal too.
Do ye know that
They
their
try.
souls will
They
be
do try.
caused to descend
They
into
get little things here
Sheol,
and there.
and will
Where
be
did
ill
my
with them,
cereal go?
and their trouble great, and in darkness, and in toils, and in a burning flame, their spirits will burn at the great judgment.
No, a whole box of toasted
And a
nuts.
great judgment will be for all generations to
That was my food.
eternity.
Spanish.
Woe to you, for ye will have no peace. Say not of the just and good who are in life. In the days of our need we have endured labor, and have seen
They're all
all
smiling up
need,
there like, oh, cool, we got something.
and
Cool,
have
good for
met
you guys. You're going
much
to burn it out.
evil, and have been injured and diminished, and our spirit has become small.
Oh, there it is.
We have
See, they're all smiling over there.
and there
I can't
was
find
none
something.
to help
Like,
us.
cool, good for you
With
guys.
word and deed we were incapable, and attained to nothing whatever. We were tortured and destroyed, and did not hope to see life day by day. We hoped to be
They
the
love it when I
head,
react.
and were the tail.
Demons do.
We labored exceedingly, and did not gain by our labor. We became
So they just push me and push me and push me for any reaction they can get, huh?
Their yoke heavily upon us. Those who
So they can call someone up
those who
and complain about it
became
later.
our rulers, and we bent our neck to our haters, and they did not pity us. And we desired to go from them in order to flee and to rest, but we did not find whither to flee and to save ourselves from them. We complained to the rulers in our trouble and in our pain over those who devoured us, but they did not attend to our cry, and did not wish to hear our voice. And they helped those who robbed and devoured us, and those who diminished us. And they made secret their oppression, so that they did not remove their yoke from us, but devoured us, and scattered us, and murdered us. And they kept secret our murder, and did not think of it, that they had lifted up their hands against us. Chapter 104. I swear to you, just ones, that in heaven the angels will have a remembrance concerning you for good before the glory of the Great One. Your names will be written before the glory of the Great One. Hope, for at first ye were disgraced in evil and need, but now ye will shine like the luminaries of heaven, and will be seen.
Hey, you birds who sit up here
portals of
sometimes,
heaven will be opened to you.
I love you.
And continue
Period.
your cry for a judgment. It will
They're
appear
angels.
to you.
Those patty
For all
cells.
your trouble will be avenged on the rulers, and on all those who help those who oppressed you.
Patty
Hope,
cells.
and do not cease your hope,
Patty
for
cell,
ye
patty
will
cell.
have great joy like the angels in heaven. Since such will be yours, ye will not hide on the day of the great judgment, and ye will not be found as sinners. And the everlasting judgment will be far from you for all the generations of the world. And now, fear not, ye just, when ye see the sinners strengthening and rejoicing in their desires, and be not associates with them, but keep far from their oppression, for ye shall be companions of the hosts of heaven. Ye sinners, although ye say, ye cannot search it out, and all our sins are not written down, still they will continually write down your sins every day. And now I show it to you, that light and darkness, day and night, see all your sins.
That light and darkness, day and night,
and do not
see all your sins.
And do not change the words of rectitude, and do not call a lie the words of the Holy and Great One, and do not glorify your idols.
Mine
For all
too.
your untruths
Turns out there's not that
and
many.
all your impiety will not be to you for a justification, but for a great sin. And now,
If everything I've ever done wrong was under severe hypnosis,
the
turns
words of
out.
rectitude will be changed, and many sinners will rebel, and I will speak wicked words.
I mean, if you believed in the shots being evil, what about everything else? Turns out, yeah, pretty much.
They write all my words in rectitude in their languages, and do not change or abridge anything of my words.
Television, big time. Worse than the computer, actually.
All that I have first testified on their account.
Because we just plug in.
I know
tune it out.
another mystery, that books will be given to just and to
at least
the
on a computer,
wise,
you can
for
look it up.
joy and for rectitude,
Instead of
and
tuning
for
it out.
much wisdom. And the books will be given to them, and they will believe in them and will rejoice in them. And then all the just who have learned all the paths of rectitude out of them will be rewarded.
Well, I think the CIA brings the drugs in, mostly.
And in those days,
They have since the
says
80s.
the Lord,
Because
call
MK Ultra projects.
over the sons of the earth.
So they can get in your head and make you do all kinds of crazy shit when you're high.
To them, for ye are
Drunk
their
tip.
leaders, and the rewards.
And then not even really remember it
of the
later.
earth. For I and my son will join with them.
You guys do work for them.
eternity in the
Those people over there.
paths of rectitude in their
So they
lives.
sell drugs and they make
And
big shit.
peace will be to you.
Turns out.
Rejoice, ye children of rectitude, in truth. Section 20, Chapter 106.
I know my voice is going, but that's what they wanted to happen.
Methuselah took
For me to sound retarded.
his son Lamech, and
Well, we all know I'm
she
not retarded.
pregnant by him, and gave birth to a son. His body was white as snow, and red as the bloom of a rose, and the hair of his head was white as wool.
And for my dad and I not to get along.
Beautiful.
That was a big part of the
And when
plan.
he opened his eyes,
So I didn't fall asleep with my cat.
The whole house like the
Big
sun,
deal. I'll get
and the
there.
whole house became
No, I'll move to the park.
light.
Again, clean it up.
As
My
he
mess
was
of it.
taken from the hand of the midwife, he opened his mouth and conversed with the Lord of
Once
justice.
it's warm enough, it's getting there already.
And his father
February.
Lamech was afraid of him and fled.
Almost our
and
birthday,
came
huh,
to
Dad?
his father Methuselah, and he said to him, I have begotten a singular son, unlike a man, but similar to the children of the angels of heaven. And his creation is different, and not like ours. And his eyes are like the feet of the sun, his face glorious. And it seems to me he is not from me, but from the angels. And I fear that wonderful things will happen in his days over the earth. And now, my father, I am here petitioning and asking of thee that thou shouldst go to Enoch, our father, and hear of him the truth. For he has his dwelling place with the angels. And when Methuselah had heard the words of his son, he came to me. And I heard his voice and came to him. And I said to him, Behold, here I am, my son, because thou hast come to me. And he answered and said to me, I have come to thee concerning a great thing, and concerning a disturbing vision. It is that I have approached.
On camera now?
And now, my father, hear me, for there has been born to my son
Close my house.
a son, whose similarity and kind is not like the
Are you
kind
going
of man.
It's right here.
His color is white
Hey,
as
NSA,
snow
let
and
me know.
redder than
Is
the
my
bloom
cup right
of a
here?
rose.
Did I go anywhere?
And the hair of his head is whiter than white wool, and his
All on
eyes
camera,
like
right?
the feet of the sun. And he opened
That
his
house,
eyes,
greenhouse.
and they
Over there with the
illuminated
pot.
whole house.
That's what they do.
And when he was taken from the hands of the midwife, he opened his mouth and blessed the Lord of heaven. And his father Lamech
On camera.
was afraid
Yep, building evidence.
and fled to me, and did not believe that he was from him, but
Not
that
right here,
his
is it?
similarity was from the angels.
Want me to make it
of heaven.
reappear again like I do sometimes?
And behold,
My
I
dad's
have
really
come
good at
to
that.
thee,
They can
that thou
reappear
shouldst
once not
teach me
there.
justice.
Seemingly.
And I, Enoch, answered and said to
One of
him,
his magic powers, turns out.
The Lord will make new things on the earth, and this I know, and have seen in a vision. And I
Hope it's gone, my
announce
cup.
to thee
Just add
that in the generations of my father Jared, from the heights of heaven, departed from the word of the Lord, and united
Those assholes
themselves
will
with
burn
women,
in hell forever.
and committed sin.
No, they're like 40.
And married some of them, and begat children from them. And great destruction will be over all the earth.
That's what I was told
And
anyways.
there will be
I know it's most of these old
water
people behind
of
me.
the deluge, and the great destruction will be for 1 year. This son, who
These
is
people over here
born to
too.
thee, will
That's
be
what I was
left
told.
on the earth.
Them too a little
and
bit.
his 3 children
Oh,
will
and
be
them
saved
definitely.
with him. When all men who are on the earth shall die, he and his children will be saved. They beget on earth giants, not according to the spirit, but according to the
My cheek
flesh.
of the spirit. Pissed
And there
off.
will be great punishment on the earth, and the earth will be washed of all its
Nope, I haven't gone
uncleanness.
anywhere. It's been right here.
And now announce to thy
Otherwise, my
son
dad come out and yell at me.
that he
Like they
who is
like to do.
born to him is in truth his son, and call his name Noah, for he will be a remnant of you. And he and his children will be saved
Oh, there it
from
is.
the destruction which will come
Cool.
over
Thank
the
you, guys.
earth on account of all the sins and all the injustice
They
which
didn't,
will be
but they
completed
can't,
in his
and they haven't
days
before.
over the earth.
So I call them out and again and again.
Injustice will exceed.
They're coming to my house when I wasn't there. They're trying to take my cat. Those fuckers know what he's worth, Garfield.
Committed
Sorry,
on
Dad.
the earth, for I know the mysteries of the holy ones. For he, the Lord, has showed me and has instructed me, and I have read.
No, a cat like this is worth $1 million. My dad doesn't believe it, but I don't care what he believes right now.
And I saw written
He will learn the truth.
That generation.
What happened to me when he was gone?
Transgress, till a generation of justice arises, and transgression will be destroyed, and sin will disappear from the earth, and all good will come over it. And now, my son, go and announce, show him everything.
And my brothers.
As a secret.
Brothers.
He returned after his having seen him, and called.
Yeah, there's an order to it, kind of a little bit.
Noah, where he will make
Unfortunately,
glad the earth for all destruction. Chapter 108.
Jordan Garfield first.
Another book
Then
that
Precious.
Enoch wrote for his son Methuselah.
Then Jordan. Then
And
Chris.
for those who come
Then my
after
dad.
him and keep the law in the last days.
Then Tristan.
He who kept
Then Allie.
and now wait in those days till those who did evil
Then my
are
friends.
completed.
Well, my friends might
And the
come
power
before
of
a couple of my siblings, maybe.
has been completed.
Maybe.
Wait till sin
It's a hard one,
disappears,
my friends.
for their names will be
Because they're
erased
basically like my
from the
siblings
books of
almost, the way they
holy
treat me.
ones, and their
A little bit
seed
better,
will
though.
be destroyed to eternity, and their spirits will be killed, and they will cry and lament in a void, empty place.
Like Aaron and Derek and even
burn
Druva
in a
sometimes.
fire where
Family.
there is no end. And there I saw
Even though it even-
something like a cloud, which could not be seen, for from its depths I could not look over it, and I saw a flame of fire.
A lot of my other
burning
friends too.
brightly,
Some of them aren't
and
even
there
around
were
anymore.
things
But they were like family to me
shining
too.
mountains, and they shook to and fro.
Like my friend
And I
Daniel who
asked
passed away.
one of the
I've been
holy
talking to
angels
lately.
who were with me, and said to him, "What is this shining
Yep, out of
thing?
AIDS.
For it is not a heaven, but only the flame of a burning fire, and the voice of shouting and crying and lamenting of great pain." And he said,
And mostly
to
he's not
me,
here
"This
anymore
place which
because
thou
he's
seest,
changing into something
here
else.
are brought the souls
This is a
of
hard
the
life for him.
sinners and of the revilers,
But it's nice
and
for him to be
those
brought
who
up
do
and
evil and
know
change
that that was
everything
important.
God speaks through the mouth of the prophets concerning things to take place. For some
Our
of these
friendship.
have been written down and noted above in heaven.
Even Stacy's got a family sometimes, but
and
he's
know
you guys.
what will happen to the sinners and to the spirits of the humble who have chastised their bodies, and for that receive their reward from God. And to those who are reviled
I'd like
by
to see him,
wicked
but
men,
probably not.
who love God and did not love gold or silver or all the riches of the world, but gave over their bodies to torture, and who, since they existed, did not long for terrestrial food, but considered themselves a breath that passes away.
And Garfield, not really.
Praise his name. All the
I never really did,
blessings
but I
that
did.
received men and heard abuse and reviling from them praised me. And now I will call to the spirits of the good,
More like I'm you and a human,
generation of
okay?
light, and
But not as
change
handsome.
those born in darkness, who have not been rewarded in their bodies with honor on the throne of honor of his honor, and they will glitter in times without number, for justice is the judgment of God, and times are written for them.
Their calls. You ever heard those before in the woods? Weird sounds and calls. You think it's like maybe like a marmot or something, but you're like, what is that exactly? No, it sounds like it's talking to me. It's a Bigfoot. No, they're all around here. They're shapeshifters. I know it sounds nuts, but I've seen them do it. You're like, man, I've never seen a rabbit like that before. It's almost translucent. Where'd it go? Is that a snake now? Or when you look at it in the woods, and you're like, there's a squirrel. Oh, there's a bird now. Now it's a squirrel again. What the hell? Is that crazy?
By St. Augustine.
No, I've seen some crazy shit in the woods. Wild.
Read
Unbelievable.
by Dan Attrell.
Here too, recently.
Chapter 1. The point at which the discussion has arrived and what remains to be handled.
What's this one?
Some have advanced the opinion that there are good and bad gods. But some, thinking more respectfully of the gods, have attributed to them so much honor and praise as to preclude the supposition of any god being wicked. But those who have made
even St. Augustine, see? He's even talking about multiple gods back in the 5th century. See what I mean? They've known there's more than one God for a while. I don't put any god before God. You know what I mean? Zeus won, right? God won. But there's a lot of them. Turns out. Zeus just means God in Greek. It's the same word. It's literally what it means. Zeus, God. And he and Isis. Even Apollo, kind of, the way he sets and rises. Where do you think the stories came from? Think the Bible just started with them all? No. You think the Bible stories are fake? No, not at all. They're real. But so is everyone else's stories. Why just that book? No, I find people typically aren't lying when they see crazy shit in the woods. Now, they just don't talk about it too often because people won't believe them. But why not? Because they haven't seen it themselves yet. Maybe they have. Maybe they just forgot. It happens often too. Probably should not have gotten half of a vaccine back in the day. I did too. Just half of it, so I can go to stores and stuff. But when they triggered it later, basically killed me. And I kind of know it. No, because I got seriously sick. No, horribly sick. Coughing up like chunks of white lung or whatever it was. Splinters in my hands just popped out of nowhere. So I couldn't grab anything. But I healed. Thank you, God. Thank you, Goddess. Thank you, Big George and Garfield. Precious too. One second, Garfield. He's not good. Where'd he go? I didn't see him walk out. See, he teleports. To me, he does. No, he's quiet. Tim is quiet. No, he's just a quiet walker sometimes that if he wanted to be like a spy, he could be. My dad. No, he sneaks up on me in a way most people cannot. My dad does. Do they sometimes? Of course they do, right? But they're professionals. He's just my dad. Oh, he's a professional what he does too, trust me. No, he's a good guy. A hard worker. But in my opinion, he needs to take that attitude to rehab. Can't just keep blaming people and expect to get sober, dude. Even if it is my fault, Dad, you can't just expect to get sober by me going out in the street. It's like, okay, kick me out. Bring Jordan back. Bring Tristan back. Right? Have me go somewhere else. Go to rehab. Quit hiding my siblings from me. Or you're going to lose the house, probably. Which would be a nightmare, actually. Because those vines and those grapes out there are so valuable to me. No, more sacred and valuable to me than anything almost. Except for that mountain nape. In the memory of George. And precious too. And they fucking know it. The other neighbors do. How valuable those vines are. Just wait till the summer and they grow out again. Holy smokes, those are good fucking grapes. No, those grapes do not grow anywhere else but in my backyard. Can you transplant them? I'm sure we could. Sure we could. How do you do that? Who wants to grow some grapes? I'll ask Aaron about it. No, they're sacred. They're valuable. It's a true vine right there. Come get some. But guess who the caretaker is for those grapes? I am. So even if someone else moved in, guess what I'd say? For free, I'll take care of the yard if I can take care of the grapes. Do I work? No. Nope, I live at the park. It needs to be my house. That's what I tell them. Would they let me? Probably, depending on who bought the house. But hopefully, it's just my family. Trust me, it's cheaper than what they're doing. And would I move out for them? Yeah, I would. For him, probably not. For my siblings, yeah, I would. Eventually. For him, I will too, eventually. It's not going to be right away. Living here for 14 years, dude. And you were gone all winter. Mostly. Autumn too. Me and Garfield and George and Precious. And a bunch of ghosts. And gods, too. Yeah, a few demons get every now and then. All right, Garfield. Come on. You're being very good. Very, very good. Take care in a minute. I gotta go pee. Make sure the tire doesn't hurt. Man, you smell really healthy. Yeah, you do. Back of his neck smells really healthy. Certain body odors, you can just tell when someone's healthy or not. And if you don't stink at all, you might not be that healthy. See, my dad was always like, this is interesting. My dad was like, I don't stink, I don't smell bad, and he doesn't smell bad, my dad. But he does have a scent. Like, Dad, you're just healthy mostly. Is that weird to people? No, that's how I recognize people sometimes. Like when I'm in love with somebody, which I have been, the smell of them drives me fucking crazy. Women, so I don't go around them. The smell drives me nuts. Not all of them, but people my age. Exactly. I'm like, I can smell you. Get away from me. You have a boyfriend? No, leave me. Would I act on it? Never. But that's how I am. You know, you get around a certain woman, you're just like, man, there she is. I smell her. Fucking nope, that's it. And not like that, but just like body odor even. Everybody's like that, I think. We don't recognize it because we don't use our sense of smell very much. That's why I don't go around people my age, typically. But not really. Mostly because they're just annoying. Kind of lame, too. Not all of them, but a lot of them are. Just like you. Like a dog or a cat, I guess. Huh. Weird. That's called honesty. You know, men my age too. You know, they drive me nuts. The smell of it drives me nuts. Is it bad? No. But I don't go around. I can smell their pheromones. Masculine ones kind of annoy me. And women my age, they can too, but more so. For those reasons. Biological. But I understand how my organism works. Most people don't. But true gnosis, you know what I mean? God set it up that way. And when you recognize the way God set you up, and you don't fight against it anymore, then you'll end up where you need to end up. For me, maybe I'll be back in the park. Oh well. I think so. I think that's an honest observation. The smell of people my age drives me nuts. Because it can make me competitive or it can make me lustful. Things I don't like. People don't even realize it, but I go around people my age, and it's like being in a zoo. You're like, wow, look at these animals. My kid, man, stop hitting on his girlfriend. I know that person. I hate that shit. Or wife, even worse. I see that a lot too. Because people my age, if you even get married, and you're like, wow, that's awesome. You have a kid, just stick at it. But then, you know what I mean? They're my age. But I have faith in them. Few that I don't check on very often. But they have mostly good people around them, even if. They're missing God a little bit. Kids, man, kids. But to be honest, most of them are wiser than the old people are. I know. Because y'all get stuck in your fucking ways. Like you hit 30 and you're like, well, I guess I know everything now. Especially if you have a kid by then, you never even think about it again after you. I can feel that too. When they're watching you through your camera and you know it because you called them out, and they're just like, man, I just want to catch this kid for a felony. It's one felony. Well, guess what? I don't commit any felonies. Ever. Now, the one felony I got in trouble for technically could have been considered a petty theft. Instead, I got a robbery too. Cool. Was it technically? Not really, but it could have been. No, they let people off like that all the time. Just not around here. And I also got conspiracy for that for that one. But they dropped the conspiracy charge. No, this is conspiracy. What that was me going in there and being stupid. Was the girl there to blame? No, I was. What does that mean? He can be. Does that mean he is or isn't, guys? Worse than I know, huh? That's what I heard too. Now, see, they get me like that. Sometimes because I'm trusting, but not really anymore.
From among the classical 7 planets visible to the naked eye, Saturn, the first in the Chaldean order, that dim and slow-moving planet riding the outermost sphere, will be our topic. We'll be unpacking some of the ways this planet is represented in the Latin Picatrix.
And hey, if you're not a sinner, then you have nothing to worry about. Like if I called you out and you're not a sinner, then ignore me. Which some of them do. But some of them really are. I'm starting to isolate which ones. Some live in the same house together and don't even really know it.
A text which had a great impact in the latter half of the 15th century on humanist conceptions of astrological bodies and their...
But I know when someone's dogs are trained suddenly for no reason. As soon as I start calling out my back window.
and their many associations with the things of this world. 959.
Coincidence? Possibly. They do that pretty well.
Hayat al-Hakim
Set a bunch of coincidences around you so you hate everybody. But I still don't buy it. Because he made a ton of false reports on me. Ton of them. You thought getting my cat was a good idea, huh? Sinner.
Abu al-Qasim Maslama al-Qurtubi, who died in 964, claims to have relied on 224 books of ancient sages. It was translated into Castilian as Picatrix, and then on into Latin as Picatrix shortly thereafter. This 4-book compendium was read with varying degrees of approval and disapproval by such giants in the history of Western esotericism as Marsilio Ficino, Johannan Alamano, Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, and Heinrich Cornelius Agrippa. Ultimately, the Picatrix played a significant role in reinforcing and fleshing out these Renaissance philosophers' respective thoughts about astral magic and the highly correlative nature of the cosmos. Their inheritance was a world centered not on the interaction of physical particles in an endless expanse of space, but on the hidden sympathies between the human soul and all the things of this world hanging down from God in a great hierarchy of being, a kind of enclosed system held together through a complex network of imperceptible stellar rays.
Remember Hellwick Garfield?
For many
When he took out, like,
magically
four dogs?
minded, from al-Qurtubi to Ficino, to plumb the inner workings of these sympathies along what Arthur O. Lovejoy later dubbed the Great Chain of Being, was to attain the very height of philosophy itself, since it was
That's
by
why he's on
this
a leash now.
Scientia, or this
No, he's a dog
knowledge
killer.
alone, that they believed that man could perfect himself and ultimately be reunified with God. Within this paradigm,
Garfield.
every planet above the
No, get
firmament represented a kind of network hub amid this web of sympathies, and as such, knowledge of planets served as
Ready to take
pathways
a shower?
to
Here in a minute?
self-actualization.
I know I am.
This discussion, therefore,
No, showers are
first
comfortable. They're
provides
just not that
an
healthy to
overview
take all the time.
of ancient and medieval
Hot water over
perceptions
your skin,
regarding
washing all your
Saturn
friends up every day.
in order to
Not that healthy.
illustrate some of the general historical changes and
Really,
the
a shower?
continuities
Like once a
which
week,
colored that planet's
honestly.
gradual
Bath?
transformation.
Yeah, that's a few times a week. But a shower? Nah. Every day? Not good for you. Nope, it'll age you faster. Nope, your skin will get more wrinkles. Your hair will age, especially, quicker the more you shower. Especially depending on the type of soap you use. See, I try to use no soap at all, or like African black soap or something like that. Not a big fan of calling people out to their faces either.
Nation
Not me.
from a god into an object of
You notice that?
magical ritual. Following this, the discussion contrasts these perceptions
at it.
with the image of Saturn and his correspondences as they appear in Picatrix. Thereafter, special attention is given to the
I just get my
conceptualization of
beauty
Saturn
clinics.
in the thought of Marsilio Ficino, highlighting
They
the
will
ways
smile.
in which he appropriated and reformulated ideas in a careful process of sanitizing idolatrous and abominable elements from the books that he studied. We'll see that all this was done within the context of Ficino's magico-medical project, which was produced at the summit of a long career in studying the philosophy of body-soul management. His therapeutically oriented project, through the medium of print, would spread quickly throughout the Latin West during the 16th century, carrying his complex conceptions of Saturn and all the other celestial bodies further than ever before, only to lose its popularity throughout
Hope you guys
the
know.
period of the scientific
When
revolution.
technology works worse, after I call the NSA, that's
Leading
a
Ficino scholar
major
Michael J. B.
watch out.
Allen has recently
Like
written
identity
about
theft.
the subject in his essay
Cops
Marsilio
want to keep that
Ficino
around here,
on
but
Saturn,
you will.
the Plutonian Mine, and the Monster of Averroes. But his article deals more so with how Ficino
They stole my
adopted
ID.
the identification
And they know
of
my
Saturn
social security number.
with the
And I don't get mail anymore.
hypothesis or mind from Plotinus's
So clearly,
works.
something
And
happened there.
such leaves plenty of room for a brief history of that planet's magico-medical correspondences as they pertain to Ficinian cosmology in the Vita. Although I could have used any one of the 7 planets as the object of a general case study on the 7 planets in Picatrix, I settled on Saturn in particular because he is the planet most relevant to the scholar. This is an association clearly expressed in the Picatrix itself, but one can find it especially emphasized and elaborated in Ficino's writings, which helped further sublimate the almost purely negative perceptions of Saturn and melancholy from the medieval European perspective rooted
Well, that's a
in
good one.
Hellenic humoral theory
Man,
and
that
Ptolemaic
peanut butter,
astronomy
man, really gets the
into a more
tobacco going.
ambivalent force, something potentially
These
more
toasted
productive
oats.
and less fatalistic. To use the
Little
words
saliva.
of Eric's
Holy
affirmed eye toward his link
Some
to
leaves even.
Judaism, Saturn had long
Oh,
been,
yeah, that cedar.
quote, the
Oh, yeah, I got a bunch of cedar
representative of
buds.
the lowest
Mhm.
rungs of medieval society. Individuals born under his influence were held in scant regard until, with the last quarter of the 15th century,
It's a good
the
smell, on Garfield.
Neoplatonic elevation of the deity somewhat reformed their character. End quote. This Neoplatonic elevation, Zafran mentions, is doubtless a stand-in for the medico-philosophical and astromagical
Takes down some
work
tea,
done by
blow it out.
Ficino.
Just like that.
Ficino himself claimed that his work in the third book De Vita Coelitus Comparanda, on attaining life from the heavens, began as a reaction and commentary to Plotinus. Nevertheless, the kind of work he produced should strike readers less as a work of Neoplatonic philosophical commentary, and more so as a mirror for princes in the style of the Secretum Secretorum,
Ready?
the Sir
Shower?
al-Asra,
Come
a kind of work which compiled together a broad range of advice for rulers in matters ranging from statecraft and ethics to medicine, astrology, and even the optimal use of talismanic magic. In addition to this pseudo-Aristotelian medieval classic, Ficino was deeply indebted to his readings of astrological works like
Ready?
De Radiis of Al-Kindi, the Great Introduction of the Persian Abu Mashar, and the book known as Picatrix, which, unbeknownst to him, was written by Maslama al-Qurtubi. Whereas Zafran focused his attention on the connection between the negative elements of Saturn and anti-Semitic portrayals of Jews, this paper will attempt to trace out some of the steps in that so-called Neoplatonic elevation of Saturn and the sources by which this process was made possible. What we'll find is that the most important of Ficino's sources could only really be said to be Neoplatonic in part, being more emphatically by the influence of pseudo-Aristotelian.
I know people like me, not much. Quite a bit, not positive.
thou who commandest moisture, which is, as it were, the blood of the earth. From the sap of the plants, we adore thee and we invoke thee. Speak thou unto us, thy mobile and changeful creatures, in the great tempest, and we shall tremble before thee. Speak to us, also in the murmur of the liquid waters, and we shall desire thy love. O vastness, where all the rivers of being seek to lose themselves, which renew themselves ever unto thee. O thou ocean of infinite perfection, O height, which reflecteth thyself in the depth. O depth, which excelleth into the height. Lead us unto the true life, through intelligence, through love. Lead us into immortality through sacrifice, that we may be found worthy to offer one day unto thee the water, the blood, and the tears for the remission of sins. Amen.
Not yet, dude. Not yet. Take a seat. You know me. Slower than joking. Slow. Karen's slow. Getting ready for anything. Always has to. I hate getting ready. I hate it. Oh, hold on. Let me tie you the right way. Here you go. Here you go. Get down now. I'll grab a speaker. All right, so you didn't get your best stuff? I know you can tell. I can tell a little bit. But you want to go outside, man. Make up your mind sometimes.
And it wasn't Ovid, but Ivan who was consulted. End quote. Here, the formerly independent gods of various pagan pantheons were now interpreted as ethereal and supra-lunary agents of generation and corruption, set in motion by the prime mover, whose effects can be
The
understood
reason I don't take too many risks
only through the
because we're already basically as
astronomical
protected as we can
calculation
be.
of the rays that their retinue of spirits transmitted. This, then, is how the reader of the Picatrix
Sitting right
was
here.
meant to
Even though
conceptualize the planet. Not as ancient gods or as massive material objects in the sky, but as luminous,
Like, as much as people don't like me to
soul
talk, but people come to my
forces of
house and try to
nature,
look at.
surrounded by spirits with wills of their own, which were then draped in syncretic
No, somebody
imagery
would, I think.
drawn up
They actually
from
saw
the
it happen.
teachings of the
They
ancient
pulled it down to be like,
sages,
hey,
in
Karen's right, huh?
whom were maintained some traces of their former godlike characteristics, or conversely, in whom new foreign accretions from distant lands
Especially on
were
camera.
passed along. During the Renaissance, all of these tensions and conflicting viewpoints over the nature of the planets came to a head. In an attempt to free himself from the potential of public disgrace that might arise through any trace of involvement with idolatry or demonology, our priest-physician Marsilio Ficino ultimately came to hold the heavenly bodies more emphatically
One time,
as
huh?
spiritual
That's all it takes.
signs, that
That's
is,
gotta be one
objects that
No,
impress
no.
themselves upon the human
Forever.
spirit, than as direct
Well,
physical
actually-
causes, that is, which impress themselves on matter via heat or
Almost.
supernaturally through demonic agency. Nevertheless, he would never wholly get away from the model provided by his more immediate influences, in whom the boundaries between the causal and the semiotic facets of astrology were blurred together. In his unpublished Disputatio contra Judicium Astrologicum,
Which is how I kind of knew that they
composed
weren't,
in
even though I feel like they are.
1477, a few years after finishing his Theologia Platonica, Ficino unambiguously stated in a rebuke of traditional astrological doctrine that the
Some of it's hard to tell,
magnetizable portion of
but I'm pretty damn
astrology,
sure.
the planetary aspects,
Kind of not.
are nothing but a fiction. The words he uses are non sunt
So I'll just
tantum
remain
quinque
distant.
aspectus nisi ex hominum factione, maintaining that the significance of each planet exists through poetic metaphor, not through reason or science. Poetica metaphora est, non ratio vel scientia. This tension arose in Ficino chiefly on account of the conflicting influences that he read,
Right.
both in
Gotta do that.
Plotinus, the Platonist, for whom the stars were emphatically signs alone and not causes, and in the works of the Arabic astrologers, for whom the stars were both. To Plotinus, wise astrologers use the signs in the heavens to understand providence, not to delude themselves into believing that they are prisoners in a web of irresistible causal action. Try as he might, however, Ficino couldn't fully escape the belief of celestial causation, especially in dealing with and in extracting valuable medical matters from the Arabic books of the
That's delicious, huh?
astro-magicians. Medicine, after all, is a search for understanding causes and their effects within the body,
Medicine.
while astrology was doing much the same,
Medicine.
but outside of it.
One of my passions.
This medical side
Medicine.
of Ficino's work was particularly
What kind of medicine
of
do you
interest among the Arabs, which he
Poison,
met.
huh?
But it was not one of the Platonists who scorned materialistic ends, such as the bodily health at which Ficino aimed.
Personally,
Part 2.
I smoke tobacco.
Saturn and the Picatrix.
Medicine. Without it, I'd be a lot worse. Trust
So what
me.
is the Picatrix itself, hidden under the vague label of Astrologia
Probably more evil.
Valdez by Ficino, despite being
No, I
so
probably would have beat
central
someone up
to
by
his
now without
development,
tobacco.
have to say about Saturn? In order to understand this, we can turn to one of our best sources, as laid out in Book 3, Chapter 1, on the roles of the planets in plants, animals,
And I kind of
and
know it,
minerals. Prior to the rise of Picatrix in the Latin
So with my
West,
particular disorders,
Saturn's malefic nature was
my
exacerbated
particular biology,
by the
could you
widespread
legally take
image
tobacco
presented
from me?
of that
Probably
planet
not.
in Abu Mashar, who wrote, quote, "With regard to Saturn, his nature is cold, dry, bitter, dark, violent, black,
No, I've done
and
a whole
hot.
study on how well tobacco works
Sometimes, too, it is cold,
medicinally.
moist, heavy,
Seems to,
and of stinking
because I'm still alive, no matter what.
He eats much and is honest in friendship. He presides over works of
Sounds
moisture,
crazy, right? But I know I've been poisoned.
waterworks and ditches, husbandry,
Like, seriously
and
poisoned.
farming, over owners of land, works of construction on estates, lakes and rivers, over measuring things,
My only
the
treatment.
division of estates, land, and of much property, and estates their wealth, over avarice and bitter poverty, over domiciles, sea travel, and long sojourns abroad, over far
Exactly.
evil
There's like blah, blah,
journeys,
blah, whatever, right?
over blindness, corruption,
You
hatred,
think I can't
guile, craftiness,
read you
fraud,
sometimes? Well,
disloyalty, harm, over being withdrawn into oneself, over loneliness and unsociability, over
that's why
ostentation, lust for power,
it's difficult for me to go anywhere.
haughtiness, and boastfulness, over those who enslave men and rule. As
Yeah,
well
I read
as
your subconscious
every
better than
deed
read your
of
conscious mind.
wickedness, force, tyranny, and rage.
Because subconsciously,
Over
there's
fighters,
judgment, there's this, there's that. You
over
might not even be
bondage,
aware of it, but I am.
imprisonment, distraint, fettering, honest speech, caution, reflection, understanding,
Subconscious mind
testing,
makes more sense.
pondering,
It's more structured.
over
Conscious mind is
thinking,
chaotic.
over aversion from speech and importunity, over persistence in a course. He is scarcely ever angry, but when he becomes angry, he is not master of himself. He wishes no one well. He further presides over old men and
Almost
surly
not.
people, over fear, reverses of fortune, cares, hard life, straits, loss, deaths, inheritances, dirges and orphanages, over old things, grandfathers, fathers, elder brothers, servants, grooms, misers, and people whose attentions women require, over those covered with shame, thieves, gravediggers, corpse robbers, tanners, and over those people who count things, over magic and rebels, over lowborn people and eunuchs, over long reflection and little speech, over secrets. While no one knows what's in him, and neither does he show it, though he knows every dark occasion, he presides over self-destruction and matters of boredom. End quote. And that was Abu Mashar. The correspondences presented in this passage, as we'll see, were as deeply influential to al-Qurtubi as to the intellectuals of the Latin world in later centuries. Nevertheless, al-Qurtubi's image of Saturn was also tempered by different sources, which maintained a more ancient pagan element of Saturn's ambiguity. By and large, these were sources concerned with planetary prayers, more colored by Near Eastern, Chaldean, and Indian influences than Hellenistic ones. These were works like Ibn Washia's Chaldean or Nabatean agriculture, or the pseudo-Aristotelian Hermetica, such as the Kitab al-Istimakis, whose authors unfailingly persisted in looking to Saturn as a source of both good and ill. In the following passages written by al-Qurtubi, we can see the distinctive influence of the correspondences present in Abu Mashar, but so too that of the more hermetic.
Here we go.
Saturn is the source of retentive power. He governs an aspect toward profound knowledge, the science of law, the search for causes, effects,
See, it can
the origins of things,
cut your lungs, right?
the
But what else gets in your lungs?
and the knowledge of deep
So if you have tobacco in your lungs,
properties.
which is, you know what I mean, relatively not healthy for very small organisms,
from the external appendages, he governs the right ear.
when you're getting parasites in your lungs, guess what?
Organs,
They don't like it as much.
spleen, which is the source of all
When you're smoking 'em out.
conjoining all
Marijuana, they can deal with a lot better than tobacco.
From the religions, he governs Judaism. From cloth types, he governs all.
Unless you're nice to them and you're like, hey, I'm just converting your ass.
From the crafts, he rules.
My lungs are pretty clear, relatively.
The soil, plowing.
I'm always coughing it up, making sure of it.
Extracting and working minerals, and the building trades. From the tastes, he governs.
And then you boil the fuckers.
Among locations, he governs black mountains, murky rivers, deep wells, ditches, and desert places.
And they're like, well, maybe it'd be too hot this time.
Black stone.
Because they're annoying.
From that
Same tactics. They haven't changed at all.
lead, iron, and all black mossy metals.
He does to a lot of people on. This I can tell.
He governs elderberries, oaks.
Because they don't have any new tactics. I mean, they kind of do, but not really.
From the herbs, he governs rue, onions, and all the plants that have leaves. From the kinds of aloe, myrrh. and
Notice, huh?
cinnamon,
No, I don't. Half the time
he
on.
governs white lead and colza.
What's up?
From the incenses, he strongly governs cinnamon and storax gum. From the animals, he governs black camels, pigs, monkeys, bears, dogs, and cats. From the birds, he governs all those with a long neck and a powerful
I
crow.
feel that. Garfield's nervous today.
Like cranes,
Because they were really upset, huh?
ostriches, duga, and crows. He governs all the animals that live beneath the earth.
But who's upset with this,
all the
Garfield?
Tiny, juicy, and foul.
Is it the evil ones or the good ones this time?
That is insects. From the color, he governs every black.
The good ones are fine, huh? Mostly, huh? They're just annoyed.
End quote. And that was Picatrix 3:1.
No, it's the bad ones that are typically angry.
The text goes on to state that the color of
No, the good ones are just like, oh, when's this guy going to get it? When's he going to get it already? And I'm
And
just
that
like,
is
when are you guys going to get it?
image, the figure
There's nothing for me to get.
draws upon Saturn's spiritual power is the shape of a black man wrapped in a green cloak with a dog-like head and a sickle in his hand.
I'm not the same kind of person as you.
When
Never will be.
Saturn
Never
is
happened.
in a favorable astrological position.
I just can't do it.
It is when he
Good for you guys.
sits
You guys
in
can't.
Libra, his
Congratulations.
exaltation, in Aquarius, the house of his planetary joy, or in Capricorn, his second house. And when you wish to him, Picatrix 3:7:16 says, "Dress yourself in all black clothes with a black cape tailored in the manner of a professor. Wear black shoes. Go to a place assigned to such a task, remote from mankind, and humbly chosen. Walk there with a humble will in the fashion of a Jew, for Saturn was the lord of their Sabbath. Hold an iron ring in your hand and carry an iron censer. In it, place burning charcoal upon which you should set the suffumigating mixture whose recipe is this. Take equal parts of opium, aktarak.
No, they don't want to work anymore.
Saffron.
All the people hanging out with me.
Laurel seed, carob.
They sit in my body,
lanolin,
a bunch of dead people
colocynth,
who've gone through hard lives,
of a black
and they don't want to do it anymore. They just want to relax.
grind them
So I let them do that
mix
best I
everything
can.
together with the
But they love
yolk
getting out and
of
dancing and
sheep
walking around too.
in equal parts, then make some tablets out of it.
And they love to sing,
When
but
you
I
wish
can't
to
sing anymore.
operate, place one of these on the burning coals of the censer. Then turn your face towards Saturn.
I can, but I
while
can't.
smoke
I'll go out in the
rises
woods, maybe do it
from the
alone.
censer.
But I'm so loud,
Say this prayer.
it's hard to.
O Lord on high, whose name is great and stands firm in the heavens above all the heavens' planets, he whom God placed sublime and lofty, you are Lord Saturn, cold and dry, dark, author of good, honest in your friendship, true in your promises,
Yeah, he is,
enduring and persevering in your amity and hatred.
Certain gods
Your perception
really stick to their promises,
deep, honest in your words,
especially if they're scary.
promises. Alone, lonely, removed.
Now, if you
from
wrestle with
others
God
in
quite a
your
bit,
works, with sadness
and
and
then
pain, removed
win him over,
from rejoicing and festivity.
and he makes you promise, all you gotta do is not be evil,
ancient, wise,
and you might get it back.
despoiler of good
Just might.
intellect.
I know I will.
You are a doer of good.
No,
and
the only promise
of evil.
that I really was worried about,
Wretched and sad is he
My
who
cats.
is cursed by your misfortunes, but the man who attains
keep
your
Garfield with me
fortunes is
and get
blessed
George back to
indeed.
me.
In you, God
And George
placed
said precious
power
too.
and strength and a spirit,
So do I,
doing both good and evil. I ask you,
which I know they
Father
can do now.
and Lord, by
With
your
technology,
lofty
damn near.
names and wondrous acts, that you should do such and such a thing for me. We are then instructed to speak our request, prostrate ourselves upon the
Starting to
ground
wonder if I wasn't so
before
broken when I saw
Saturn's
George.
humility,
I wonder if I could have brought him back.
sadness, gentleness, and a purified will. If we do this many times on
I've done it with my dad
Saturday,
before.
in the hour of Saturn, then
Garfield
know
too,
that
kind of,
our
but Garfield brings
request
me back
will
all the
be
time.
fulfilled with effect.
I think George did too.
For passages such as these, it should be clear that
When you live a life
thanks
like this
to
and
a
you figure it out
revival
later,
of Sabian influence in
it's just like that. You're like, man, when was
Saturn is
someone
being
saving my life?
emphasized
When was
for
I
its
saving someone else's life?
ambivalent rather than wholly negative nature. Here he is praised as a doer of good and of evil,
A lot more than you realize.
and his dual nature is strongly emphasized in a number of ways. Up in his lofty seat, he's a liminal figure, a sign of eternity's descent into normal time, or vice versa, a sign of the last rung in one's ascent from normal time into eternity. He is both an evil sorcerer and a holy prophet.
He's both an evil
With his
sorcerer and a holy
honesty,
prophet. That's what I heard.
Great hope and great fear are mixed in together. For as much misfortune as Saturn is shown to be responsible for in Abu Mashar, in due proportion, Picatrix highlights the hidden treasures he hides behind his somber disposition.
Mm-hmm.
And it was this twofold nature of Saturn which would become so prominent in Ficino. In addition to these passages so essential to elucidating Saturn's nature, the Picatrix contains a number of other operations dedicated to or pertaining to that planet, which, according to Al-Qurtubi, were drawn from the Sabian teachings of a mysterious figure named Al-Tabari. Here, Al-Qurtubi, our man of many charms and talismans, warns practitioners of sihr to keep in mind one of the most important fundamentals of astromagic: that one must never seek anything from a planet unless it is attributed
I think it's one of my goals.
to its dominion.
Redoing astrology.
As such,
Because I just have some way better ideas.
Petitions which here fall under
Like my 4D map of the solar system.
We are told to seek Saturn in petitions concerning
My idea.
elderly, generous men, elders, kings of cities,
My third eye.
hermits,
My
those
ability
who
to
work
read
their
maps.
lands, returns to cities, inheritances, exceptional men, farmers, builders of buildings,
Fine.
and
The way the
great
planets
farmers.
dance with each other.
If you were caught
I
up
bet
in
if we
thought
understood them
and
better
grief, in
and didn't call some
melancholy
malefic,
or
you know what I mean?
stillness, in all these things or
We can understand it better.
seek petitions from Saturn and request things assigned to his name.
Well, it's a big organism. So if everything's dancing
Here
together,
Saturn not only signified but could also help to
Then it
cure
is.
many of the negative things
That's why
traditionally
astrology works.
assigned to
also
his
the
name.
planets are intelligent.
One simply had to
Very
invoke
intelligent.
and petition him in a ritual. This is the kind of
Especially
information
her.
Ficino not only took to heart, but also passed along in his De Vita and without explicit citation
The Earth.
to the most powerful man in Italy, his patron, Lorenzo de Medici.
In a way, she might be one of
He
the
did
smartest
so,
beings in the
however,
universe. The
with
Earth.
some modifications.
No offense, Saturn. Jupiter.
Namely, by not retaining a single
Any
trace
of the other planets,
the
they're
more
very intelligent.
questionable pagan material which
No way.
accompanied such lists.
I just gotta
of
give the Earth credit
correspondences.
because that's where we live.
Section 3717 in Picatrix goes on to state
No,
that
she's fucking
there
cool.
are other sages who used to pray
Cool,
to
right?
Saturn with different prayers and suffumigations, but here we're getting into the kinds of material which made Ficino nervous.
Friday,
In
anyways.
one
To the Earth.
prayer, Saturn is invoked by all his names. In Arabic, Suhal. In Latin, Saturnus. In Phoenician, Caven. In Roman, Coronas. In Greek, Hakoronos. In Indian, Sakas. We are then instructed to sacrifice a black goat by cutting off its head and gathering its blood for keepsake, but not before removing its liver and burning it. thus
Especially with the
fully
computers we have
scanning the
nowadays.
animal's
I might have to do
essential
too much work.
rays back into the universal matrix and fulfilling the ritual conditions required to bring down the spirits. Yet
That's what I'm saying. Like, why are we still wage
sacrifice
slave?
in 3738 entails the taking of
When people are making so much money off the AI right now,
reared
doing
on
nothing.
grass, handpicked by young maidens every morning, then crowning its horns with golden chains and cutting off its head with a sword.
would the economy collapse? It could, right? It could,
The
but probably not
attributed to Saturn.
if we did it right. But they want it to. No, the rich want the economy to collapse
Of the Greeks.
because capitalists love crises. No, they love crises. No, because you lose all your money and they get it all. And then inflation goes out the fucking, like crazy. I was watching the news the other day for once, and all they're talking about was inflation, right? Everything's just too fucking expensive nowadays, especially food. Like, okay, we'll tax the shit out of tobacco. We'll tax the shit out of this, tax the shit out of that. And then we'll charge them at the fucking ass for food because they get it for free. But they don't. No one gets it for free.
While the rest of those present took their share of the meat.
No, us just being under like your fucking jurisdiction gives you money, dude.
Collected in the saucer and examined broth rising up from the blood.
Especially when you're in Medi-Cal and they can just extract your biology and make money off of it without telling you, which they've done to me, and I know it.
Which according to them is the first motion.
Yes, you can sue for that. No, don't tell me you can't sue Medi-Cal. You mean you can't, right? But you can sue for that. They'd probably back you up, actually.
They used to make only when Saturn entered the sign of Taurus. In another set of operations contained in the future,
The thing is, I'm still alive, guys. So if you stole some of my biology, which I know they have done, because I'm a universal donor. Period. No, anyone can basically take any of my organs in my blood
14 bats and 14 mice
and be better.
to be exact.
So they just took it from me. Ton of it.
Chaldeans would take the ashes from the sacrifice and sprinkle them over the head of the ritual
And tried to replicate it and sold it as medicine.
Then
and made a lot of fucking money, I heard.
quote, threw themselves down around the image.
See, somebody has. I can tell. They're getting freaked out when I say it.
End quote. From these efforts, they warded off Saturn's malefic or unfortunate effects.
Told you, I'm rich.
Since every evil, every cursed,
I got interesting biology.
every
It's
tear
different than yours.
on the earth were believed
Universal donor
him.
for everything.
The text says he is Lord of
Pretty much.
all
I bet I could even give my blood to Garfield.
pain, imprisonment, turpitude, and lamentation. He signifies these things while descending and
No, I fucking know it. I knew it my whole life, kind of.
when he is in a good disposition.
But not like this.
In his exaltation, however, he signifies
Right? So when they're doing all these tests on you,
lifespan,
because you have MS,
social standing,
so they're running all these tests, and they're like, wow, yep, well, he'll never know. He'll be dead in a few years anyways.
inheritance,
But he's not dead.
durability of inheritance in sons and grandsons. So here we can see again that Saturn wasn't all harm and damage among the Chaldeans.
And now he's got a phone. He's going to call his neurologist,
Otherwise, by a typical Hellenistic astrologer
who was not in on it, turns out.
essential
And guess who could be rich afterwards? She could.
Rather, whether he acted as a malefic or a benefic planet was here entirely dependent upon a whole slew of astrological and ritual factors.
That's a good idea.
Later in the piece,
Except for the ride to Reading.
pulled in a list of
A risk.
aphorisms
Big time.
allegedly drawn from the Secret Secretorum, that the best thing for which to entreat
But God will protect us.
delaying movement, concealing purity, the destruction of cities, humbling hearts, and calming.
And so will she.
All of which, except perhaps the destruction of cities, could be
No, I just can't do it.
morally neutral.
God's a masculine word.
I'm highlighting Saturn's ambivalence.
And I know it's feminine, a lot of it. The Holy Spirit is very feminine. That's why you're Heracles, the masculine Holy Spirit. Hera is the breath, the air. Heracles, there's a whole myth about it, not the most ancient version. Now, Heracles is a title for an ancient god, like Atlas, basically, the guy who holds the sky up. Shu, from ancient Egypt.
He was aware of them. And most importantly, he was still informed of the
Orphikim number 12.
which these ancient sages therein presented.
Yeah, pretty sure it's 12, right?
In relating all these
Yeah, because Pan is 11.
magical operations and
Hercules 12,
prayers,
Kronos is 13, Rhea is 14,
explicitly mentioned
Zeus 15, Her 16,
we have included
Poseidon 17,
solely for demonstrating
and Pluto
the
18.
common agreement between the ancient sages concerning the planetary operations and the constant protection of their bodies by means of planetary natures.
Hecate,
Include
Protherea,
in the
Nyx,
such that
the night,
nothing intelligible
Uranus,
in the work of
the heavens,
sages be lacking. Now,
Ether,
since this prayer
the
is
fire,
forbidden in our law, we include it here merely for uncovering the sages' secrets, since they
Protagonos,
performed this ritual in ancient
firstborn,
times before the law was given. For this reason,
7,
no one
the
has
stars,
revealed these things, since
8,
despite everything I've said
the
about
sun,
this and other rituals,
9, the
I
moon,
am and
10,
shall always
nature,
be a teacher with good intentions.
11, Pan,
Unquote. And that's
God of all,
Socrates 3:8. Here in
12,
discussing the
Heracles,
intentions of Portuguese
the tight Atlas, basically, the guy who holds the sky up.
degrees of legitimacy in relating this sort of information, but that it seems valuable enough for him to assume the risk of relating
Zeus again,
politics
Zeus of lightning,
accompanying his
Zeus the thunderbolt,
dated September 19th,
heavenly Zeus, number 20, 21, the sea.
audience, and its arguments would hardly differ.
Is that the right order? No, see, 21, clouds. 22 is the sea. 23 is Nereus, the oldest soul.
And as such, one could not, with any degree of authority, deal with one of these elements in isolation from the others. It wasn't his fault the ancient
sages living without the knowledge of the gospel that documents so many of the truths of natural philosophy mixed up with idolatry.
My higher self in a way,
He knew he'd have to work hard to
but so is she.
achieve
It's interesting the way that works.
Part 3. Saturn and transit. The case of
Nyx and Uranus,
starting in the late 12th century,
Nereus and
the
Tethys,
Latin West began to see new developments in
Okeanos and Hestia,
astral magic,
Poseidon,
necromancy, and natural
Hera
philosophy,
even.
which gradually coalesced into the idea that although
More than I'm God. Well, that's Big George, who's more God than me. And he's number 56 and 13 and 87. That's who pours in the Garfield. Time, being, Kronos.
One of the foremost arenas.
Well, Protagonos too, the firstborn, even though he wasn't. Eros, love. That's why his name's Goddesson. And 87, death. Because his fucking claws, his paws. Now you make the Gar paw. I call it the Gar paw. And it's literally the death paw. No, you make a Thanatos Mudra and you close it. And it's a Gar paw. And it's a deadly fist pack, dude. It'll fuck you up. Cut you right up. The Big George, number 1, Hecate. Number 15, the God paw. Big Zeus. Oh, and yep, Helios, number 9. Also portion of George. That's why I look at the sun. I'm like, there's my big kitty. Oh, and don't get me started. And also George gets the 85 too. Pours into him really well. Sleep does. Because he can knock you the fuck out. That cat could, huh? Ask the other cats. No, they love fucking with him because he's slow. George is slow, right? So the other cats would come up here and they try to get the food, and George would chase them away. But if he ever caught them, he'd fuck them up. But they're tough little kitties. Ones across the street mostly. Occasionally I have to save their lives a couple times though. Because Garfield's quick, dude. And he pinned him in the corner, and then George's coming out, and it's like, oh fuck, you're gonna kill him. So I had to save him. Like, you better run, cat, better run. And they were gonna kill him a couple times. And like, this motherfucker keeps trespassing, eating our food. No, we're gonna kill you, dude.
What was left behind was essentially
Like, no kitties, he's just a friend.
natural magic, innocuous.
Garfield knows that now.
That is,
But when they're their gang, you know what I mean? It's like, Precious inside, she's cool. No, she's tough, she's big, she scares him. See her do it. Even though she was old, and she's really fat, and she has like this tumor on her, kind of, she's still beautiful, and she still scared the shit out of other cats. Because that tank come running at you, no fucking way. With her 7 claws, fuck that. And then she had Big George, that tank backing her up. Holy shit, dude. And then Garfield is just he's basically a fighter jet, the way he works.
There's no doubt that Pacino read the Secretum Secretorum, Al-Kindi, Al-Qurtubi, and Abu Mashar in Latin translation. While the use of Al-Kindi and Abu Mashar is self-evident from his De Vita, especially since...
No, she was a badass tank, but George's like an Abrams. You know what I mean? She can't do anything about it.
Others say, when citing his authority, his selective use of Picatrix is confirmed by...
No, Precious, you're like one of those Mark 1s back in the day, where they never seen a tank before, and they're like, holy shit, what the fuck's that machine? George is like one of these big modern tanks. It's like, we cannot even hit it with a missile.
In the composition of his De Vita, in response to Valori's request...
That's fair, huh? If you knew about World War I like I did.
Pacino explained that there's no use in reading it since everything of value in it had been...
The other cats are like, man, I'm tough. No, I know I'm tough. I took them out all the time, dude. I'm like, I know you're tough. I'm not saying you're not tough. You're a cat. You're even a special cat because you live near me. Trust me. You're master special too. They just don't know it yet.
If you read it diligently...
No, they're older than me, so they just can't hear it from me, but I know about them.
As one among a handful demonstrating his use. We can also see Ficino drew from Picatrix to 1014 and 41 his instructions on how to craft a sapphire or Theodosic ring for life extension using an image of Saturn.
Not to play to anyone's ego, but you live around this mountain. Have you lived here for a long time?
Ficino justified his own use of these kinds of.
Then you're probably chosen by God in a way.
Kinds of arguments one can find being made as early as the Speculum Astronomium.
At least by her, which is just as important. And they usually choose together. You know what I mean?
In response to the 1277 condemnation of Averroes and Aristotelian philosophy at the University of Paris, and the rising anxiety of texts like the Second Law.
No, fate and God go back and forth. They love each other like that. Do they always agree? Turns out they don't. You'd think that the heavens would be unified, but they're not. Never. No, the heavens are scattered. They're big.
In light of these recommendations, he put the following disclaimer in the introduction.
Bigger than the earth, pretty much.
The whole
Although hell's a big place too. It's not that bad, most of it.
medicine, which will assist
The underworld.
as much as possible,
Just scary.
that it may be both healthy and long. And it employs at every point the resources of doctors.
1121.
This shock
1122.
displays
Master builder number.
drugs, fermentations, ointments.
Well, master constructor. Master builder's 140. But 140.25 is the Pluto frequency. He times it by 8, and boom, 1122. Which is a Solfeggio and angel frequency together, which makes it very powerful, but really annoying to some people. And a hard frequency to dance to. But I can. Just quickly. Well, see, in my mind, I can almost picture the frequencies and the wave pattern, and I can dance to it. I used to be better at it, but they always try to control me now. These people over here with their fucking magic. It's not even magic, it's technology. No, I've had surgery several places.
Ficino wrote an apology which broke down magic into two categories: the demonic,
My left arm, yep, big time.
and the natural.
My belly button, so my core, kind of.
The latter he claims to practice
More than that, and more than that too, it turns out.
optimal health, while the former he claimed to reject wholeheartedly, in spite of the numerous operations he conveyed in De Vita, unambiguously enacted for manipulation.
I'm not setting my pipe down, guys. I'm drinking tea, smoking. I'm taking Garfield for a walk again.
Ficino exhibited the nervous tendency to hide behind his authorities.
You know, every little movement. When you become super conscious of it, you're like, why am I setting this down right here? Because they fucking want me to, so I get distracted again.
Particularly talismanic operations, and therefore he only recommended his readers
Full. Oh, well. Clean it out. Try again.
Establish Christian principles and the conceptual guideline of magia naturalis is set down in the scholastic polemics.
I'll plug it more. Cool. Teach their portion, guys.
Although our melancholic priest began his
You know where my water goes? Right there. To the ground. There. Right? Exactly. And if some of it doesn't anymore, well, that's even bigger. See, before these people moved in next door, I'm pretty sure innocent. Before they did, there was a nice garden. Really nice.
Egyptians and Platonists to give theoretical support to his image of a perfect sage. He did so from Iamblichus's De Mysteriis Aegyptiorum, Synesius's De Somnis, Proclus's De Sacrificio et Magia, and Michael Selos's De Daimonicus. Despite all of these sources, and although hesitant to admit it, it wasn't chiefly from these figures, but from the Astrologi Arabes, especially the Secretum Secretorum, Al-Kindi, Al-Mashar, and Al-Qurtubi, that Ficino drew the specifics for his ideas on how to achieve his perfect nature. Perfect nature is an important concept that sits at the heart of Beatrix and it constitutes the kind of spiritual illumination experienced by the perfected sage at the summit of all learning in both the sciences and in philosophy. It was thought to comprise
Why?
the fulfillment of
Because some people she's connected to
telos or
that I know are bad,
and this could be accomplished solely by living in accordance with one's
which is good enough for me. And the fact that she saw me, she's supposed to be really spiritual. She saw me becoming enlightened, and she just took off. And then she's pulled up since and didn't say anything to me, which made me very untrusting. Did she not recognize? Maybe she didn't recognize it. Might not have. Maybe not. When we're spiritual like that, maybe. I just don't trust people for good reason.
Without explicitly naming this teleological
I'm very trusting naturally, so it's difficult for me, and they know it too, because I'm trustworthy. So it makes me want to trust, but I really shouldn't, because I get screwed over a lot.
What Pacino did differently, however, was to reinterpret his quest for the fulfillment of human intellect.
Yeah, I'm pretty trustworthy. My dad says I'm not, but my dad's my dad.
As a medical physiological process, rather than one which was necessarily brought about by the invocation of spirit. The Piccatrix itself belongs to a pseudo-Aristotelian causal and semiotic tradition in the vein of such regular.
Well, it's the person he thought I was. There'd be nothing in here. It'd be bare, like some of the people I've known before. His parents left him at the house, but they're addicted to drugs, like my dad thinks I am. And guess what? They got back and there's nothing left. My dad took most of the stuff out of the house that was worth any value.
And all these views on practical magic also bring by the translations into Arabic of such works as the Theology of Aristotle, a paraphrase version of
I'll let the bone take. Yeah, that works. Are you doing it, Cyrus? And these Valentine's guys, they're gonna kill me. I know it.
But this is merely one of its many constituent inputs. Really near the common, which is the space of diversity of the children. Phonetic, arithmetic, Hellenic, Cimmerian, Pseudo-Aristotelian, etc.
Because they're not physical beings yet.
We must keep in mind the ideas about Saturn and the operation of alongside those with another.
Well, then Garfield will be so powerful. Hopefully. Already basically is. Cat does not die. Have I tried myself? No. But if they, yeah. He never even gets sick. Ever. Ever gets sick. Has been vaccinated not even once. What, tried him in Cat Barbo again? Like you did with George? Twice? At least once. Did it work on Garfield?
Free from the strains of demonology, Pacino reconceptualized and passed on much of the Piccatrix's magic as effectively naturalistic and medicinal. Making all of the associated idolatrous baggage was unnecessary and could It is by reconceptualization that we can see Pacino, according to the teachings of pseudo-Aristotle's problema.
So you don't know at the time, but you know later. They're like, yeah, probably does have that. That's what they diagnosed him with, pretty much. Because Tori's cats had it, and most of them died. So when my cat got sick, I was fucking panicking. The second time he got sick, though, I figured he was going to get through it. But I should have been more on it. Period. Yeah, excuses, yeah, pretty good ones, but I should have been more on it.
Specifically on philosophical that is
No, but I trusted my dad too much.
to the goal of the sage. The fulfillment of their natures through a complete knowledge and understanding.
And he didn't take care of it.
is important.
Didn't even let me go to the vet. Nope, he's like, no. I could go to the vet for him. It's my cat. I'm like, no, it's my love my life dad.
But more importantly, for the astrology of the period, his ascendant, that is, what lay on the eastern horizon at the time of his birth, was comprised of Saturn and Aquarius, which is the house of Saturn's shoulder. Perhaps the most detailed passage Ficino wrote about Saturn is the following. We certainly should not neglect the power of Saturn. For the
How do you react to my heartbreak? He didn't. Nope. Just poor Tim. Which is why I am the way I am, especially now.
Those planets whom they are approaching, but that all approach him, rather than vice versa, because he is the slowest. And that planets
Even blamed it on me.
with him according to his nature.
When it was his fault more than anyone's.
Is of all planets the head of the widest sphere.
Except for maybe these neighbors over here.
Saturn is also neighbor of the innumerable fixed stars. And indeed, he's very similar to the primum mobile because he travels a lengthy circuit.
Love you, Garfield.
He's the highest of the planets, hence they call that man fortunate between Saturn and fortunate. And although most people are terrified of him as alien from the ordinary life of man, nevertheless the Arabs consider he is agreeable even to the common life.
George,
He has a very great power and dignity as
if you were around me more, you probably would have been better. But you don't have any responsibility at all, although I know you regret. But you're God and you know it, right? God told you already. He told me. Nope, you came up, you showed up in here the other day. I mean, you're here all the time, parts you are. But you're just so powerful in this form. It's hard to even talk to you sometimes. But when you came through like that, that was fucking one of the greatest moments of my life. No, I'm sitting here with Jesus Christ. No, I went after church. I'm sitting here with Jesus Christ. I can feel him in my body. We're hanging out. And on camera, here comes George. Big George takes us both over at the same time. Possesses completely. Smiling and laughing, saying, Dad, I'm God. And I know it. God told me. And then what they do to that cat right after that? They hurt him. These fucking people over here who can reinstantiate things. So one of the greater moments of my life, what do? They make it torturous. Because they're fucking evil. Serial killers and torturers. Right over there. And they come outside and they act all cool, but they're not. My bad. They thought they silenced me. You can't silence God.
Here among the host of sources Ficino employed, we see him trusting in Pikatrix.
Shocker, no mail.
In renegotiating the consequences of being born beneath the malefic influence of Saturn, especially as it pertained to being endowed by nature.
Should I be getting mail? Yeah. From court. Bad ones? No, I just owe them some money that I'm never going to pay. Maybe I will one day. Court needs their money. No, they get a lot of money from those fines, turns out. Now, the cops take it all. They built a nice new courthouse, which was kind of a waste of money, in my opinion. Who voted for that? Now, building a courthouse instead of housing for the homeless? Duh. No, get them out of here. Even though most of them grew up here. You just bought a house late. Good for you. Sorry, guys. No offense. People who, bought a house. That's cool. No, I appreciate that. Got a family. That's cool. But when you grew up here and people try to claim it from you like that, it doesn't feel good. When you're struggling because you grew up here.
ideas on how to combat melancholy. In this way, although Saturn ascending in Aquarius still signified ill health when Ficino looked
My
at
bad.
the birth chart,
George got really pissed off because I brought that up.
decrepitude or crippling depression would also force him.
But that cat had a temper. No, he'd get mad, he'd stay mad.
Forcing him to rise up
Garfield, not so much. George, yeah.
towards the immutable
Even though he was a fucking sweetheart.
that he is in the study of philosophy.
Kind of like me sometimes.
The study of divine truth is most natural for a person of a Saturnine disposition. And to act in accordance with one's nature was simply the optimal way to live. The truth
Somebody is.
in concluding chapter
Several of them, and I kind of know it. Were they before? Some of them were, and some of them weren't, turns out.
Which is his section devoted to the various types of people for whom Saturn is
See the faces they make? The troll faces they make?
whom Jupiter defends.
I'll make them too, just so I can kind of know how you're feeling.
Most importantly, how the heavens act on the spirit, the body, and the soul. There, Ficino writes, just as the sun is hostile to nocturnal animals, Saturn is hostile to those people who are either
Yeah, make me throw my cup again, guys.
ordinary
Worked with a can of beats one time. Oh well.
even to those fleeing the company of the crowd, but not laying aside their ordinary emotions. To Ficino, perfecting one's
Oh yeah, I did. Saw something got broken in the house. Threw a can of beats. So I was pissed off. Because of these evil fucking people around me. Turns out.
Rather than giving into despair on account of one's ill-fated natal chart marred by malevolent aspects, the mechanism by which this perfection could be accomplished was through balancing.
Yeah, guys, some of them are that evil.
One of the ways of achieving this balance,
And they're nervous
by modifying
as fuck.
diet, lifestyle,
And I can tell.
and exercise regimen, and
Because I feel their nerves.
astral magic with talismanic
No, they feel frozen in place. Must suck.
or through similar means of relying upon the planetary powers. Though there are numerous operations relating to the powers of Saturn therein, which might be thought of as purely medicinal, there are also
Why?
the
Because I'm recording everything.
categories of direct type or inquisitive type. And it is these operations which were for the most part responsible for the Peacotrix's nefarious reputation. These were expressly avoided by Ficino. But the
My bad, neighbors.
of Saturn's character
Really don't mean to be like this. But somebody has to.
Those remain useful in matters pertaining to medicine and altering one's
Why not the crazy guy down the street? You know what I mean?
fully conscious of Saturn's dangerous, albeit
No, I didn't have a life to give up, basically.
Ficino made it clear in Vegeta that
No, I had nothing to lose, except for my sons.
easily signify the common
And I did lose one of them.
law of the human race.
But not permanently.
But he signifies an
My house? Yeah, sure.
set apart from the others.
Kick me out, Dad.
Or
Quit dragging it out.
or bowed down with the extreme of misery. To understand this elevation,
I'll work on getting a tent and shit. Quickly. This weekend, maybe.
we need to revisit briefly the question of semiology and causation in the context of
Right?
the
File the paperwork.
peripatetic
Get me outta here.
genetic sources at his disposal. Debates as to whether stars were signs.
I cannot work. I cannot do paperwork.
of the Hellenistic period and were not.
I can, but it's hard for me to focus.
The concepts of signs and causes cannot necessarily be said to be mutually exclusive in pre-modern mind. Ficino had begun
Which would be enough an excuse to kind of sue for 5 years back pay, maybe.
with his favorite ancient sage, Plotinus.
I can't do it myself. You guys wouldn't help me in the way that I needed.
Tell the science of planetary aspects as
I couldn't get it.
metaphor. Plotinus's
Why? Because I was too crippled
differed from
to do the paperwork.
the more
So what, I don't get paid?
astrological determinants of his own day. That is, he saw
Mentally
his world
and emotionally, mostly.
but not caused by the conjunction with heavenly bodies. Nevertheless, this perspective, as juxtaposed with the perspective contained in Peacotrix, such as in Peacotrix 131, or the Ficino been operating purely on Neoplatonic foundations and his conception of the cosmos, he would have ignored the idea of planetary rays altogether and stood with Plotinus in the belief that the stars are strictly signs and not causes. To get around this idea, which was problematic for the degree to which Ficino's system was physical and medical, he employed the idea of the spiritus, a kind of malleable semi-substance animated by the soul, so as to retain the idea that stellar influence.
No, Garfield seems pretty relaxed today. I think he appreciated that steam bath. Cleared him up a little bit.
Thus avoiding a rigidly mechanistic system without room for the exercise of free will.
Wish he took his vest off, but he kind of knew better.
The nature of this
Even if it was itching him pretty bad earlier.
and moist. He associates
What a wise boy.
and the sun.
No, he has wisdom and he knows it.
Quote, "I felt the spirit not so much
Garfield. You guys too. Yeah, George, you're good. More than you're wise. Well, you're wise too in a different way, but not really. Wisdom is wisdom. Told you, you're the form of the good boy. He's the form of the handsome boy. Even though you're handsome and he's good too. And you're the form of the pretty one. Precious. Even though she got kind of fat. But she's still beautiful all the way through. She was too. No, her weight kind of gave her like a special kind of edge to her. Scared the shit out of the other cats, trust me. Heavy paws. All 7 claws.
If the celestial world
And fuck, did those cats all love their family.
free will to do anything, then Ficino believed that it first had to go to the medium of spiritus before affecting the body. This idea came not from Plotinus, but from
That's how we should treat our dead ancestors, guys.
411. Ficino took
All of them.
from the notion that the celestial souls or planets impress themselves chiefly on human souls through the
You should venerate them.
of their spirit,
Like they're gods almost.
the rays.
Saints at least. If they're that fucking good at what they did. Even if they're just good at being good kitties. And it saved your life a few times.
He explained the mechanism as such. Quote, when we say celestial goods descend to us, understand, 1, that gifts from the celestial bodies come into our bodies through our rightly prepared spirit. 2, that even before that, through their rays, the same gifts flow into the spirit exposed to them either naturally.
Well, ancestors, I mean, they're not alive anymore. And they're older souls than I am, maybe. Maybe not me, but older than you.
And from there overflow into our souls.
Better than me, too.
Partly come straight from their souls, or from
Mine's kind of dark,
into human souls,
but ancient.
which are being exposed to them.
And I accept that.
Exposed, I say, not so much from some natural means as by the election of free will or by affection.
Why are you guys so nervous?
End quote. In this more morally oriented and psychologically restricted approach to astral influences, Ficino could uphold both his sense of orthodoxy and his learning in astral magic. With a modified or Christian-friendly version of the causal and semiotic perspective from Epicurus, Ficino could interpret contemporary astrological theory with an emphasis on the mediating role of the spirit, man's predisposition to it.
See, that's why we misdiagnose empaths a lot.
All
Most empaths that you think are empaths are good actors. Real empaths are assholes. Because they mirror emotions. No, we don't even understand. No, real empathic people mirror emotions. So people get mad at them, they get mad back.
Specific natural things, then it would more easily receive the influence of specific celestial souls. Since Ficino believed that he felt Saturn's influence by the election of free will,
Real empaths are typically nervous because they can feel people's emotions.
spirit,
So they go around and they can feel every judgment on them, every fucking where they go. Like me. Every glance, every huff, every sigh, every breath, every whisper, every evil eye.
As that which is furthest from the earth and therefore closest to God, who is immutable, transcendent. This choice
They're mad. I know they're mad. Oh well. Shouldn't have hurt you.
Rather than by beseeching him directly, by means of
Spiritually or otherwise.
mitigated Saturn's spiritually poisonous.
Christ told them not to.
Ficino disposed himself to Saturn's more edifying qualities.
No, Christ has no problem with it. He's like, okay,
Lofty and noble,
you see that cat the same way you see me? Big fucking deal. Who do you think sent him?
thus became an ambivalent rather than a malefic star. If Saturn was unfortunate to a given individual, Ficino would have
Yeah, who the fuck you think sent that cat, huh?
because that individual
God
refused
did.
to exercise their free will and learn how to align, condition, and prepare their spirits.
And yours too. And your dogs too.
In the maintenance of optimal health, therefore,
So disrespect him like that.
Ficino advised melancholics.
Know that, hey, you're probably not God, right? I know I'm not. Something else. Emptiness, mostly.
Whether through conscious exposure to rays
Water,
during dreams,
darkness.
or through the
My cats? Pretty damn sure they are God.
music,
Because I got really annoyed. Because every spiritual person's like, oh, well, aren't we all kind of God? It's like, no, we're not, actually. Turns out. Well, your animals might be.
Spiritual rays.
That's why you take care of them, idiots.
Advises clients to reenact the rituals of Al-Shabaab, but he did make use of the many lists cataloging what kind of things pertain to what planets, which could then be employed in tempering all kinds of undesirable planetary influences. In dealing with this issue, Ficino denied that the malefic planets were intrinsically harmful by necessity, holding instead to the notion that the dose makes the poison. Quote, if anyone wishes to convict Saturn and Mars of being harmful by nature, which I never would, still they are to be used just as doctors sometimes use poisons. Ptolemy endorses this in his Pentalopium, which is one of the Pegatrix's many sources. The force of Saturn, therefore, cautiously taken, will sometimes profit, just as doctors say those things do which are astringent and constricted, even those things which stupefy, as opium and mandrake.
Araby's making more sense to me now. Ibn Arabi. I missed it.
In that when they feared that Saturn would
All the way through? No, I'll have to study him again.
their sedulous zeal for philosophizing, they would wear white clothes, use jovial or heathen sounds and songs every day, and live continuously in open air. Here, drugs and medicinal plants became a cheap metaphor for understanding planetary.
I was thinking about the being, non-being thing,
and the very
and the fluctuation between, and how that creates all these organisms that are still separate but one.
Again, Ficino wasn't merely making up the advice he gave. Rather, his advice.
Turns out, though, that non-being is a person too, almost. How does that even work? I don't know. It just does. It's all a lie. I don't call it non-being, though, anymore. Call it nothingness.
Made up of over 224 sources called Pegatrix.
Versus everythingness. The flux between that.
Of such renowned sages as Ptolemy, Jabir ibn Hayyan,
It's like Parmenides said,
Ibn Rushd,
everything's being.
Plato, Aristotle, Thomas Trismegistus, and their perceived antiquity significantly reinforced.
Right? The emptiness versus the fullness of it all. Almost, right?
Why it is that men like Hagi, astronomers, and Pythagoreans, namely scholars, always find themselves suffering from their sedulous zeal for philosophizing. He concluded that cogitation, long wakefulness, and worry create necessity excessive dryness in the human body, which thereby exacerbates a cold and melancholic complexion. This humoral complexion produced
Who's living
various
Araby? Look it
effects
up, dude.
in the human spirit, which then predisposed the body and soul to receive effects that were associated with Saturn's power. Although Ficino provided a natural pathology for the scholar's suffering and looked to treat symptoms with natural remedies, his list of things for patients to consume or avoid correspond with the list of things that correspond with planetary influences in Picatrix or Abumashar. Ficino's anti-melancholy therapies were made up of things traditionally signified by his planets, which countered Saturn's malefic influences, like the use of gold, lyre music, walks through the garden, leisure, and the company of agreeable people, that is, jovial and venereal things. Such cures were passed on by Ficino as non-magical medicinal information, as the wisdom of ancient sages, but his sources in this regard were
That's hilarious. People are like, you're crazy, dude. I'm like, no, I'm not.
Based on ideas from a science of aspects which he largely disbelieved, and a system of demonic conjuration he found abhorrent, but which he felt produced positive effects regardless. These weren't the teachings of Alexandrian Neoplatonists. In writing about how to avoid that most awful kind of black bile, Ficino suggested avoiding the following.
Take my voice from me.
Things.
Worked for a couple days.
Quote.
Still kind of does.
Heavy, dry, salted,
Supposed to be quiet.
sharp, stale, burnt, roasted, or fried. Beef and the meat of a hare, old cheese, food pickled in brine, vegetables, especially the broad bean, the lentil, the eggplant, the colewort, cabbage, mustard,
You're gonna give me
the radish,
Do it.
the garlic, the onion, the leek, the black medic, and carrots, and whatever causes warmth or cold,
Garfield's not scarce, neither am I.
dryness, and everything that's black. Anger, fear, pity, sorrow, idleness, solitude,
I got a phone.
whatever offends
I got a
the sight,
phone.
smell, and
And
hearing,
a speaker.
and most of
Fuck
all,
yeah.
darkness. Moreover, excessive dryness of the body increases black bile, whether it be the result of long wakefulness or much agitation of the mind or worry, or frequent sexual intercourse, and the use of things which are very hot and dry.
Nope, see, I love my dad still. He helps me out. Saves my ass last minute.
Or
Often does,
exercise,
even if.
or fasting, or thirst, or heat, or too dry wind, or cold. Since indeed black bile is always very dry and also cold, although not equally so, it must certainly be resisted with things which are moderately hot, but as moist as possible, and with foods that have been thoroughly boiled. They are easily digested and produce blood, which is subtle and very clear. End quote. By tempering the body through the avoidance of these things, one tempered the spirit, making it hot,
Just couldn't happen, huh?
moist, as
Certain
it
things.
ought to be.
Like
And
how he could have been
thereby
worse,
counteracting the
but he could have been better,
negative
too.
effects of a Saturnine disposition, which is cold.
A lot of
and
parents
dry.
would have been. In both ways.
Here Ficino the physician, who plundered books of magic to find cures for his Saturnine
But mostly,
patron,
there's two
further
parents.
softened the image of Saturn as a pitiless source of misfortune.
Having one parent,
He showed
it's a major deficit
sanitized
when you're raising kids
he appropriated
like this.
from astral magic, how that dark
Or this
star's
fucking
negative
cerebral.
effects could naturally and willfully be mitigated, leaving behind only the positive ones.
we never stop thinking,
Makes
never stop questioning
sacrifices and
anything.
invocations to Saturn in order to acquire these effects.
Just like, are you sure you're right, Dad?
He
You sure?
simply avoided
I know
those
something else.
things which conditioned the spiritus to
And there's no mom to back him up.
more Saturnine influence,
Or to back you up when you need it.
and countered natural predispositions with anti-Saturnine activities, foods, jewelry, and other materia medica. Through this distinctly non-addressative medical or therapeutic approach to manipulating astral influences, Ficino softened the image of Saturn as a malefic spirit or stellar daimon, whose veneration the schoolmen had been decrying since the 13th century in their repudiations of the Secretum Secretorum. Ficino's idiosyncratic synthesis of contemporary medicine, Christian theology, Neoplatonic philosophy, and Hermetic astral magic further sublimated Saturn not only by re-emphasizing his ambivalent nature, but by paving a way for intellectuals to think about Saturn as signifying natural phenomena which caused harm and disease, like darkness, miasma, bugs, and insects, without causing them directly,
You ever walk?
unimpeded demonic or supernatural influence. What's important to keep
Maybe I'll walk you around a little bit. Get you out the leash.
that Ficino, being inspired by, but also going beyond the era
I love you so much.
Platonists that
You
he
know that?
read, saw Saturn
You're God,
as
you know
a
it, right?
figure who, unlike
You know it, right?
any other planet,
Good.
was a Janus-based lord of dualism and a governor of extremes, of great riches
Super cat.
and
Isn't he?
great poverty, of thriving crops and ruin, of safety and of restraint. Through this inherited feature, an individual held under the sway of Saturn's dominion could create for himself a significant amount of flexibility within their own fated
There you go.
involvement, which could form the basis
Love you
for
too.
a whole new picture of how the cosmos operates. Klebanski,
Where we going?
Milanovsky, and Saxel, therefore,
Probably the
are
park.
very much correct to note that in regards to Saturn, quote, the birth of this new humanist awareness took place in an
blanket?
atmosphere of internal
Here you go.
contradiction. Conclusion. Throughout this talk, we've looked at a number of associations attributed to Saturn in texts spanning from Greco-Roman antiquity to Ficino. We saw how, although many of these associations
Like a-
had their roots
like,
in
is he really talking? Like, of course I am, is
polytheistic
what they do.
imagery
You know what I mean?
the very
It's
concept
national security.
of what it is and how it operates underwent dramatic change throughout the Middle Ages.
They also do a lot of things they don't like, but guess what? That's fine. If they get terrorists like that. Domestic ones, mostly.
Ancient divinity, all his attention
And they do mostly. Domestic terrorists. That's what they typically do.
Part celestial
Hey,
was from
stop it.
earlier
We're taking this out
times
again.
demoted from his lofty place as an ambivalent god to a largely malefic force of nature by the
His way.
deterministically minded among the Hellenistic
What'd you
astrologers
do?
who needed purely unfortunate planets to make their
How'd you do that?
mathematical point-based system of aspects operational.
There you go.
After this, we
I've
saw
been done.
how this largely malefic, unfortunate,
Are they triggering you?
negative image
I'm
of
triggered.
Saturn
You're right.
was gradually restored to a state of ambivalence through a synthesis
Get the
of
blanket on
the
you.
Platonists and the Arab
There you go.
astrologers
Be good.
envisioned by Marsilio Ficino. Though Ficino styled himself more so as an Orthodox Catholic philosopher,
I love you.
priest, and
Like nothing
physician
else, good part.
dabbling in magical matters, the authors
Got everything?
of which
Too much?
he
Lighter?
read were more steeped in the inquisitive,
No, Garfield.
aggressive
Stay in the
practices
fucking cart.
of the pagan
I'll tell you about tighter.
Most of these practices
We're walking, dude. Stop it.
transgressive, and so he borrowed ideas cautiously, adopting only what he believed salubrious, in keeping with his ideas about natural philosophy and medicine. We looked at some of the prayers, fumigations, sacrifices pertaining to Saturn and spirits as laid out explicitly in Picatrix.
Let me tell you tighter.
From
About it.
among these, we distinguished two kinds of operations. One which could be adapted to become acceptable in intellectual circles, namely the therapeutic kind, and one which was considered abominable, the kind which made recourse to spirits,
Sure.
to manipulate the forces of generation and corruption, and thereby attach various ill material desire. The former
Sophia
Yep,
separated
I am.
him from the darkness and summoned him to
Sure.
her
Okay,
right,
read.
but the chief creator she put at her left. Since that day,
I love you too much.
has been called justice, but left has been called injustice.
We'll get there. You gotta learn to walk on a leash
Because
better.
of this, they all received a realm in the assembly of justice.
If you can walk on a leash better, we can go farther.
Justice
We can do
is
more.
set over all their creations.
But you start to panic out there, which is not acceptable.
When the chief creator of chaos
It's not acceptable. No, you gotta be more like your brother a little bit.
The glory in which he
No
dwells
offense.
is more exquisite than all the authorities of chaos. He was jealous of him, and when he was angry, he conceived death from his own death. It was set up over the sixth heaven. Sabaoth had been snatched away from there, and thus the number of the six authorities of chaos was completed. That, since death was androgynous, he mixed with his nature and conceived seven androgynous. Seven good androgynous powers.
He's worth at least a
These
Bitcoin.
are the
At
names
least.
of the males.
A lot more though.
Not jealous, blessed,
I don't know how much fucking 20 Bitcoins is.
true, not envious, beloved, trustworthy. And these are the names of the females:
Nothing like that, huh?
peace, gladness,
Think I'm crazy?
rejoicing,
I know I'm not.
blessedness, truth, love, faith, and many good and guileless spirits come from these. Their accomplishments and their functions you will find in the configurations of the fate of heaven beneath the 12. But when the chief creator
Is it
saw the
fine,
likeness of Pistis in the
You find it?
waters,
Yeah.
he grieved, especially when he heard
Yeah.
her voice, which was like the first voice that called to him out of the water. When he knew that this was the one who named him, he groaned and was ashamed on account of his transgression. And when he actually knew that
Yeah, it is basically. No, yeah, it is basically. Will they take it down? Maybe they did now. Doubt it though. I'm sure you can find it. Or it wouldn't have been such a big deal to you guys, right? No, I remember all of it. I don't forget any part of it. Just because I can't go in here and find it now doesn't mean I forget. He's worth a lot of fucking money. And so is my biology. Which ones is it exactly? Because I'm getting tired of calling everybody out. See, you guys, huh? It's them too, though. Because the synchronicities, dude. Unless they said, I mean, there's a good chance they set it up that way in advance to make me crazy, right? But it's ways to make them crazy if people are actually working against them. And yeah, because INYM, it's worth a lot of fucking money. And so is Garfield, because he is who he is. He is who he is. He's my cat. He has perfect patterning, perfect prints, perfect paws. And it's fucking 101 Dalmatians, basically, huh? Constable's coming around. Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. No, she's good. Corolla DeVille. You know what I mean? I know her. Like, well, I got a special cat she's looking at. Looking at really hard. And mostly she hates my guts. And has the money to make it worth it. That's why I don't go out with Garfield very much. Now, Garfield could tell. He was getting freaked out a little bit. I wasn't, but I could tell he was. Then he wants to run off like his cat self does. But he wanted to run up the alley. The fact that he wanted to run up the alley is very concerning, Garfield. You're under hypnosis, huh? I could tell right now. Yeah, you do it all the time. Good for you. Good for you guys. Not really, though. See what I mean? Am I paranoid? No, I'm not. There was too much stuff that happened from summer to now for me to think I'm paranoid. Too many things lined up perfectly. Check it out. I'm a scientist. I set up experiments to see if I'm crazy or not. Because I'm really concerned that I might be. Turns out I'm not. It doesn't drive me that nuts, though. But George hates it. And he hates you. No, George fucking hates you. My other cat, George, wants you to know that he fucking hates your guts. Sue George. I just speak for the cat. Look up. Look at the sun. There he is. Right there. Say hi. Right at Christ's right hand. That cat is. It's looking over him for me until I get him back. Too syncretic. Too much synchronicities. Too many synchronicities. At the end of the day. See, I know how they set it up, though. And how good they are at setting things up way in advance. But if it's that big, and that big, and that big too, then I'm not really that paranoid, am I? Kind of feel like it sometimes. I go outside, like everything's cool. And I come back to my house, I'm like, no, it's not, huh? But Garfield clearly knew it wasn't cool. But don't you ever, ever, ever try going up that alley again, dude. You know, you're in trouble right now. Pampa cari simple. Shali sam pam 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 pam. Pamparigasam pamparigasam pamparigarisul. Garfield. What does what mean? It just means, yeah, love and life. Love and light. Garisul. See, in English, his name means spearfield. Old English. But in Lyrian, it means love. God is some. But since he's wide awake now, he's God is soul. Except when he's sleepy, then he's God is some. Anyways. Are those your nerves I'm feeling, Garfield? Or are they theirs? They're somebody's, not really mine. Maybe they're George's. I think they're George. I think George is fucking pissed, dude. Did they get you again, George? Yes, Dad. They get me all the time. And they go outside and act all cool. Is that true, George? Really? Interesting. See, George has a lot of ideas. We kind of know the truth. But not all the way yet, huh? Not really even close, but pretty much. A lot of people are just straight up dumb and play along. They can set me up way in advance to make villains out of everybody. Almost, guys, almost. But I'm not falling for that. You know what I mean? You need a better harness and a better leash. That one's too thin. That harness is not comfortable. But it works, huh? You even made it worse on yourself, didn't you? We'll practice more. Probably go out later today. It's still 1 o'clock. It's a nice day. George is shining bright. Yeah, he was. Horu Ray. His name was Jorge, the cat. So when he died, he came back. He's like, I'm Horu Ray, Dad. Look at me. Probably go put up his picture, huh? Here in a minute. Let's do it. Well, I'm still on my feet. You coming? You sad? You a little bummed out? I know you want to run off and be a cat. I know you love being a cat. I love when you're being a cat too. But guess what?
cat. Remember that.
Are you depressed? I can tell you're depressed, Garfield. I've been there before, but trust me, it's better than being in a cage somewhere, which is all they'd likely do with you. But trust me, these neighbors hate me enough to catch you and hold on to you again until I leave. They think. Why? Because I'm annoying. And the cat's worth money. So am I technically. But not as much as my cat anymore. Because I'm a universal donor. No, I'm an organ donor. Now, my kidneys, my heart, my liver are worth fucking money. My blood, too, especially. I already have a fucking several surgical scars that I don't know where they came from. On my abdomen, yep. Kidney, looks like it. Maybe appendix, but doubtful. And a second belly button. Which ones? I don't know exactly, but I have some good ideas. Is it them? Maybe not, huh? They seem guilty, though, and they look just like the people that were in those suits that I saw. What suits? They were wearing reflective suits and construction hats, and you couldn't see them except from a certain angle. It was actually really interesting the way they pulled it off. Light and shadow. Illusion. No, you could not see them walking down the street except from a certain angle. I did. Right into my house when I was down at the park looking for Garfield one day. Looked a lot like those guys over there. Am I tripping? Possibly. Possibly. But I'm really doing an investigation here. I'm trying to figure out if I'm crazy or not. I basically know I'm not crazy. But you get too carried with all the details, and then people know you're crazy, right? No, they just know it. But they don't really. That's why I have the NSA on the line all the time. I know for sure The cops are crooked. Basically, they tried to frame me, but it failed. That's what I know for sure. Okay. How do I know for sure? I just know. I also know for sure some things are different now. Some people are more trained than they were before, clearly. I know for sure that George's grave has been disturbed. I know that for sure, too. I know for sure that when this house was empty next door, when it was empty, that there are people back and forth in there all the time. Lights on and everything. I know for sure that there's several houses that when Garfield looks over there, he gets really nervous. I know for sure that someone put a dead fucking rat in my fridge. I know for sure I've woken up at night, had Garfield untied from my wrist, like he's tied to my wrist every night. And I got him just in time, basically, as far as I'm concerned. But I'm pretty sure I brought him back from nothing that day. I don't know for sure, though. But how we got untied, I have no idea. I know for sure when I go in the woods, every time now, someone hits me with a laser. Every fucking time. No, red dot, green dot, infrared even. I know it every. You can see a laser on you, right? And then I fucking teleported up Mount Shasta. I know that for sure. Because of the railroad tracks that I did not cross on the way up there. And it did not take long at all. Usually that walk's hard and long. That walk was short and easy. All the way up. By people, I meant dogs. I know for sure that Garfield and I are different. Both of us. It's harder to tell with a cat than it is with a person. Well, he's a person too. He's my purring son. I say that all the time. Than it is a human being. Because we recognize human beings. Other cats recognize that Garfield's different too now. But he still doesn't act like a cat sometimes. And I'm like, dude, you're still a cat. But you're being trained. I'm glad you still love me no matter what, though. No, he does a hissy fit. And I lay down. And there he is crawling on my chest. Like a good boy. I also know for sure that half the neighbors fucking hate me. And wouldn't give a fuck if something happened to me. But now they'd notice. Part of my plan. Just in case. They'd notice. Would they care that much? Maybe not. But they'd notice. Well, I'm like, hey, they're trying to get me. They're trying to get me. And they're trying to get me. And I know it. And then I just disappear. Someone would notice. The NSA would notice for sure. Are they paying that much attention? No, not really yet. They're busy. But they like it when I hear what I know for sure. What I also know for sure is they're trying to hypnotize me all the time. I can feel it. Every motion. Every word I say. The way my voice sounds now versus how it sounded before this all started. I know for sure I have superpowers. Just listen to me whistle. I don't even try. Where'd that come from? I couldn't whistle before. And I do not fucking die. No, I've eaten the most toxic shit in the world recently. And was just fine. Relatively. No, it made me think more clearly, even if it took my voice a little bit. No, recently. No, I just wasn't scared. I'm like, oh, look. I'm pretty sure there's botulinum in this mold. In fact, I kind of know it for sure. Watch me take a big old bite. Now I'm a biologist. I usually know what I'm looking at. Not always, but typically. Am I trained? No. Do I need to be? Not really. Not if you have that kind of eye. And you're just educated enough through the school of tweaking on your phone for 7 years. If that's what you do when you're doing that kind of lifestyle, which is what I did, then you get pretty educated, believe it or not. Just as good as college. Except for I'm not writing papers all the time. So I'm not good at that part. But as knowledgeable? Yeah, sure. More generalized? Definitely. Definitely. Exactly. No, every single syllable I have to be extremely careful with now, or these fucking losers are going to try and make me slur my words. I will tone it down now. What I also know for sure, one more thing, right? Other than Big George being God, and I know it, well, he's Christ and a cat. For me, he was. Christ does not mind that I put him up like that. So did he, for me. But other than that, Precious too. Other than that, I know for a fact, I love this cat so fucking much, and you guys know too. The people who never told me not to kill myself, neighbors. Remember that? That if I lost Garfield, which you guys know for sure, I might just kill myself. So I'm like, okay, and okay. That's true, that's true, that's true, and that's true too. That's about 15%. Maybe in 35% if you take it seriously. What about the other 65%? If even 15% is true, that's the hard part about this fucking case. is you have to expand so much to include the rest that it almost doesn't make sense at first. But if you can prove that much and that much and that much, which I have been able to already, and the fact that someone came in and stole my ID as well, and I do not get mail anymore. And what did the cops say? Exactly. Yep, that's basically enough to send some people to prison. For conspiracy, at least. Done. Also, the fact that I have a disease and this kind of biology that's a universal donor makes me really suspect. Especially when my family comes in and just hates my fucking guts. Like, oh, kill yourself, Taran. Basically, what my dad told me to do the other day. An easy victim. That's what you think. Except for I'm not, am I? Not when I have this much fucking help. Whether they're physical or not. Now I look up at the sky, I'm like, I know you. I see the sun, I'm like, I know you. I look at the earth, I'm like, I know you well. The stars too. The trees too. The birds too. The cats, the dogs. No, I even had a mental conversation with these dogs down the street. Who knows he's a genius? And so did Garfield. No, looking at him like, I want to get you, but I'm not going to get you. Don't worry, I wouldn't hurt you. But I'm scary. Trust me. No, that's what those dogs were saying. What were your dogs saying? Oh, we'd kill him. I want to get him right now. That's what those dogs are saying over there. These dogs over here, no. No, they're sweet. And they ate some of my bread. Which means it might be coming light. We'll see. If that really works, it worked for Garfield that way. Let's see if it works for them that way. Works for the birds too, kind of. Now your Kundalini opens up, so all your channels from your fucking the tip of your spine all the way up to the top of your head, to your third eye, and down the front are completely connected now. That's why I can breathe into my belly button. Look it up. Took me a few weeks. You know, people when they have their Kundalini awaken that fast, typically, yeah, they die. Because they become a victim right away. No, especially if you're a universal donor like I am. To these people, you're fucking food. Although that never happens like that typically. You know, I got some god possessed me. Dionysus did. The divine outside. Showed me how to dance. When I could not dance before. And that's all I needed to do for a while. Was sing and dance for a few months. And here I am. Totally insane. But more sane than I've ever been. When you realize just how bad your life actually was, despite you not remembering half of it. Thinking you had a really good memory, which I do, kind of. You'd be surprised how much of your life you forget. Or how much you remember differently because you're like, fuck, no way that happened, right? Not like that, right? But you kind of know it did. You're like, did I really survive that? I must have died, huh? But you're still alive. Sometimes you get to the point, like me, where you're just living in an NDE all the time. Near-death experience is what I feel like I'm doing all the time now. When they fly you up to heaven, and they're like, here, you got to do this and this and this and the other thing. You're still alive. Got a mission for you. I feel like I'm doing that 24/7. Try 26/8. Because I experienced time differently than you did. Because I'm crazy. You know what I mean? Sucks. When you're like, I fucking died before and I know it. Recently and I know it. And you come in your house and you yell and scream about it. But you get outside and you're shyer than shit. Always happen. Which was a curse on me my whole life, pretty much. So I can never get there. Although I'm not that worried about it right now. I'll be all right. Oh, you know what? I forgot to bring someone something. We'll do it later. Try to get hold of him again. Look. Oh, motherfucker got the flu. Huh. Let's give him a call. 1, 2, 3, 3, huh? You want to go to Eureka today, Garfield? You ever been to Eureka? Not my favorite town. But I'm not that nervous to go places. They want me to be really nervous to go anywhere. That's why they try to like set up the cop thing. No, they did. And the cops are like, I don't know. I don't know about the cops. You'd think they take me a little bit more seriously, but maybe not, huh? You know, they're very judgmental about tones. And these people knew that.
Hello?
Yo, what's up?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
What?
Hello?
Yo, yep. What's up?
Not much.
How's it going? You can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah? Uh-oh.
I got a phone again.
I'm feeling like fucking shit. Oh, you did?
Mhm.
Alright. Nice.
Finally, no, my dad gave it to
I
me.
got the flu.
That's what you said. Influenza B.
Yeah, and fucking poison oak, hella bad.
Nice.
And I was doing the stupid tree service. I'm gonna tell them fucking I'm done with the tree work, man.
It's hard work,
I can't
huh?
do it, man. Well, it's the poison oak, dude.
Poison oak
I get poison oak hella
sucks.
bad. And there's so much
I don't
poison
get
oak
it.
out here, you know?
I don't really get
You're
poison
like,
oak.
Some people don't.
Well, I mean, I've got it one time when I was logging. I was like
Yeah.
waist deep in poison oak for like
Right.
a week. and I got it decently bad, but not too bad. But my sister gets it really bad.
I used to didn't really get it, but some people have a progressive, like a fucking reverse tolerance, and that's what I had. So now, like, every time I get it, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And when I get it, it's like a month. It takes like 2 weeks for the rash even to fully come out, and then it's like a month to get better. That sucks. Yeah, then I got fucking the flu from my friend. He's got the flu. Yeah. So I went earlier so I could get like antivirals, because I went before it was hella bad.
No, man, just food and tobacco is the best medicine for the flu.
Yeah. Can't do tobacco. I'm a non-tobacco person.
You're
Pretty food though. They wouldn't give me antivirals anyway.
For the flu? Really?
Yeah.
Medi-Cal.
They don't want to build viral tolerance to it for people who.
That's fair.
For people who, who are old people. So.
You're getting there, man. You're like, what are you? We're gonna be 43 this year.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I am an old person. I should have said that. I didn't even think about that.
Relatively, man. Middle age isn't, it's getting there.
Right.
You've lived a hard lifestyle for a long time.
They were talking about like people with like shit immune systems and stuff. So I guess not. I guess in that respect, I'm doing all right.
Turns out I have a fucking incredible immune system now. Because I used to have a shit immune system because of my MS. But I stopped taking my meds, $100,000 a year, and now I do not get sick at all. So figured out.
That's cool. Yeah, you didn't get sick even when I was hanging around you, and I had that fucking gnarly ass shit, dude.
Yeah, exactly. I just don't seem to get sick.
Cool.
I don't die.
I tried what you said, like when there was hell of sickness was going around when I was in residential, and you were like, just fucking ask the bugs to fucking live with you, like,
dude. Just recruit them. Recruit them. That's what you should do when you're sick, man.
I really did try, man.
Just let them know, like, hey,
it wouldn't work for me for some reason. But
I mean, you're a little older than I am.
It might have worked better than, it might have worked a little bit to some extent, because some people were getting hella sick with a bunch of different stuff,
Well, if you're sick right now, just let your body know. Let the bugs know in you. Hey, man, I'm not trying to destroy you. I'm just trying to convert you. I need some new genes anyways, so you can help me out. Like viruses do.
I almost think it's sort of an opportunistic infection because I've been around these people with the flu, hella, but and I wasn't getting it. But then when I got poison oak, then like it drops my immune system down, The poison oak's so bad, but yeah, I'll try just working with them again,
Yeah, dude, you'd be fucking amazed how well that works when you're just like. So I had this really toxic fungus in my house, growing in my house, and I pulled this bread out, and I'm like, I'm about 90% sure it contained botulinum. Because I know what that mold looks like. It's like a bluish, blackish mold.
Right.
And this bread loaf that I had was just full of it, dude. I'm like, this is the most toxic bread loaf on planet Earth. And I'm like, you know what? Fungus among us. Let's get it on.
Nice. That's cool.
Kind of took.
Did you get a message from Mom?
Yeah, I called you first, but she just messaged me, asking me if I want to go to Rica. So I might take a over there and head over.
Yeah, good. That'd be awesome, man. And you'll be stoked, dude. You'll have like fucking $800 in food.
Wow, that'd be. If I could actually get my food stamps, we'll see. Yeah. I haven't gotten mail in a long time, but if I get my food stamps, then I'm good. Pretty much.
I'm gonna get you a cat harness. My mom was saying that you're taking your cat around and you're like, cat's getting used to it, but you need a harness.
I didn't want to ask you for anything, but I was gonna say, if there's any way you could help me out, order a cat harness.
Yeah, right. I need to get. My mom was saying like she tried to get one for Sheba, but she couldn't find one like big enough. So I have to get like a large.
For Garfield, it's tough.
Not quite as big as Sheba though. They had to get like a dog size. Like she was like the size of a small dog.
Well, Garfield's actually grown a little bit. Since believe it or not, he's like, well, I spit in his food, and now he's growing again. He'll never stop growing, just like George. But yeah, he's actually been over to your house quite a few times now. He's getting along pretty well.
That's cool.
I don't go anywhere without him anymore, no matter what.
Right.
No, he's worth a lot. If I lose him, that's like, I'm not ready to lose another son. If you know what I mean.
Right. I get you.
And I'm trying to train him just in case my dad kicks me out finally. He's threatening it a lot. I'm Well, you know what I mean. He can't set it down. He can't set it down.
Right?
I mean, not just the booze, but the resentments too, even though they're a bit unfounded at this point. So I don't know.
He's still been getting trashed.
Yeah, basically every day. It bumps me out big time because like that backyard is super sacred to me. The vines and the grapes.
That sucks because I've seen how bad he gets, dude, and it's not like normal. I mean, it's like fucking level 5 fucking alcoholism.
Yeah, no, he's a bad drunk, and
right.
He can blame me all he wants, and I'll take the responsibility that's mine.
I remember the first time I drank with him, I'm like, "Can you just do like the 2 drinks a day thing?" You know, like there's nothing like that for him. No way.
I'm actually if I was an alcoholic, it's similar for me too. So I don't drink like that. I don't get mad like that, but I like to drink. If I'm drinking regularly, I like to drink a lot. That's why I don't have it around.
There's very little oversight for me right now. Like like the last time I was tested was like almost 2 weeks ago. They were very lax on tests here in sober living, and like that's why people go down so fast out here. But for me, it's like I'm really focusing, zeroed in on my fitness goals and shit. Like I'm getting big right now, dude.
That's good.
I'm eating. I've been sleeping.
How's your diet?
It's I've been eating a lot. You know,
just a lot.
But a lot more than I was. But it's still on point. You know, I'm not eating trash. You know, food usually.
No low carbs or anything.
A little bit here and there. No, I did low carbs the whole time I was in residential. But
if you want to stack up,
since I've got out, I've staggered in like a couple days of no carbs because with my metabolism, like I do start putting on fat, like because when I start eating. But I'm doing pretty good on just stacking muscle, you know. So I'm up to like 180 pounds.
You're $180, dude. You're $180. I want to fight you now.
Wait till you see me, dude. You're gonna be like, damn, I'm fucking big.
No, that's impressive, dude. Because you're my size.
Mm-hmm. Right.
The most I've ever been is like 170 when I was actually pretty stacked.
I mean, like I said, I got put on a tiny bit of fat. Like I could cut like 10 pounds of fat off, but still be 170. You know.
Yeah.
Or I'd be solid muscle at that.
You don't have abs right now?
Not like yours.
That's fair. I have naturally.
How's your fucking abs going still?
I'm looking pretty good. I'm not really like working out regularly, but I dance all the time, and
right.
I was trying to cut back. I'm not trying to cut back. Give me like a shit ton of bread, and I just fucking ate it all, and I gained like 10 pounds of muscle. It looks like in the mirror. So cool.
Right. That's cool.
No, it's just how it goes with me. I just fluctuate like that.
Yeah, I think probably next weekend. I was probably gonna come this weekend, but I'm just not feeling it right now because being sick, you know. But probably next week I'm gonna be back there for a little bit.
All right, for sure. Yeah, I'd like to see
I
you.
have to worry about my job here right now.
Can you understand me clearly?
Yeah.
I've been having a really hard time speaking lately. Like my voice, yeah. Like you don't want people.
I heard you went to church. How'd that go?
Well, no, it went well. No, they actually.
Well, the speaking thing, like if you don't use it, you'll lose it, you know. And like,
well, I talk all the time to myself.
Being, like isolated and stuff, you know.
I talk a lot to myself, and I'm always recording myself. But I notice that my voice is just like you know when you get really bad MS and your voice just kind of goes away, kind of like that.
Mm-hmm.
So.
You sound actually pretty normal right now comparatively, you know. Like I've heard you a lot worse before. So
good, because for a minute I'm like, do I have to go mute now because I can't really talk? But I guess I can. I guess I can well enough. I probably should talk less. I'm working on it.
But,
I'm sitting in my house all the time, just raving and screaming at the top of my lungs. Not at the top of my lungs. I'm just have a loud voice, and I'm always just yelling and screaming about they're evil over here. Because man, I hate evil. That's what I've learned in my spiritual journey. Is evil is fucking disgusting. It's real and it's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It turns out, like I was like.
If you could go back and take it all away, would you?
No, because I have a mission.
No?
I have a mission, man.
Yeah.
The only way that would ever work is if I could get George back. But even then, George was here for his mission too. And so is Garfield. And so am I. So it is what it is. Every time I look up at the sun, I know there's a big kitty right there waiting for me. So I don't worry about it too much. You know what I mean?
How's your vision?
Dude, okay, so check it out. I don't know how much I could say right now about everything I've experienced recently because it's a little bit too much, but my vision is better than ever. All right, I cannot see very far still, but my depth perception is I can't really. It's almost like I'm a different fucking species now because all the time. No, dude, it's really fucking wild. I need to go to a neurologist because it's like I'm seeing like I'm swimming underwater everywhere I go. It's really trippy.
It's like everything changed, like your metabolism changed and everything, huh?
Everything changed.
Weird.
Yeah. The only thing I'm having a hard time with is concentration, but I really don't want to do any meth. Yeah. And meth really helps with that, but I really don't want to do any. So I'm struggling there a little bit.
Right. No, I get that.
Marijuana helps too, but not as much.
Not at all, maybe.
Yeah, I don't really want to take stimulants like that. I'm wondering what else they have that I could use.
Right, I know. Something like even more mild than that, maybe. Maybe coffee. What about coffee?
Coffee helps. Tea does too.
I've found out that coffee is like the best way for me to get to sleep at night. Sounds weird, but like every night,
I understand.
Coffee right before bed.
Right before bed? Do you dream?
yeah, I get coffee.
Do you dream when you have coffee before bed?
Oh, I haven't really been dreaming much lately now.
I've been having some fucking crazy dreams lately, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, like about being like.
Since I got out of residential. In residential, dude, I dreamed like the whole time I was in there, man. I kept on dreaming that I was in rehab, but the rehab would be like one time it was on a boat, and then there's like a men's boat and a women's boat, and I'm always trying to sneak onto the women's boat and shit. It's fucking weird.
I've been having a lot of dreams lately where I'm like in human trafficking, basically. But I have Garfield with me, and like I'm battling for Garfield the whole time, trying to find George. And every dream I have, dude, and then I end up killing these fucking people. And it's been wild.
These links, just link of this dude on Facebook, man. You should read some of what he's saying. Like he's talking about he's been contacted by by the people inside Mount Shasta, like the spiritual beings and shit.
Me too. Recently.
And I feel like you might be able to relate to him. Like he's talking about how like the voices in his head works. It's like a shortwave radio. But he said that it actually is shortwave.
It is a shortwave radio, and it's exactly what it is. Dude.
It's just frequencies that people can't
pick
hear,
up. Yeah, I mean, like
it's fucking weird, dude.
I don't really have voices in my head per se. Like when I go quiet, I don't like. There's almost nothing going on in my head sometimes. But I can tune to it, and the way I do it typically is I have to speak it. I mouth it out, and I know what God's telling me.
It's like a radio.
It's actually really cool. It's scary because you're schizophrenic, right? But once you realize that schizophrenia is a myth, pretty much.
Right.
No, dude. Like, honestly, I've really learned that what schizophrenia is, in the modern sense, is MK Ultra, almost entirely. I believe. What they do is they I think this is literally what I believe. It may be a little less than this, but I really believe this.
Okay.
That they target people who are spiritually sensitive, and they get them on drugs that poison them, so they kind of open up a little bit more, and then they hit you with the frequencies you're talking about. The government can do this too. I've discovered they've done it to me recently, where they can hit you with the shortwave radio frequencies because they know how this works. And if you can hear stuff like a cat, like if I can hear ultrasonic frequencies that you can't hear, then you can then they can hypnotize you. Right? But I know why this place is dangerous now because Mount Shasta is fucking powerful. It's fucking powerful. Sure. And there's a bunch of fucking, it turns out this place there's a lot of interest. I didn't realize it at the time, but I'm paying way more attention now. Remember all those fucking drones and shit we've seen in the woods?
Right.
Dude, like, no, they've been watching us, dude, and I know it.
Yeah. Right, dude. Remember that one that I filmed I'm sure I showed you when I filmed it on my TV and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I showed that to people here, dude. They're like, "What the?"
No, they've been watching. Since you've been gone, it's gotten so much worse. I don't leave my house pretty much at all. I'm recording myself 24/7 just in case because they broke into my house. Dude, they broken into my house.
I had some pretty crazy experiences when I was up there on the mountain. I mean, I was up there for a good 3 weeks, relatively by myself most of the time, dude. And fucking when I was trapped in my truck a few times, man.
Exactly.
Trapped in there, dude. Fucking,
no, they get you stuck in place, and they fuck with you, dude. And the drugs do not help really. They can help, but the shit they put in the meth nowadays, it doesn't really matter how you vibrate it. They fucking.
Well, maybe you should come take a vacation away from there for a minute, dude.
I can't. No, I have too much work to do here, man. I cannot, and I'm not willing to leave my mountain. She's taller now than she was before. I guarantee it. You should come here, dude, and check out the mountain. She is like considerably taller than she was when we started
Yeah.
this project that I've been working on, which I'm very, very proud of. I know she's
that was
active right now. It's a little scary, but what was that?
Snow melting? Is the snow melting?
Yeah, it melted pretty fast. Thank God. I was working on it.
I know. I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come for a little bit. Hang out.
All right, I'm gonna give you your. I'm gonna message your mom
All right,
before
yeah,
it gets too
do
late.
that. All right. Yeah.
See, there's somebody who knows. Not everything, but he knows enough to know it's real. Good thing he's protected too. $140, master builder number. Pluto. Adam. That's who Pluto is. Decent. Iwa. Pluto and Persephone. Adam and Eve. Kind of the demiurge in a way, huh? Exactly. I was listening to this book earlier. Garfield, dude, this cat is special. I don't care what anyone says. Does he seem like incredibly special like George did? Not necessarily. You should have met Big George. No, Big George was fucking cool, dude. Now, he'd have beat your dogs up. Probably not. They probably just been friends with them, honestly, if they're sweet like that. Garfield, he's just as cool. He's just more cat-like. You know, very strong cat senses. So it's hard to train. George, I didn't need to train him at all. No, he's like, okay, I'm your protector. I'm following you around. Christ put me up to it. And he knew it, too. All right, Garfield. And you know, Aaron still knows it, too. I don't talk to him all the time. But he still knows it. What we experienced, both of us, individually, before he left. And if something happens to Aaron Chambers anytime soon, then you guys will go to fucking prison. Because Aaron Chambers is healthier than ever. He should live for a long time. But I fear for all my friends. We'll let them know. Look after Aaron Chambers. No, he doesn't. Nope. Nope. His income is totally legitimate. Nope. All he does is posts. He puts spam ads for Chatterbait everywhere, and he gets paid for it. Totally legitimate. How much? Not that much, but enough. Just barely make it. And what does he do with his money? He helps people out all the time. That's what he does with his money. Enough to only back taxes? No. No, he doesn't make that much money. I mean, technically, kind of, he does owe some money, I think. But not enough to get in trouble for it. Just enough to get like a knock on the door, maybe. No, I know this because I know the law. You guys don't. No, people think they know the law, but I actually know the law. I know her well. And Aaron Chambers is a good fucking man. Great fucking man. He does what I do. I'd investigate whoever tried to get him in trouble. And I get them for so much more. Like I'm already doing for the people who try to get me in trouble. I'm building these fucking cases on people in here, and they don't believe me. Because the hammer hasn't fell yet, because the cops around here are dirty as fuck. Pretty damn sure, at least. All of them, no. A few of them, yeah. And a couple bad apples really spoils the bunch around here, it turns out. But check it out. Cops deal with people like me all the time. They think. But not like me. And they kind of know it when I get around. They're like, oh, you're a little different, huh? They kind of can always tell. Except for a few of them who don't really give a shit. And then those guys are like, don't trust me. I know this guy better than you do. They just believe it. But they don't. They never met me before. Or they knew me with Tori, which is not me, really. But it was. You're going to try, huh? I can tell. But guess what? Haven't you tried already? With Aaron? So as much as I need him back, I'd rather he just stayed safe. And ready. Did a good thing. Hard one with your friends that you need around. You know what I mean? Maybe, probably not. Actually, he's owed money, huh? Yeah, he's owed quite a bit of money, huh? Forgot about that. Now, God's looking out for my friends, guys, and I mean it too. That's why all my friends are doing really well for themselves right now, mostly. That's why I don't bring him around too much. Because according to them, I'm not. But Aaron knows better. Even if Derek doesn't yet. Or any of my other friends. I have quite a few. At least I did at one point. Because, guys, this is bigger than you. Kind of bigger than me, too, actually. Turns out. I've known that for a while. No, they're looking at all of us in a way. Anyone who they think could just disappear and no one would really care or notice. So I keep an eye out, even if they don't like me very much, and I could tell. And so does DK. So does Nemesis. And so does big fucking Horure. Ready, Garfield? Let's make it over there. You're going to go on a long car trip today. I'm a little nervous how you're going to act. Better not act up. See, I don't know if we can bring the cart, but we can bring what you have on you. It won't be too bad. He'll just get in there and act a fool a little bit, and I'll hold on to him. It'll be good. He's smart. Garfield is. It's already done it before. All right, Garfield. The biggest test of your life. You ready? You ready? I love you. Let's go. Oh, bring your phone, Taran. Good buddy. You're going for a drive. A long one. You ready? I know you're not. Too bad. Dad's gonna see if you can lose this. So you can. Where are we going? We're going to Tamer's house. I'm carrying it. Guys, we gotta get take a car ride.
No, I don't have my key. Well, somehow the fucking side door opened. And I was sleeping on the bed. In my house, in Jordan's room. Okay, then I need to call Tristan. Okay. I'm not okay, Shiva. I know. So sucks. Listen. I know you don't want to listen, but listen. It so sucks that I'm down here. I made a bad move. And I don't know if Taran took the key or what the hell happened. He's not here right now, so that's weird. Struggle. I'm better, but I'm not way better. Well, that's what I thought. Somehow you might have gotten it from me. And so listen, I have the trunk open. Okay. I don't want to talk to the cops. They'll probably take me off to jail. Well, for drunk in public. Because I'm drunk. Believe me, I've been arrested for drunk in public in my own driveway. So stupid. So stupid. Sorry. Probably. Please don't call the cops. No, it's not disappearing. I know. That's fair. Tristan's the only one I have down here. His girlfriend. Alright. That's fair. Okay. Okay. I don't know what to do. I know, but if I open the door, then it goes off again. Yeah. And then it stops after like 5 minutes. Goes off after about 5 minutes. I don't know. Couldn't find my key. Okay. You sure that's true? Then it's true. Ouch. Ouch. Hey, this cart pulled so close to me.
Jordan. Nice. Where you go? All right, you sinkhole. Pam 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 parisul. Kalisam palishil kalisa parisa kalisam. Alisam pa kalisil. Hehehe. Sampa kalisa kakakalisam. Me? Yes, I am. Fucking nuts. That said, for good reason, I believe. Still. Who disagrees? Well, my computer's still here. My tobacco's still here. So, could be that bad, right? Really not okay with putting your paw on Sheba. I really like that cat, okay? Other than that, you were a really good kitty today. But now you're almost in trouble. I wanted to reward you, but then you put your paw on her. You can't put your paw on her. No, swiping at her was not okay. No, no, no. You understand? I know she did. She was being nice. She was being sweet. She's letting you know that she was saying hi. She was not trying to intimidate you. You should know better. You let your instincts get better. Okay? But you can't anymore. No, you're a thinker, dude. You can't just be swinging. Okay? Okay? You understand? Shum bum 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 bum. Ah, kakam buddy shield. So why'd they take my tongue like that? These fuckers, huh? I kind of know it though. Like it's hard for me to believe at this point, but I kind of know it's you fuckers, dude. Exactly. Like no one wants to believe it. You guys are really good at faking it, right? But I know it's true. Because you're doing it to me. Do I like calling people out in person? No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm upset with you, man. Because those are my friends. And she's my friend too. And you hit her in the face. I don't care if she's a cat. What if she hit you in the face? That was a hard punch. You can't just take the gar paw to somebody, dude. You could have killed her. No, you're a dog killer. You can't just take a paw to a cat, dude. Yeah, Garfield fucks up dogs. You can't. Easily. Now he's got huge fangs. Massive fangs. And big old claws on him. And they're sharp as fuck. So you better apologize. Better not do that again. What's that sound in my house now? Someone knock on the door? Do that, Garfield? Please.
No.
Oh, it's you in here. I didn't know it was in here. My bad. You don't need a barricade. It's not necessary yet. Whatever. I got some more food. If you're hungry. I got $600 in food stamps. Finally. I didn't think I could get it. Someone stole my identity. Who? Who knows? Badly? No. But they have used my social security number and my ID. I'm pretty damn sure. Could be wrong, but the social security number, maybe. The ID is gone, though. So they could leave it somewhere else as evidence, I believe. I know these kind of fucking people do that. I'm not fucking around. When you live in this county this long, you're pissing people off doing it. But that's my fucking mountain. We're married. One of my wives. My first wife, actually. Mountain. Not you. Not, you're fine. You gotta fight. Not really. Just took a swing into the cat and I was upset about it. Wasn't cool. Kind of a dick move. You're being so good today. And then you took a swing at the other cat. Now I'm upset. It's like we had a really good field trip and then you punched someone else in the face. It was twice your age. It was doing nothing to you. Fuck. Making some, got a bunch of veggies, ton of veggies. Some bread. Bread soup. It's fucking good. You can have a sandwich too. I got a little bit of lunch meat. For Garfield mostly. You saying that is not going to convince me. You know what I mean? Guess who are into today? Exactly. Controls the fucking weather. Half-assed, he does. Seems like he kind of does, huh? Directly? Not always. Sometimes, yeah. But directly, often, actually. If I really get work into it, yeah, I can. Make the fucking wind blow. Refrigerator synchronicity. On a good day, I can dance to the wind. As if I was pulling it with strings sometimes. She's a good dancer. The winds. Listen to his voice already. It's already back, basically. Nope. No one had any trouble understanding me today. It's when I sit down in my house with all your technology that it becomes more difficult. Oh my gosh. In a tuning fork bath.
Strongly confirming the Christian religion.
Always wanted to know why I am the way I am. My curiosity led me to ancestor mother in my DNA. It's a family thing. It's a family thing.
It's way more than just DNA to your genetics. Way more than just DNA to genetics. Way more.
Because
There's nothing in your DNA that says this is how you build a human being.
Real.
No, everything in your DNA says this is how you build this protein, this is how you build this protein, this is how you build this protein. Everything else is put together magically, basically, except for its bioelectric. We have bioelectric fields that build the form of our body as it's growing. I have altered mine to look different now, to be a little taller than I was before with my mind. Once you understand how it works, it's easier to do. I'm taller now, at least.
The first is what I call the science, the revolution of the alphabet, corresponding to the part of philosophy that I call universal philosophy. The second, third, and fourth is the threefold Merkabah, the chariot, corresponding to the three parts of the particular philosophy concerning divine, middle, and sensible mechanisms. 3. The science that is the practical part of Kabbalah practices all formal metaphysics and inferior theology.
Who doesn't know that shit? Just look it up.
4. Ein Sof should not be counted with the other
It's like nobody knows that
because
shit, dude.
it
Are
is
you
the
making it up? No,
absolute,
I'm not making it up.
uncommunicated unity of those
This is proving all Sheldrake's theories
Every
with
Hebrew
bioelectric
novelist,
fields.
following the principles and sayings of the
I believe it's more than
science
just
of
electricity,
law,
though.
is inevitably
It's kind of proven.
forced to
No, there's like this
concede
some sort of
without
formic
addition,
space
omission,
that they can't really
or
explain with just
variation,
electricity. And like I'm telling you,
precisely what
it's
the
another
Catholic
dimension.
faith of the Christians
Duh.
maintains concerning
Form
the
space.
Trinity and every divine person, Father,
The ice world.
Son, and Holy Spirit. Corollary. Not only anyone who denies the Trinity,
Once it's there,
but anyone
it's within
who
her, and it's
proposes
frozen in
a
time,
different
and it's
way
always
than
there.
The Catholic Church does, like the Arians,
Although the one that we interact with is a little more
Sabellians,
dynamic, a little more
similar.
watery.
These can be clearly refuted if the principles of the
So it
Kabbalah
can compete
are
for
admitted.
forms, like waves.
6.
But once it's there, it's frozen in the ice forever, so you can always get it back, just like I always get orange
Science
back.
of the Kabbalah can understand that the 3 great 4-letter names of God, which exist in the secrets of the Kabbalists, through miraculous appropriation, should be attributed to the 3 persons of the Trinity like this, so that the name Ehyeh is that of the Father, the name Yod-He-Vav-He of the Son,
Iya for the Father, Yahweh for the Son. That's what it just said in Kabbalah. Duh, George. I'm EA. That's who I am. And I know it. And I know the Son when I see him. And I'm not talking about purring Son either. No, he's time. So, in a way. No, he's a fucking demiurge. His name is Garfield. Now it is. He's Yaldabaoth. Basically. Turns out who's not really Yahweh. They're a little different. Some equate the two. I do not. Abraxas. Abraxas. Yaldabaoth. Abraxas, huh? Abraxas. Yahweh. And Ia. I know, it said EA. That's who I am. I know it. Sorry, Dad. I know that's who I am. My higher self. I know it. I know yours higher self too. Taran Miller. No, he's got a cool. My dad is a cool higher self. It's pretty powerful. No, I met him before. No, he told me some really cool stuff. Check it out. So somewhere in time, across the universe, in this quote work multiverse we live in, there is a man named Tim Miller, and he built a really powerful machine with some black hole technology to simulate a universe because his son Taran died when he was young. So he's simulating my life, and it's this whole universe, kind of. And he thought it was just in the computer, kind of. But I basically convinced him now that it's not. It's a quote work universe, and it's just way far away in space. Just so far that it's basically an identical patch of space. And his name's Tim Miller. He even looks like my dad. He's like way older than my dad is right now, but he looks like my dad when he was 40. Just longer hair. My dad can probably hear me, but he doesn't believe me. Which is fine. He will one day. You know, he's got on a cool cape, an orange jumpsuit sometimes. Like from the future. Big old collar, everything. That's what I do. What do you do?
to leave because you won't stop talking.
No, you don't. I stopped talking.
Don't stop talking.
I did stop talking. I don't know what to tell you, Dan. Did you want some food or some pot, dude? I was being kind of cool, letting you know some things I learned. Whatever. What we do, we test limitations. Just different limitations, huh? My dad and I. That's what we do. We test each other's limitations. Me by being myself and him by not appreciating who I am. But he will one day, I promise. I know he will. It's one of my life goals.